You tell me you love me, you kiss and you hug me, have some fun. I give you a smile, hang around for a while, getting it on. And I don't really show it, but you're the only one that breaks my walls. Now baby I'm all for it, and every time that I pick up.
Hello, folks. Excuse me. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Where am I? God, there it is. Oop. There we go. That's better. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing out there? Happy Thursday. Hope everyone has had a lovely week so far. I know you probably haven't, but still, hope you have had a lovely week so far. So I decided today, guys. How dare you, Mithra? Okay, maybe so, Mithra. I've decided that today we will have no ads on YouTube or on Twitch. Okay, so there you shouldn't see. Please tell me if you do see ads because I'm trying to figure out these settings. So today there are not going to be any ads on YouTube or Twitch because I found out how to completely turn them all off. So let me know if you see them so that I know that if I can see if it actually works or not. But you shouldn't be seeing any ads on YouTube or on Twitch. That might not always be the case, for the simple reason is that it encourages people to, I am sparing you, Alyssa, that encourages people to subscribe and things like that to, I know that sounds selfish of me on Twitch and such, but overall, you shouldn't see any ads, okay? Um, that being said, please donate if you can, subscribe if you can. We're trying to get to 300 followers over on Twitch. And normally, the way I can convince people of that is to say, hey, if you subscribe on Twitch, you don't have to see ads anymore. Well, you're not going to see ads today, regardless. But please subscribe anyway if you can. That'd be very helpful. And for those that do use Amazon Prime, oh, excellent. Uh, yeah, for those that do use have subscribed using Amazon Prime, make sure you renew that every month because it automatically gets rid of it unless you renew it. Okay. Anyway, just a side note there. Thank you, Alyssa. Now, well, normally, Alyssa, I don't get much of an AdSense payment to begin with, but thank you, Alyssa, for the $2 donation there, Alyssa. Really. Okay, so there we go. Yes, despite your YouTube's effort, I have maintained my ad-free status. Fantastic, Mithral. I'm very happy about that. Okay, so okay, guys, we got a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. It's been a long Ivana, how dare you, Ivana? Okay. It's been a long past 2 days in terms of the news. Maybe I should start streaming on Wednesdays. Dear God, I don't know. We'll figure it out. So, okay, there's a lot. A lot's been happening. Hello, Hamid Raza. You say, do you know about Lieutenant Colonel Ibrahim Zulfigari, spokesperson of Katim ul Anibia Central? No, I do not. Hamid, would you explain who that is? Unless maybe I do know who it is, but I would need a reference point to remind myself. Just let me know, Hamid. Welcome, Hamid, to the stream here. Oh, thank you, Gwen. You missed me yesterday. How lovely. Okay. So let me see who we have here, guys. Let me see who we have here. First of all, Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. You're the first one here. Great job, Outer Signal. You know, love that. Thank you, Outer Signal. Doug is here. Hello, Doug. Can't be a stream without Doug, of course. Hello, Doug. So glad you're here, Doug, as always. Oh, the Outer Signal says it's gone beyond African Union. UN held a vote on slavery. Oh, that's our first story, Outer Signal. I was going to bless you all with that lovely first story about, well, I don't want to give it away, but yes, Outer Signal, we're going to talk about that slavery story. God help us all, or science, or whatever you believe in. Sir Bartholomew, hello, Sir Bartholomew. Sir Bartholomew says, every day I wake up in this hellscape, I'm truly gutted. Join the club, Sir Bartholomew. Dear God, okay, it's God. Okay. By the way, I'm eating some chicken that has been. You basically take the chicken and you bread it in crushed saltine crackers. So it's very high in sodium, but I don't care. It's really good. So just to let you know, you will be seeing me consume some of that for my lunch. I don't know why Sir Bartholomew made me think of my chicken, but anyway. Hello, Burnjabi. Burnjabi's here. Hello, Burnjabi. So glad you're here as always. Body swap. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, body swap. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Macon is here. Oh my God, Macon is here. We can't. Shh, lurking snow leopard. Don't you dare say that. Okay. Macon is here. Hello, Macon. So glad Macon is here. Okay. Um. Mithril, of course, Mithril. I'm so glad you're here, Mithril, from the beginning. Okay, Alyssa's here. Hello, Alyssa. As always, Alyssa, so glad you're here. Am I missing anyone here? Ivana is here. Ivana is here, and Ivana is very close to getting a bonk for dare coming in here and calling me a dirty capitalist. Shame on you, Ivana. Okay, no, I love you, Ivana. Thank you for being here. I know you're joking with me. Who's this? We got Dead Inside is here. Hey, Dead Inside. Yeah, I heard about that, Dead Inside. They increased the enlistment age to 43, so I could be killed. Yay! I know, right? Dead Inside, so excited to die for Israel. Okay, Macy, yes, everybody. Welcome, Macy. So glad you're here. James Nordoff. James Nordoff, so glad you're here as well. By the way, Macy has been here since like the very beginning. Dear God, so glad you're here, Macy. Going back to James Nordoff, so glad you're here as well. Another one, our background lurkers that we love deeply. Lurking Snow Leopard, hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. So great to have you here. You're great, Lurking Snow Leopard. LaCroix, hello, LaCroix, hello, LaCroix. You're wearing a sweater. Isn't there like a yearly generational heat wave happen? You mean once in a lifetime general heat wave happening, LaCroix? Okay, use better grammar. Okay, use better grammar. And yeah, I am. You know why? Because it's cold in here. Okay, and though admittedly I might strip later because it might get hot. I might get hot. Okay, but yes. But hello, LaCroix. So glad you're here. Mithril. Oh God, you got no electricity for 5 hours yesterday. If you God, it sounds like you live where I do. Someone cut through a main power cube supply. Dear God. Okay. Um, Weirdomorphous Blob is here. Hello, hello, hello. Weirdomorphous Blob. Retro Asher is here. Hello, Retro Asher. So I'm trying to go quicker through it now. Hello, Invalid Axiom. So glad you're here, Invalid Axiom. Okay. We'll go on. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad you're all here. We have so much to talk about. The first story we have is rather horrific. Okay, the first story. Thank you, Retro Asher, is rather horrific. So let's get to it. Mm, So what we're gonna do? Actually, first, let me give you a little recap of what an outline of what we're gonna do. A little précis, okay? The first thing, guys, is I mentioned this already. Forgive me for repeating myself. More people have come in now. You should not be seeing ads today on either YouTube or Twitch. I turned off all the ads, okay, to spare all of you today from ads. I if you don't mind, if you can, please donate. You don't have to. Obviously, obviously I can't force anyone to do that. Obviously, but you can send either bits over on Twitch or super chat over on YouTube. That's also the only way to be sure that I actually read what you say out loud. Okay. So despite there not being ads, would appreciate donations, though. Again, I understand the world's not easy right now for people. You can also become a member on YouTube for as little as about $1 a month, or you can subscribe over on Twitch, okay, using Amazon Prime for free. So anyway, let's go on. What was I gonna say? Okay, so let's start with it. Thank you so much, LaCroix, for the donation for the 500 bits there. I love it. You know what, guys? And after a couple of these stories, I'll put on the jester hat just because of Alyssa and LaCroix's donations. Okay. Oh, yes, Drusilla, isn't it great? Isn't it great? So we're going to talk about it. Everyone ready for the first horrifying story? Let's get into it. So, you know, I don't know if I even need to talk about this story. You guys just need to see the headline, really, and that's really all we need. Though I am going to talk about it. Can we all see the headline on this page here? I love. Oh God, what did I just do? I just broke something. Okay, let's go back. Oh, browsing data, whatever. Get out of there. Whatever. Back. Did I just disappear it? I just disappeared it. God damn it. 1 second. This is what I get for being an idiot. Okay, 1 second. Slavery. Here it is. Okay. So read this text right here. Isn't this great? The U.S. rejects a UN vote to recognize slavery. How dare you, LaCroix, to recognize slavery as a crime against humanity. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. As if, come on, Dolly Boy. We know that you're like one of the best at donating and stuff. You probably would have donated anyway, but thank you, Dolly Boy, really, okay? So isn't this great? U.S. rejects vote. We have a hype train going. Fantastic. We're about to. U.S. rejects vote to recognize slavery as a crime against humanity. I love this country. Dear God. Oh, my God. Okay. So the United Nations held a vote. It was led by the president of Ghana, and it was to recognize slavery. Yeah, it was to recognize slavery as a crime against humanity and also basically the worst crime against humanity. All right. Um, so let me just read this to you. By the way, it wasn't only the United States who did this. Yeah. Yep. Don't worry. We'll get into it. Okay. The United States voted against a United Nations resolution this week to formally recognize the transatlantic slave trade. Um, okay, as the gravest crime against humanity. The resolution, which was led by Ghana, urged UN member states to apologize for the slave trade and to contribute to a reparations fund, right? Don't worry, guys, we'll get to all the people that voted, okay? We're going to get to it. On Tuesday, before the vote, John Mahama, the president of Ghana, said that, that American schools were being discouraged from teaching about slavery and racism. True. 100% true. Personal experience talking here. He called the resolution a safeguard against forgetting. Okay. Policy groups, human rights organizations, and academics have accused President Trump of minimizing Black history in the United States. He has accused the Smithsonian Institution of focusing too much on how bad slavery was, as if it wasn't bad, I guess. I mean, is there an other aspect of slavery to focus on? I don't know. Like, seriously though, what other aspect of slavery would you focus on other than how bad it was? Is there another part of it that needs to be more focused on? I don't. Okay. Like, anyway, um, and not enough on the brightness, okay? He has signed executive orders on education that called for an end of slipped there, radical indoctrination in K through 12 schools and criticized teaching subjects such as white privilege. Okay, the African Union has declared 2026 to 2035 the decade of action on reparations in Ghana, which has the most slave forts and castles in the world. You can actually go and visit these places, folks. I really want to do this someday. Some of them are historic sites. Now, you can go visit some of these slave castles where they used to hold enslaved people before they were transported across the Atlantic Ocean. Okay. And, oh, thank you, Dolly Boy, for leveling up the hype train. Okay. Yeah, guys, contribute now if you want to help me level up the hype train. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. All right. And, so I want to go on here to find, I want to see if I can find. All right. So, weirdly enough, how shocking. It doesn't talk about all the people that voted against it. Two other countries directly voted against it. Okay. That would be Israel and Argentina. Shocking, 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 shocking. Are we shocked about that? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Outer Signal. That's one of the places I really want to go is Gorey Island. I've heard of it. And I've always wanted to visit one of these places. Maybe I want to talk with you sometime, Outer Signal, about that because I'd love to visit it someday. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, so Israel and Argentina also voted against it. Hooray! And let's take a look here at all the other countries that abstained from even voting. Voters, slavery resolution. Hopefully it'll say here. Okay, yeah, 52 abstained, guys. 52 countries abstained. I wanted to see, does it say here which 52 countries abstained? I know that it was all the colonizing countries. Shocking. But okay, here we go. We can actually see on this map up here. So yeah, Jesus, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Canada, Germany, Georgia, France, Finland, Estonia, Fiji, which basically does whatever the U.S. says, Denmark, Chechnya, Jesus, Czechia, so Czech Republic, Cyprus, Croatia, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Italy. Even I know I'm even surprised Ireland did a little bit, just because they tend to be more progressive in their votes. Japan, Latvia, and Liechtenstein. Oh, good. So that's really gross. Yeah, me too. Uh I'm kind of surprised about Ireland, to be honest with you. So this is disgusting, obviously. And like I don't know what to say. Yeah, Japan also voted no against it, probably because, well, there's a lot of racism in Japan, first of all. Yeah, that is fair. Okay, that's fair and valid axiom. I'm not. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Ireland is part of the Dutch Irish financial haven. Okay, so yeah, uh, yeah, shocking, Lacroix. And guys, honestly, I don't understand why this is like it happened in the past. So, and that's not to say it's not important today, but why? What's the harm in voting yes? Like, it almost just seems cruel. And I know that there was a part of this bill basically requires repay reparations. Okay, like as in like there need to be reparations given to these countries, which I totally support. Okay, but it's not like anyway, that's not you should still vote yes. I don't give a shit. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand because they're monstrous and they don't want to, they're a bunch of colonizing pieces of shit. Um, but especially Israel, of course. Yeah, it's the threat of reparations, but who cares? It's like okay, it's not like the resolution can even if you disagreed with reparations, the resolution doesn't force you to give reparations. It's a declaration that says that we should try and do reparations. It's not it's kind of has no authority. So why not just vote yes on that even if you don't agree with that? Like it's just dumb to me. It's just cruelty. Um yeah, correct Retro Asher. But the very fact that and, abstaining is one thing, but, saying no to it is even more evil, like, horrific. Alright, so can we just let me show you guys something. I've shown you this before. See here. Let me show you an image here. Here we have an image of a famous, historic site, okay? This is, Elmina Castle. This is in Ghana. And this was where people who had been captured from the interior of Africa were brought to the shore in Ghana and held in horrific conditions to await being loaded on to a slaving vessel and brought across the Atlantic Ocean to the quote unquote New World, either to the Caribbean, Brazil, or North America. Okay. And I remember very distinctly reading a document where just to show you how horrifically these folks were treated. And what country was it that actually owned this one? I think was it the Portuguese? Was it the yeah Portuguese? This was a Portuguese site, and the I remember specifically reading a document where the Portuguese slavers had actually taken a bunch of captured Africans and put them in a single room together, and like basically trapped them in there, imprisoned them in there, and then they had forgotten that they left them in there. It's exactly what I just said. They had forgotten that they pushed a bunch of people into this room, and in this document, this Portuguese slaver was sort of laughing about, "Oops, I forgot I put all these enslaved people in here, and I forgot to feed them and give them water." You can imagine what happened to those people after being left in there without food and water for an extended period of time, for a very long period of time. Okay, they weren't alive. Uh, and in this document, he was just kind of laughing it off, like, "Oopsie, mistake, didn't mean to do that. Ha ha ha." Uh, and that is just a small taste of the brutality and despicable, disgusting behavior, and I guess morality of these people. The criminality is absolutely unbelievable. Okay, the I don't even know how to phrase it. There's not really good words for it. Unfortunately, the English language, we've abused it so much, there aren't very many good words to describe this level of abuse and evil. Okay, and that's you guys know that's only one part of the story. That is a tiny part of the story. That is just one case, and there are many other horrible things I could talk about for days and days on end. Okay, or we could even talk. And I'm not going to go as too deep into it now. Maybe a different time. I've talked about like the actual being transported across the Atlantic, and how literally millions upon millions of people died. It was more people that died during the Atlantic slave trade than during the Holocaust. Interesting how we're more focused on the Holocaust, though. Okay, and let me show you here. Bu- 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 Let's see here. So, just this is just one more small example. Okay, and this particularly, obviously, all of this bothers me, but something about this sort of dehumanization really bothers me. All right, here we go. Oh, that's not a good image. Let me find a different one. I want to find a. Here we go. Okay, here's an example, guys. Here we have a slave collar. Yep, Meowzord, worthy victims. Here we have a slave collar, right? So one of the ways to define chattel slavery, as it is called, especially in America, the Caribbean, and Brazil, and South America, and Mexico, okay, is to describe it as treating human beings like livestock. Yes, livestock, like cows, pigs, things like that. You literally, your human beings are treated like livestock. They're movable property that you own, and then you literally treat them like animals. So they would oftentimes have enslaved people wear things like this collar, which has hooks all over it. So if you were to attempt to run away, the hooks would get tangled up in the brush and prevent you from leaving. It would make it really hard to escape with this thing around your neck. They would also have, which is something you do with like cows. I'm not joking. You know what I mean. How about I show you another one? I'm trying to find one with bells because these things often had bells on them. Um, just like you would put on a here we go. I mean, just like you would put on a cow, like a cowbell, so you could hear them running. I mean, do I need to go on? Um, okay. Do I need to go on? Uh Louise, do you think it's because it was all in the past? They've said sorry, and that is like that. So let's just forget about it, or at least consign it to history as an example of what not to do. Because what would the reparations consist of? There's not enough money to make it better. No. So, Louise, I understand. I get that, right? Here's the thing, though, and that's why I'm saying, Louise, even if they are against the reparations, the bill that was passed does not indicate that there need to be reparations. It says that there need to be, but it doesn't say what the reparations are. So it's not like they're being forced to do anything by simply acknowledging that, yeah, it'd probably be fair to do reparations, right? That doesn't mean they're going to give reparations. So even if you have even if you have a dark view of it, if they have a dark view of it, like we don't want to give reparations, well, they don't have to. It just acknowledges that it was bad and we shouldn't do reparations. And that we should, they probably deserve reparations. No, that's okay, Louise. And I'm not criticizing you, Louise. It was a good question. All right. Yeah, it's just to say that it was a crime against humanity, Fox Emblem. But there is a provision in there that says like there should be reparations. But again, it doesn't matter. It's not. It doesn't force anything. And plus, I want reparations. I don't know about you guys. All right. Jesus. Yep, you're right, Mythrill. We could go into that too. The dumping of people off these slave ships, etc. Okay. And guys, also to be clear, uh, we do know that the slave trade in Africa did essentially permanent damage to Africa. And I don't want to say permanent because obviously through time the effects might not be as strongly felt, but it caused a demographic crisis in Africa where there were far fewer people, massive destruction of entire groups of people. It resulted in tons of warfare in Africa between different groups. Trying to enslave people to sell to the Europeans. And that incentive, by the way, is what made that warfare happen. It has caused massive problems up until today because of Africa. I mean, because of because of the slave trade. Okay, and obviously it's gotten better over time in terms of the effects. But all right. Meowzord, we said we were sorry is definitely part of it because people have a terrible instinct for personal accountability. I'm sorry you feel like you were enslaved, but I did nothing wrong. Right, Meowzord. And that's what bothers me. It's like, anyway, I don't, anyway. So it just, okay, it's just disgusting, and I don't. It blows my mind that in the 20. I mean, it shouldn't, but that in the 21st century, um, you know what I mean? It's just okay. Well, I don't know what else to say on that. Okay, we get it. Insane. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, so again, and I could talk about the slave trade for days. Maybe I'll do a whole presentation on it one sometime and traumatize you. Like, tell you guys about how when these slave trips were going across the Atlantic, they would oftentimes be followed by sharks because of the number of people being thrown overboard. And there were sailors that would release reports talking about how by the time they got to the New World, the sharks following their ships would be fat and having trouble swimming. So, okay. Anyway, disgusting. All right. So there we go. What the fuck is this world is just a shit. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, Paul Squall, a combination of transatlantic slave trade and colonialism and imperialism and are doing hundreds and hundreds of years of damage in Africa. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. I don't even get me started, Drusilla. There are people in the South. I don't know if you guys heard this. There are people in the South that get married on old plantations because they think they're pretty. You know what? You know what, guys? I got to tell you, I'm all for this, but please bring reenactors there and have them reenact being enslaved, okay, while you're getting married. Maybe have someone dress up like an overseer and be mercilessly beating one of the enslaved actors while you're having your wedding. Let's at least make it accurate, right? If you want to get married on a slave plantation, at least, let's make it more historically accurate for the sake of the scene. You know, and then we can see if you still want to get married on the slave plantation. Anyway, I don't get it. I would never do that. Okay. Mm, he did. Ryan Reynolds got married on a plantation. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I don't know if there's some sort of maybe I'm overthinking it. Okay, maybe that's true, Ivana. Maybe I'm overthinking it. That just from seeing what you guys are saying, that sounds crazy to me. I will say what I do think is cool, guys. Well, I what I do think is cool is some people like Denzel Washington. I don't know if you've heard what he did. Denzel Washington. Yeah, they should really include those. I agree, body swap. Like, well, let me show you guys. Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington, I believe. No, no, no. Morgan Freeman, not Denzel Washington. Though actually, I think he did it too. Morgan Freeman. Um, Morgan Freeman. He actually purchased the plantation that his ancestors were enslaved on, and he owns it now. I am all for that shit, okay? And, he, I'm trying to find yeah, so it was yes, so he actually took his, plantation his ancestors had been enslaved on, and he purchased it, and he turned it into a giant bee sanctuary. I totally support that. Buy up the former plantations and turn them into something like that. But still, okay. Mecha Kind, hydrate. Oh, thank you, welcome, Mecha Kind. But it's gross, guys. I don't know what else to say. I'm just disgusted by this whole thing. And also, as they mentioned, it is really hard to teach about slavery in the United States anymore. Like you'd have to be hello, Midnight Mist. You have to be like you got to be super careful if you will offend the students, especially white students. And I'm not saying it's just white folks. Also, like the parents of a lot of students will start getting mad at you if you tell the truth. Okay, and I'm not joking. It happens to me all the time, and that happened more and more the longer I taught. Mecha Kind, how is life in the United States? And yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible, Mecha Kind. It's not going well. So anyway, okay. You're not, in my opinion. When the one plantation caught on fire last year, some people were very offended when others of us were like, let it burn, right, LaCroix? Okay. Anyway. Yes, Drusilla, we can talk about Jane Fonda. Yeah, at least there was the bee farm, I guess. But anyway, horrific history. Yeah, you're right. Indeed, valid axiom. Americans are sensitive about our history. Well, obviously, not all Americans, but yes. I'd say a lot of normies are very sensitive about our history because we've never really coped with the consequences of it. We've never really done anything to fix the consequences of it. All right. So, anyway, guys, there's our first story. Just horrible. Okay. Um, yeah, no, I know I'm hypersensitive and valid axiom. This is a personal flaw of mine when people talk about Americans in general. I know I shouldn't be this way, but because I'm constantly being yelled at as an American for things, even though I'm like not like saying what other Americans are saying. So I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm thin-skinned. I get it, but yes, I know what you. I know you didn't mean everyone out. Invalid axiom. Okay. All right. So let's go on to the next story here. Real disgusting shit there. Real disgusting shit. Okay. Uh, all right. So, I will ask you, invalid axiom. I know we've talked about this before. I will ask you, invalid axiom. If you don't call them Americans, what would you call them? What would you call people from the United States? United Stadians? I'm just curious. Outer signal. What's this? Oh, I probably shouldn't have clicked it without asking first, but okay. Um, okay. So, like in a sentence, invalid axiom, would you be like, uh, let's go find some United States citizens as opposed to there's no other word for it. The reason okay, real fast here, guys. Okay, no, guys, let's put my face up real fast. Then we'll get on to something. We'll get on to something. Okay, listen. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we'll get on to something more important here in a second. Invalid axiom. We can disagree on this. I just want to point this out. Okay. I have heard people saying like like Americans are selfish or whatever because they use the word Americans, right? The problem with saying that is like that's that's what Americans call themselves, and people from Colombia don't call themselves Americans, they call themselves Colombians. Argentinians call themselves Argentinians. Brazilians call themselves Brazilians. There's also a different in North and South America we have North and we have South America. So, like, people will say, I'm South American, I'm from North America. We have Latin America. We have all these other classifications. And unfortunately, the word United States of America has America at the end of it. So, an American is someone that comes from the United States of America. It's just an easy way of using that. Um, Okay. No, but okay, valid axiom. You know, I'm not saying America. I'm not an American exceptionalist. It is simply functional. Americans didn't choose the word America, Americans, because of a sense of exceptionalism. No, I know, but I've just heard other people say this. Americans didn't choose the word American because of exceptionism. Okay, exceptionalism. It's literally just what we've always called because we're the United States of America, and it's an easy English way of doing it is to say American. You see what I mean? Um, but I get it. A lot of folks do think that it's because Americans are selfish. That is not the intent. Um, okay. Yeah, exactly. I see how it comes across in valid axiom, but I just want people to realize that America it's not like that Americans are selfish and do have a sense of exceptionalism, but weirdly enough, us saying Americans has nothing to do with that. It's just one of those exceptions. Okay, regardless, it doesn't matter. Um, yeah, exactly, Paul Squall. It's just like, yeah, yeah. Anyway, it's just, I know. I have, uh, okay, I have a it's like a weird little pet peeve of mine just because I feel like there's plenty of other things to criticize America for, but anyway. Okay, guys. It also seems kind of like a lived up thing to care about the language when it's anyway, it doesn't matter. So, moving on. So let's go on here, guys. Some other stories here. Some other stories here. Give me a second here. I'm gonna put my I'm gonna take another bite of my chicken. Okay. 1 second, guys. All right. Okay, next story. All right. Sorry, I'm back. We're good. Go on. Yeah, invalid axiom. Yeah, exactly, Retro Asher, right? It was a way to differentiate. It wasn't like an exceptionalism thing. Um, okay. Yeah, chicken sacrifice. So let's go on here. let's go here. What I want to show you all. Okay, speaking about we'll talk about Iran here in a second, guys. Um, but this happened yesterday, just because we're on the topic of schools and teaching slavery. Lacroix, I hate you, Lacroix. Lacroix says, "Call us patriots." I'm gonna vomit, Lacroix. Okay. Uh, Here we have. This is Melania Trump. Now, yesterday, I know, I get it, I get it. Invalid axiom. So I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, so this was Melania Trump hosted a shindig yesterday, and obviously, I don't give a shit what she does with her life. Okay, I don't care. I really don't give a shit. But when it comes to her trying to promote things, right? Yeah, for her sake, LaQual, I hope so. She walked into this, I don't know, this dinner or shit she was doing, okay, with an android or an AI, okay? And I want to be clear, she said that right after she walked in with this thing, she said the following. Uh she wanted to she thinks that more children should be educated by humanoid educators. So she brought in this robot to advertise the fact that she thinks teachers should be replaced by robots. Okay? Um all right. So as first lady, Melania Trump promotes opportunities for foster children, argues for eradication of online bullying, blah 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 blah. Okay, whatever, who cares? And she's very into robots. On Wednesday, probably because she wants a robot husband. Okay. Yeah, she is. On Wednesday, Mrs. Trump appeared at the White House alongside Figure 3, a humanoid AI-powered robot whose uses, according to the company that makes it, include fetching towels, carrying groceries, and serving champagne. But Mrs. Trump joins tech executives and some researchers in envisioning a world beyond robot butlery. Okay. She is interested in how these robots could cut it as educators. Great. Great, great, great. Right, Mithril? I don't know which one's the robot. I've already lost track. They both look so similar. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Melania has slimmed down quite a bit. I think Melania is on the left here. But anyway. So yeah, they're both robots. So that's good. Okay, and apparently both lady and robot. Okay, both the prime minister, both the lady and the robot extolled the virtues of further integrating robots into educational and social lives of children. In the history of modern first lady initiatives, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. I really don't care. Okay, okay, the future of AI is personified, she told her audience. It will be formed in the shape of humans. Very soon, artificial intelligence will move from our mobile phones to humanoids that deliver utility. Hmm. She invited her guests to envision a future in which a robot philosopher educated children. That's what I want. God, imagine, she literally said the following: Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato, she said. Access to the classical studies. Of course, she would talk about the classical studies. She's a white supremacist, probably. Anyway, access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. Humanity's entire corpus of information is available in the comfort of your home. Okay. Okay. So my point here, guys, just in this brief story, is that what the fuck are we doing? You know, there is more to teaching than just delivering information. You also learn how to interact with people. Okay. You learn how to have social interaction with your peers, with your teachers. You learn how to read people's faces, literally. Okay, literally. Like you learn how to figure out nonverbal expressions in our culture. Teachers are actually taught to be pretty expressive in various ways. So to teach how to do facial, like what different facial expressions mean, how to read what a person is feeling. Like it is more than just blasting knowledge into a person's brain. Yeah, you learn social skills. You learn other things too. And I don't think they want that though, right? I don't think a lot of these wealthy folks care about that. Yeah, they'll just raise a bunch of little sociopaths. Um, so AI robots yeah, right, handles panic attack, right? Good luck with that. It's just I don't get this. I don't get it. Yeah, students also want inspiration. I don't anyway. And of course, what's this going to do? A bunch of teachers are going to lose their jobs and be permanently unemployed basically. Seems like I got out of the business at a good time. And hey, at least I'm teaching all of you now, I guess. But Jesus. Okay. So, and by the way, if we thought that the propaganda was already getting bad in schools, just wait till you don't have a human delivering the lessons because humans can still find ways to teach, can still find ways to teach things that they're not supposed to teach in a classroom, if you know what I mean, that the curriculum doesn't allow them to teach, like I would do. But a robot ain't gonna be able to get around that. They're just gonna teach exactly what they're told to teach. I would find ways to teach stuff that isn't aren't part of the curriculum without directly teaching it. A robot ain't gonna do that. Okay. Your AI is so far from ready for this, but maybe the Dow can reach 50,000 again, right? Outer signal. Okay. So yeah. And it's also just a way to get rid of teachers, right? It's just a way to reduce costs by getting rid of teachers. Yep, you know it. What weird was Blob? The way I clocked the teacher I conspired with about lesson plans was them showing Michael Parenti clips in class. I did shit like that. Weird Amorphous Blob. So yeah, like all right, yeah. Prager bot says I shouldn't question authority, and as I've told you guys before, I would teach in a way to teach my students to question authority, which would sometimes upset other teachers. But like a robot's not going to do that. Okay, anyway, yep, there you go, Mithril. Conjured an isolated schooling experience for the children of the future who are taught by a dull mechanical robot teacher at their house, right? Also, speak about stifling creativity. I doubt this will increase anyone's creativity either, right? If you just are okay. Anyway, yeah, Paul Squaw, Prager U-Bot says slavery was a national jobs program that taught valuable skills to immigrants. Oh my God, right? I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, so I just a side note there. Side note there. Don't we love that? Well, we love that. Get rid of more humans. And I know, as Outer Signal said, AI is way far away from this. Like we're not necessarily that close for this happening, but we're definitely heading in that direction. Okay, guys, let's go on here. Next story. Next story. All right, let's do this one. We'll talk about Iran here. I'm gonna just oh, you know what? We'll talk about Iran here after I do the other stories. For the sake of just mixing it up a bit. Let's go to this story, which I thought was a dystopian mess. Here we have a. How do I? What do I need to enable ads? God damn it! How do I? Ugh, God damn it! Damn it! Let's go back here. I set up an anti-ad thing, but apparently it's not working the way it should be. Okay, so here we go. Here's the headline to this news story. Boy who shielded classmate during school shooting receives a Medal of Honor. Now, okay. This reminds me of okay, yeah, Outer Signal. This reminds me of, you know, like those feel-good stories you see in the local news, like local kid needs cancer, raises enough money to get treatment. Yay! Celebrate, right? Like that kind of weird dystopian shit. You know, like this kid set up a GoFundMe page because they need their tumor removed kind of shit. And yeah, exactly, Outer Signal. This is peak orphan crushing machine headline. And we guys have gotten to the point where we are having these cute little celebrations giving medals of honor to students who have shielded their fellow classmates from bullets without doing anything to stop gun violence. And by the way, if you want to know how old this kid was when he used his body to shield his classmates, he was in 5th grade. I Okay, so a 5th grader from Minneapolis received the Citizen Honor Award from the Congressional Medal of Honor Society. Victor well, how old is 5th grade? How old are 5th graders, folks? I'm having trouble remembering in my head. Does anyone know? Okay. Victor Grenewalt jumped in front of his friend during a mass shooting at the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. That's 10 years old. Okay. Uh, and this is, I'm going to lose my mind. I didn't even see this before. Okay. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Here we have, that's okay, Dolly Boy. Here we have I guess what, tweet from Senator Amy Klobuchar, who is a corpo-centrist Dem that the mainstream media loves. And she says 10-year-old Victor Grenewalt leapt in front of gunfire to protect his friend during the tragic mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. For his bravery, he is now receiving a Citizen Honor Award from the Congressional Medal of Honor Society. Uh, Basically, talking about good job, good job. What has she done? Senator Smith and I had the opportunity to meet him and thank him for his courage. So what are you doing? What are you actually doing to stop gun violence? Are you She has power. She's a very powerful politician. She's just giving this award out and saying we're very happy and that to meet this kid who had courage. What are you doing to stop this apart from getting a photo op? Oh. So there you go, guys. Just a kind of a little side story there that the dystopian hellscape we're living in. We're now having these, kids get rewards for saving their classmates, but we're not doing anything to stop it. Okay, good. Yeah, thank you for jumping in front of a bullets, bullets, literal 10-year-old child. Yeah, she ran for president. Good, good. So, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. All right. So I can't stand her, and just be careful, folks. We do know that the mainstream media loves her and has been talking about her running for president, right? Yeah, you're right, Midnight Mist. You don't forget about her taking photos with BB, right? Okay, I need another bite of my chicken for this, okay? I know you guys love how I'm always eating a feast whenever I get online with you all, but okay. So all right. Dolly Boy, don't get me started, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy says, can't wait for the Newsom Klobuchar ticket. How dare you, LaCroix? Okay, let's go on to the next story. I want to get past this one. Let's talk a little bit about Iran, shall we? First of all, I had to screenshot this and send it to all of you. Because, you know what? Fuck it. I need to put on the jester hat. I feel like I need to cope. I feel like all of these stories are very reminiscent of needing a jester in the house. So we're going to put on the jester hat and we raise some money, okay? So, all right. There we go. This is better, right? There we go. This is like my security blanket. I need this to justify the circus. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, no, I know. Amy Klobuchar's horrible, Gwen, and she, yeah, all right. She could be doing a lot more than she actually is. I know they don't have the votes, but she did previously. All the Democrats did, but they still did nothing under Biden. All right, if we raise money, we raise the jester cap. There we go. So I just wanted to show you this. I screenshotted this. So I opened up Google News just because I like going to different news aggregators, and this was the news that were aggregated on my page. So I took a screenshot of it just to show you guys. I very easily noticed contradictions and shit. Look at these two news headlines right next to each other. Trump tells Iran to get serious in negotiations before it's too late. So that's the first news headline. And then the second news headline right beneath it, Iranian naval commander Alireza Tangsiri killed in attack, Israel says. Do we see how these two things are contradictory? We see that, right? Like, and they were an hour apart in terms of when the stories were published. As in, do we get it? We get the irony here. The fact that Trump is telling Iran to get serious in negotiations while Israel is still murdering their top commanders. What? The stupidity knows no end. Okay. And literally the stories are right next to each other. It's just kind of funny to me that it's so obvious. Okay. And that's obviously not Google's fault. I'm just saying it's funny that they think that they can negotiate while our little puppet state is still murdering their top commanders. Yeah, they have no reason to negotiate. Outer Signal, we're negotiating, but we're also sending 1,000 more troops, right? Outer Signal. And Israel's continuing to bomb them. And, okay. So, just a little thing I noticed there, kind of funny, I guess. Let's talk about what's actually happening in Iran now. So, guys, again, the war, as I'd like to call it in history, would be the war of imperialist American aggression, of the war of imperial American aggression. Yeah, yeah, LaQual, pretty stupid. Yeah, the bombs are negotiating, right? Invalid axiom. I don't know. It's my jester brain, guys. I notice these silly little contradictions, and I'm like, I just got to point this out. It's just so goddamn obvious. Okay, so Trump tells Iran to get serious in negotiations before it's too late. So let's see what Axios has to say. This is all play for us in the media. They think they fooled Trump into thinking negotiations is possible. Behind the scenes, more. Oh, of course, outer signal. You're right, and this is why outer signal. Like, I really like the idea of a power elite theory. And in that calculation, he's not necessarily the most powerful person in the country because there's all these people behind the scenes who are trying to make things happen. And anyway, it's just okay. So let's all right. President Trump on Thursday called on the Iranian regime to get serious soon in negotiations with the U.S. before it's too late. The Trump administration, through a group of mediators, Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey, have asked Iran to hold high-level meetings this week to discuss a U.S. proposal for ending the war. Trump's 5-day pause on strikes against Iranian energy infrastructure expires Saturday, and a dramatic military escalation will grow more likely if no progress is made in diplomatic talks, okay? Some U.S. officials think a crushing show of force to conclude the fighting would create more leverage. Oh my God, that's all they know how to do. They're just like, bomb more. That'll help. Well, we have a problem here. Bomb it. Kids are being killed in schools. Why don't we bomb it? Why don't we have a bad healthcare system or whatever. Let's bomb the hospitals. I feel like that's the only, okay, I'm slightly exaggerating, but that's the only thing they know. They're literally saying that the way to stop the war is to do more bombing. What? That's not how that works. Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. All right. Okay, some U.S. officials think a crushing show of force to conclude the fighting would create more leverage in peace talks or simply give Trump something to point to and declare victory. Oh, that's great. Let's level Iran, and then Trump can be, look what I did. I leveled their cities, killed their children and their civilians. It looks like we've won. As a reminder, folks, the power right now is in Iran's hands. So even if you do bomb their cities, they still are the ones who can decide. Anyway, the Pentagon is developing military options for a, quote, final blow to Iran that could include ground forces in a massive bombing campaign. Right, guys, because putting ground forces on the ground has always been an event that ends a war, right? Right, guys? Right? That's in American history, especially. Putting ground forces in has always been something that immediately ends a war, not expanded indefinitely, right? Not extended out indefinitely. I'm just a silly little historian, but that sounds about right to me. Okay. All right. Iranian state news media reported Wednesday that Tehran rejected Trump's 15-point plan to end the war. I wonder why. A senior Iranian official told Iran's English language press TV the U.S. terms were excessive, called the negotiations a ploy, and said the war would only end on Tehran's terms and timeline. Yeah, because the United States is losing. Israel's losing. Of course, Iran should demand more. Okay. White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt played down Iran's public posturing and said talks remained, quote, productive. Great. Yeah, let's listen to the Barbie Goebbels. Okay. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told Iranian state TV on Wednesday that Iran is not negotiating with the U.S. and stressed messages are being delivered through third countries. Great. Okay. Did you see the amendments? No, I didn't, Louise. So Iran. So Louise says, did you see the amendments Iran wanted added to the negotiations? They seemed fine to me. I have not, Louise. I need to look that up, actually. Maybe I'll take a look here in a second to see. Iranian negotiate. Okay, so we get the idea here. I want to see if I can find what the. Okay, here Iran has 5 conditions for a ceasefire and ending the war. Complete halting of attacks and assassinations by the U.S. and Israel. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Okay. The establishment of mechanisms to ensure the war doesn't resume. Oh my God, how radical. Yeah, of course. Of course they should demand that because we just keep bombing them and they keep trying to do peace talks and then we end up keep bombing them again. Compensation for damages caused during the war. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. We need to compensate them for that. I mean, all of this is obviously, okay, all of this is obvious. Halting all US and Israeli attacks against Hezbollah in Lebanon and pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. Okay. Deal. Deal. Receiving international recognition and guarantees for Iran's authority over the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, at this point, what choice do you have? Sure. Do it. I don't know what the other demands are, but all of those seem perfectly reasonable to me. Yep. So, okay. Is there any other ones I missed here, Louise? That you know what? Let me take a look here. What were the United States 15 points? 15 points. I should have looked this up in advance. Ending the war. Let's see what their 15 points are. Okay, the United States. Boop-a-doop-boo, doo-doo-doo-doo. What are the 15 points? Let me see the 15 points. No, it doesn't actually say. It literally doesn't tell me on. Okay. What are the 15 points? Still asking for them to get rid of all their probably. Okay. Hello, Ton Train. Welcome. Yeah, why don't they just tell me what the 15 points are? I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, 15 points, ending the war, Iran. Iran, by the way, is now saying it has no plans to negotiate with the United States. Okay. All right. So again, oh great. New heavy strikes around. Great. All right. Whatever the point is, guys, it's Iran is obviously winning, and they have no reason to. They have no reason to. I don't know. Look, I'm having trouble finding the 15-point list. Yeah, Iran. You're right. They did outer. Well, Iran said that they were talking through mediators. They did say that. Okay. Is that true? Outer signal. See, these things are changing so fast. And I know Iran now is saying that they're not negotiating. Okay. So, all right. Iran probably isn't even negotiating. Okay. So this clusterfuck continues, by the way, if you guys didn't notice. And the evil American war of imperial aggression for the sake of Israel is continuing full force and no end in sight. I'm sure we'll kill a lot more civilians before it all ends. All right. And to sort of got you. Yeah, sovereignty is essential. That's an excellent point. I mean, that's obvious. That's basic international law. Iran's sovereignty should be held in the highest regard. But of course, America doesn't care about that. Neither does Israel. What is sovereignty? Who cares? Everything belongs to us. We can bomb whoever we want, whenever we want. I know, right? Lurking snow leopard. Okay. So, this bullshit continues. It's also, by the way, I wanted to show you guys a few videos, very short videos, because I don't think we fully, yeah, totally, LaQuad. And it's a poison pill. If we're asking them to completely disarm, that's a poison pill. And I couldn't find the 15 peace points, but if one of them is that they completely disarm, that's a poison pill. That's basically saying here, you get to be a sitting duck for all eternity, right? Israel and the United States can bomb you whenever we want, and you have no way of retaliating or fighting back. That is a poison pill. That is a state-destroying demand. That is basically telling them to commit seppuku as a state. Okay, I said seppuku, so I didn't have to say the other word. Okay. That's like a death pill. So no, of course not. Okay. But I don't think they really want peace. Of course it is Midnight Mist. Go ahead, you do it. I would say it too, Midnight Mist, but I'm trying to be less misogynistic by not using the B word all the time. So please, you can use that word. I give you permission. All right. Let's go on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, outer signal. Killing for peace is like effing for virginity, right? So guys, and by the way, this war, if we weren't already upset enough about the effect, like just the human effects of this, we do know that literally we're seeing a global impact. We're seeing economies starting to collapse. Okay. Yeah, I have Wizard's Bread books. The YouTube searches have been terrible. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I have noticed that Wizards. Anyway, so there are economies across the globe that are collapsing right now because of what's happening in Iran. And I'm not joking. Like, collapsing or falling very quickly because they don't have access to oil. The Philippines has declared a national emergency because of their lack of access to oil. Australia, South Korea, uh, Bangladesh, okay? All of these countries are on the verge of like an economic catastrophe. So we're going to watch a collection of a few short videos of reports from these places so you can see how this war is affecting other countries. Just to show you that what is happening is like global and it's going to be very catastrophic because the whole world's economy is interconnected. And it's bad for the US too, which we'll also see. So let's watch here. This is in Bangladesh.
Riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Behind me, you can see the long queue stretching for blocks. Police are deployed at some gas station as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
We have to wait in line for 3 to 4 hours just to get fuel. During that time, we could have earned a decent amount, but instead, we are losing income.
The US-Israeli conflict
Look at that.
with Iran is now disrupting global energy supplies, pushing up oil and gas prices. Here in Bangladesh, that's translating into shortages, panic buying, and even scuffle at some petrol stations.
We are not getting adequate fuel supply like before. Right now, there is no fuel at this station, and
Hello,
this has
Theo.
been going on for a week now.
Bangladesh is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans from international lenders to fund its fuel imports, aiming to keep power supplies stable through the summer without raising prices while easing pressure on its foreign reserves. But the import goes far beyond fuel stations' higher costs and are hitting transport, agriculture, and other crucial industries. Farmers in Bangladesh rely on imported diesel and fertilizer.
The future doesn't look good. Prices of essentials
We see that it's affecting their food supply, right? Right? We see that, right? Like that they're saying it that the farmers need. So this is not only affecting the ability to do transportation, the farmers are going to be affected. And you need to have food maker, right?
fuel
Okay.
and electricity are already going up. Not much we can do about it.
For Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. And with global energy prices still rising, this crisis could deepen in the weeks and months ahead. From long queues to rising costs, like many other countries, it's already facing the impact of a distant war. Tanvir Chaudhry, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
So to be clear, a report came out, I believe today. Someone might need to remind me. Something like, what was it? 2/3 of, let me see if I can find it here in the chat to remind myself. Something like 2/3 of all the, I'm sorry, 30 to 40% of Gulf refining capacity has been destroyed. And that doesn't, so in the Gulf, right, in the Gulf where we're fighting this war, 30 to 40% of all the fuel refining capacity has been destroyed. Guys, you cannot turn that back on within a couple weeks or days. That could take years, months, or years to restore because these facilities are pretty advanced and pretty complex and take a lot of time to construct. So we're a lot of this ain't going to come, even if the war ends today. 30 to 40% of the refining capacity is gone, and it's not going to come back for a while. I mean, this is a disaster of untold. Okay, let's go on to another one, right? Yeah. Let's go on to another one here. Here we have the Philippines. The Philippines, which is declared a national emergency, being unable to access oil and fuel.
Which has declared a year-long national energy emergency in response to Iran's blocking of the Strait of Hormuz. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. announced that he'd signed an executive order to safeguard energy security amid severe disruptions to global supply chains. He warned of the imminent threat posed by the US-Israel war against Iran to his country's fuel supply. The Philippines is dependent on fuel imports, making it particularly vulnerable to disruptions in production and shipping. Well, journalist Ella Maig in Manila told us more.
Paul
Just a few hours ago.
Thank you. Paul Squall reminded me 115 million people live in the Philippines. This is not a small country to have a national emergency. Bangladesh also has a massive population. These are not small countries.
ago, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos has announced a state of national energy emergency, saying that the ongoing unrest in the Middle East has put an imminent danger upon the availability and stability of the country's energy supply. This just comes a day after his administration claimed there's no oil crisis in the country. This is because Philippines only has about 45 days of oil reserves left and rely heavily on fossil fuel and petroleum products coming from the Middle East. Thus, a chain of catastrophic events is seen to follow, with transportation, farm-to-market logistics, even manufacturing will be severely affected. And this crisis comes untimely as the country faces the hot summer in the coming weeks. Thus, we'll have high energy demands.
Yeah, Body Swap, thank you for saying that. I didn't know you were originally from the Philippines, but Body Swap says, I guess your name over on Discord should have given that away to me. But anyway, oh God, the situation in the Philippines is bad. I have family there, and it's a hot mess, a result of colonialism and dependence. Yeah. At the same time, the leadership, the Marcos, that whole family and regime is massively corrupt. Okay, 100%. But yeah, the colonialism and dependence, 100%. The United States colonialism and things like that. Anyway, has made it so that these countries are particularly vulnerable.
Well, let's explore this further with Yasser Al-Maleki, who's an energy economist and an analyst.
I want us to hear this, guys. I know it might be boring to some of y'all, but you need to hear, because this is going to start. This is definitely going to affect the United States and UK, I'm sure, and it already is. One of these videos is about how it's affecting U.S. farmers, for example.
Perfect. Welcome to DW. Let's start with how bad the fuel situation in the Philippines is at the moment.
Yeah, Paul Squam.
Thank you for having me.
By the way, the Philippines has great food.
Indeed, it is quite bad.
Yes, outer signal.
The decision by the government comes after a number of protests in the country because of increased diesel prices, and also decisions by local airlines to suspend some flights all the way to October. As you said at the beginning of your report, the Philippines or imports nearly all of its fuel needs.
Thank you, Fox.
Making it quite vulnerable to a prolonged closure of the Strait of Hormuz. It typically imports crude oil and refined products from Gulf countries, including Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, and Iran.
Look at these lines. Look at these lines to get gas. Insane.
Decision reflects a shift within the region. Other suppliers in the Asia-Pacific region have restricted their exports, especially China, which more recently has extended this to fertilizers. And many of these economies are trying to preserve energy and food reserves as they are trying to protect their economies.
So explain to us then how declaring a national energy emergency helps the Philippines address this problem. What can Ferdinand Marcos Jr. do today?
By the way, as I said, Ferdinand Marcos is a really corrupt guy. He's, but I mean, I'm not blaming him for this, but like, I just feel bad for the Philippines. We've abused them tremendously over the years. They used to be an American colony, and then they were a Spanish colony before that. The Japanese made them a colony. America made them a colony. Well, we can maybe talk about the history of imperialism and colonialism in the Philippines sometime.
That he couldn't do before.
Well, I mean, first of all, this is a perfect case of a Asian price-sensitive economy getting impacted by the current crisis. In terms of the measures, those measures would, across board in such a situation, would include fuel rationing, restrictions on exports, preventing hoarding, stockpiling, issuing subsidies, while also refiners within the country would be cutting running rates at refineries to try to preserve whatever crude oil supplies they have. The government is also trying to build a buffer, a diesel buffer. They are trying to put together $500 million, almost $500 million, to build that buffer. But it is going to be quite hard given the competition of diesel supplies in Asia and the higher prices. Diesel, jet fuel, almost all the mid-distillates are quite high in terms of price at the moment.
Okay, and we heard from the head of the International Energy Agency.
So that's kind of the main point I want to make here, guys, is that, so they've declared a national emergency. They're going to have to start doing fuel rationing in the Philippines. You're going to have to restrict people's ability to get fuel, to use fuel. And as a reminder here, guys, all these countries have lots of people in them, and they're part of the global economy. So people in Bangladesh and Philippines, for example, aren't going to be spending as much money or doing as much commerce because they're going to have to limit their fuel outtake, which will have an effect on the global economy, which is deeply interconnected with itself. So yeah, if we're going to destroy these two economies, it's going to affect our economy. That's how that thing works, right? Don't you love American empire? Now let me show you something else here. Here's another one, okay? So we've talked about Philippines, Bangladesh. Let's look at Australia. Australia, which is also having a fuel crisis.
Cameron Redden is live.
Maybe this will connect more with right-wingers because these people are white. So then maybe white-wingers will care more if they see a white person being distressed. You know, I'm half joking there. I know all of you care. You get my point, though.
State premiers are calling for a national response, Cam, as more stations are running dry.
Yeah, and Kieran, Chris Bowen there telling you that there is a lot of planning going on behind the scenes and wargaming about potential responses. First, though, let's bring you the latest lay of the land because we do have constant updates of numbers from different states. There's no national coordination of this about the number of fuel stations that are running dry. Have a look at the New South Wales number.
So a bunch of their petrol stations are running out of fuel. And that number's only going to get worse, by the way. Okay?
That's the latest update. You might remember an hour ago, it was 215 stations, now 313 that are without at least one type of fuel. So that's up the best part of 100 stations in one day. Now, they're not always the same stations that are out of fuel for several days. For example, if one was dry yesterday, it might have filled up today, where another one has run dry elsewhere. And the new numbers from the New South Wales Premier, at least, indicate that it's a roughly even split. Yes, there are many in the regions, but dozens have been running dry in metropolitan areas as well. The Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, speaking to Sky News a few moments ago on the subject of rationing. We've seen the Australian Industry Group today suggest that rationing of fuel needs to be on the cards, maybe even like an odds and evens system that has been in place in other countries.
By the way, the current Australian government, a lot of them are monsters. I want to point that out there. They're like far right-wing monsters. So just a little side note.
Countries for at least a week now in some cases. Chris Bowen says, though, that the idea of fuel rationing at this stage is something he puts in the worst case scenario basket, not leaning into that as a potential imminent measure that could be rolled out nationally.
There's a range of actions available to government. Rationing would be the absolute, worst case planning purpose. So it's not on the agenda.
What are the other range of possibilities?
You look at voluntary requests to people to think of.
Guys, this is classic. A lot of times when a government realizes that it's not politically feasible to do rationing, they will do voluntary rationing, where they'll be like, okay, guys, you need to voluntarily ration. Everyone needs to try and use less fuel because we need to ration, but we don't want to force it on you because we're going to get a lot of political backlash. So we got to start with voluntary rationing. Voluntary rationing is basically the same as forced rationing, except you don't force it. You try to push people to do it so you don't have to do a forced rationing. So do you see how he's almost threatening the Australian people? He's like, we don't want to have to do forced rationing. So that's why we're saying people should voluntarily do rationing, which is a bad sign that the government is so desperate to maintain fuel that they're even considering doing forced rationing. All right.
About their petrol use, etc., going forward. We're not even at that point yet. But there's all those sorts.
It sounds like you are sort of doing that already, though, in a way, because you're sending messages to people.
Well, we've already said to people, don't buy more. Please, just buy the normal amount of fuel that you normally buy in the past. Don't buy more, don't buy less.
So effectively suggesting their voluntary rationing might be the way to go rather than mandated rationing. We've already seen some service stations roll that out themselves. This is Yvonne Schaefer, who runs a service station in regional Queensland, saying that she's had to cap the customers coming in and out of her service station just to make sure there's enough to fill up tomorrow.
And so basically what we've done is gone 50 litres of fuel. If they have some reason they have to go longer, well, you know, we can negotiate at that time. But at this point in time, we've gone with a 50 litre limit just to service our locals and also to service the public that are coming through.
The state premiers, it's somewhat reminiscent scenes of the COVID years, are giving...
Okay, so we're going to stop there on that one. again, Australia, literally tons of their petrol stations are running out of fuel, and the government is beginning to consider forcibly rationing fuel. That is like a rare situation, guys. Like for Australia, like it is bad. This is very bad. Okay, let's do two more here. Two more here. One, South Korea. For those who don't know, South Korea, South Korea is, of course, a massive global economy that has very close links to the West, for example, if you want to put it that way. All right. And they are struggling they're struggling a lot. Okay. South Korea is.
Meanwhile, in South Korea, people are feeling the pinch of high oil prices at gas pumps and beyond.
Yeah, Gwen.
And there are concerns it could get worse. NHK World's Kim Chanju joins us from a gas station outside Seoul with more. So, Chanju, how are people in South Korea being affected by these rising prices?
Well, you can see behind me that gasoline at this station is 1,779 won per liter. That's about $1.18. Gas prices in South Korea started climbing sharply in early March following the outbreak of hostilities in late February. It's starting to have significant impacts on drivers.
It's a bit of a burden. It's particularly bad for people who aren't working.
Gas prices are really weighing down the household budget. That's why I've been using public transportation and only spending money when absolutely necessary.
But the rising fuel costs aren't just affecting drivers. It's also made logistics more expensive, which is making consumer goods more expensive too. The government has imposed price cuts on some items, like instant noodles, but many say it's not enough.
Yeah, Louise, I've heard, and guys, I don't have a video on the UK. I probably should have found one, but I heard that it's really affecting the UK as well.
It could potentially get even worse. Qatar Energy declared force majeure on long-term LNG supply deals with South Korea, along with China, Italy, and Belgium. That means they're no longer legally obligated to fulfill those contracts. South Korea relies on Qatar for between 25 and 30% of its LNG. If Qatar's LNG shipments stopped, South Korea would be forced to find replacements on the more expensive spot market, driving up gas prices even further, including home utility bills. And it doesn't stop there. There's also been disruptions in the supply of naphtha, an oil derivative that's used to make plastics. That prompted some people to stockpile government-regulated garbage bags, which every household in South Korea is required to use for waste disposal.
We have bags similar to that here in Japan as well. Chanju, what is the South Korean government doing to address all of these problems?
Now, guys, okay, just to remember, a lot of this fuel and natural gas isn't just going to come back on, even if the war ends today. A lot of it will start reflowing if the war stops. But again, 30 to 40% of the refining capacity of the Gulf states has been destroyed, which means it won't be rebuilt in a day. So there is going to be at least some part of this is permanent for a while, okay? The harm that's been done. Now, obviously, it's a lot worse right now because of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. But also, by the way, because of the difficulty of transporting the oil, even for the countries that Iran is still trading with, they have increased prices on that oil because it's so much more difficult to get it out, and so much of their country has been destroyed that the price of the oil has gone up. So even for the people they're still trading with, it's more expensive. It's crazy. Meowsword says, at least the crippling gas prices will mean that the permanent underclass who cannot afford electric cars will not hit okay. Yeah, absolutely. Feel or not feel. You're not wrong. Feel or not feel. It may take years. It may take years to fix a lot of the damage that's been done. Months to years. Okay. And I'm not an expert on it, so I'm not sure. But yeah. All right.
They've launched a full-scale emergency economic response involving the offices of the president, the prime minister, and more. 5 task forces focused on different aspects of the problem will meet twice a week. The government will also look at longer-term steps like strengthening supply chains and shifting to other sources of energy like coal and nuclear. They're also looking to pass a war supplementary budget, and they're urging the public to conserve energy. The government has also imposed a 5-day vehicle rotation system for public sector employees. It's the first such measure since the oil price surge of 2011.
Okay, so South Korea suffering quite not as bad as the other places, but it's not looking well. Yeah, guys, if only we had renewable energy, all this would, none of this would be an issue. Isn't this great? It's like a collision of a bunch of different problems. A refusal to have like green energy, a refusal to diversify our energy, basically, an over-reliance on Middle Eastern oil, or the fact that we're waging a illegal war of aggression against Iran. All these different things coming together and finally biting a lot of countries in the I mean, not all these countries deserve it. I'm just saying, it's like all of this will affect us. Last video I wanted to show you all here was about America, about American farmers who are struggling deeply because of the oil issue here.
The impacts in the week since the Iran war began have trickled down to consumers, especially drivers. AAA reports the national average for a gas is $3.98 a gallon. That price is expected to reach $4 by this week. Let's bring in CBS News correspondent Jason Allen, who's live for us just south of Dallas. Jason, you actually spoke to some farmers who've been impacted by these rising costs. What did they tell you?
Yeah, I did talk to farmers. We're also talking to drivers, people who are doing delivery driving, right? This is hitting at such a bad time of the year for them, right? This is when farmers are out and they are doing all their planting. They're doing all of their fertilizing. And it's
By the way, farmers, big base of support for Donald Trump. So how do I frame this? I don't feel that bad for a lot of them in the United States. I don't mean to be an asshole, but, it kind of feels like, well, you got what you want, didn't you?
Time when they have to make those decisions. Do we go ahead and we plant the field, or do we hold back because of what fuel is costing?
Yeah.
And in Texas, which a lot of times is insulated, right, from maybe what the coast see with these rising prices, because of the proximity to those refineries on the coast, because of the lower gas taxes here, usually the prices are lower, and they are lower than that national average of $3.98. If we look on the sign behind us here at this gas station where we are south of Dallas, $3.49, and I think the state average is at about $3.61 today, down a cent. But this is still, and especially the price for diesel, where we're getting close to $5, that is an astronomical price to pay. So farmers have to make that decision. Do they move forward with this? Do they hold back and try to save some money, hoping that the price comes down? Here's what one of those farmers told me as he was out planting the last of his acres, just a little bit to the west of where we are.
Good.
Have you ever seen it like this?
No.
Correct,
not
Gwen.
Not this bad, not this quick.
We've also deported a lot of the migrants who would actually be working on these farms to harvest the crops in autumn anyway.
Not this extreme.
And at the end of the day, who pays for this?
I do. I can't pass this cost on. My son and I just have to eat this and hope for the best, hope for a big crop. If the fuel prices, fertilizer prices stay high, all we can do is hope that the commodity prices go up. And again, that gets passed on to the consumer more than it does anybody.
Great.
Yeah, and those commodity prices right now are not as high. In fact, about 35 to 40% lower than what they were the last time gas prices were this high, which was back in 2022. You heard him also talk about the speed that things have come up. That has made it very, very difficult to adjust, right? You can't just wait and hope that things are lower. So they're trying to price things sometimes.
Guys, by the way, we're going to stop here, but look at the background where this guy is. Classic America, right? You got a gas station, a bunch of electric lines clearly visible and kind of a dirty. I hate that we have so many electric lines above the ground. It just looks trashy. I don't like it. And then, like, of course, a bunch of little tiny shops all around. All of them have parking lots. Just ugly, ugly, ugly. I cannot stand. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being weird. I don't like a lot of this American landscape where it's just a bunch of companies popping up out of nowhere. None of this is walkable. All of this can only be gotten to with your car. Okay, really bad. Anyway, so okay, American farmers being hurt. Most Americans being hurt. English folks, I see people from the UK getting hurt. South Korea, Philippines in a crisis, Australia in a crisis, Bangladesh in a crisis. Yay! This is going well for everyone, isn't it? This is great. No problems here, not to mention all the death and destruction, which I do want to keep emphasizing. I don't want you all to make it seem like this is the most important thing are the gas prices, but it is something to consider that not only are we doing the massive death and destruction everywhere, we're also destroying the global economy, which is kind of fun, right? That's kind of silly. A little bit of a silly thing there that we're doing. God bless Israel and the United States. By the way, Israel just opened up, just created a whole bunch of new natural gas fields. They actually serve to benefit from destroying some of these natural gas fields in Iran, because and also in Qatar. Okay, if Iran destroys them, because then more people will go to Israel. Okay, more people will go to Israel then. So there's also an economic reason for that. You know, Israel gets to profit off of destroying natural gas and getting people to come to them. Honestly, Iran should target those natural gas fields, in my opinion, that are in Israel. I'm not making any suggestions here. I'm just saying that would be interesting strategic move on Iran's part. Lacroix says it's like war is usually bad for everyone, right, Lacroix? Who would have thought? Completely unpredictable. Completely unpredictable here. I'm sure, even though we all know this is all completely predictable. Okay. This is all very completely predictable, right? Isn't that great? All right. So there you go. Isn't that good? Bunch of shit happening. Gotta love that. No problems there. Just a little note I thought you'd all find interesting. Just a little note. A weird glitch anyways. The farmers can suck. And I agree. I totally agree there. I totally agree. So you're right, Atomic. So good, guys. And like I said, this won't just get fixed. This will not get fixed easily. This is global suffering and destruction of the economy. And you know what? Maybe it'll help us change things faster. I don't know. Okay. Oh, yeah. I heard about this, Louise. Maybe we'll talk about this in a bit. Trump got like a participation award because he's a child, and he was very happy about it, even though it's a made-up award that they just made up just for him because he's a goddamn child. Okay, let's go on to the next story here. In regards to the war in Iran, okay, it's just something that this is just something that I've been keeping an eye on. Okay, the fact that we have a far right-wing Christian death cult that's basically in charge of the government kind of worries me a little bit. I don't know why, but something about having a crazy Christian death cult in charge of the government is kind of weird to me and kind of makes me concerned, especially since they have control over the big weapons that go boom and destroy a lot of things, okay? Because that kind of seems like what they want is a lot of booms and a lot of people to die because they think they'll go to heaven. Okay, so Pete Hegseth, our favorite, prayed for violence, and he literally was praying for violence, okay? Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth hosting his first monthly Christian worship service. That's cute. His first monthly Christian worship service at the Pentagon since the Iran war began, prayed Wednesday to have every round find its mark. A round, guys, being a bullet. So he's praying to Jesus Christ, our Savior, for every round of a gun to find its mark. Okay, every round from a, I don't know, missile or whatever, find its mark. Praise be. And every month, it is fitting to be right here. He told the gathered civilian employees and ununiformed military personnel. All the more fitting this month, at this moment, given what tens of thousands of Americans are doing right now. Let every round find its mark against the enemies of righteousness and our great nation. Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. Oh, love that. Just as Jesus would have wanted, everyone. Just as Jesus would have wanted. Oh, fantastic. Someone gave Wizards Bread's book an anonymous gift. Thank you for whoever did that. Okay, an anonymous subscription. Right, isn't that great? Isn't that great, guys? Okay, yeah. I wonder if Hegseth was taking shots of liquor when he says round. Maybe. Yeah, right, Wizard. He might start looking for Atlantis because he needs a new place to bomb. Yeah, Kaig's breath is clinically insane. I know, right? Gwen, I'm gonna become a witch, I think, at this point. I'm just gonna say that, anyway, so like I don't we do okay, oh my god, I don't know what to say about this other than I just needed you guys to hear that, so I'm not the only one that feels like I'm going crazy. Yeah, feel or no feel, it's literally the Family Guy, the Family Guy bit, with Jesus and Moses fighting the Romans with M16s. Yeah, I know. Dear God. Huh, I don't understand that one at all. I didn't hit it or anything. Maybe I need a new mic. Whatever the case may be, guys, why do we have a cult of apocalyptic doomsdayers who want to die and want everyone in the world to die for the sake of their religion in charge of our government? I don't, it's stupid. I don't like, it's not even stupid. It's just kind of comically bad. I don't even know. Like, what are we doing? I don't, it's almost, it's so funny. Like, I do think it's hilarious, though. It is kind of really funny because it's almost like a caricature of itself. It's like an Onion article or some shit. I don't know what to say about it. Like, it disturbs me greatly, but then I also feel the deep need to cope by making a joke out of it because it's so ridiculous. What the fuck are we doing? Yeah, the world is an Onion article at the moment. I love that we have a death cult. Okay, you know what? Whatever. It's fine. It'll be, it's fine. No problems here, guys. Don't worry. You guys can go, I don't know. There's like a new season of The Bachelor, and we can, I'm sure it's spring. The sun is out. Go get some nice sun. Don't worry about the apocalyptic death cult in charge of the government. Don't worry about the illegal war of aggression that we're killing mass numbers of children. Don't worry about any of that shit. It's fine. No problems. Don't worry about the massive oil crisis about to hit all of us. Okay. Oh, very nice, Invalid Axiom. Fantastic. Okay. Right. They won a few first seasons of 100. Okay. Now, if it was an Onion article, Biden would be a fun, nice uncle instead of the latest. Yeah, true. So, okay. Mithril, I disagree. I think Mithril, it depends, right? So Mithril says it's separation of church and state. If the national church is integrated, it becomes much more moderate. It depends, Mithril. The Church of England, yes, but not in America. I can promise you, if we were to combine the church and the state in America, no thank you. And think about it, Mithril. Some places that do that, things get significantly worse. Maybe in the UK it's not as bad, but elsewhere it does get worse. It's like not good. It depends on the religion that gets integrated with the state, okay? And as an atheist, I don't want that anyway. I don't want any religion to be integrated with the state. But yeah, I see what you mean though. The English church is kind of silly and how moderate it is in my and how do I when I say it that way. Okay, but all right. So good. Okay, you know what? Next story. Let's go on here. Let's go on. So here we have sorry. Oh God, okay. Let us this is, I guess, kind of a good story. I don't know. I don't know what to call it at this point. Maybe not. Maybe it's let me see what you guys think about it. I don't know. Let's watch this, okay? Let's listen to this. Suburbanites, this is from the United States. Suburbanites embrace anti-Trump resistance before No Kings protest, saying this is our fight. So, okay. there have been a lot more suburban people, especially suburban people in the United States, so middle-class people. Technically, they're all working class, I know, but yes, there is sort of a material difference between a poor working class person and a suburbanite in the United States. We just have to acknowledge that. And there's so suburbanites, typically white suburbanites in the United States, a lot of them are turning against Trump. Now, let's read this, and I want your guys' opinion on if this is really, yeah, feel or not feel, if this is a real pushback or if this is sort of a libbed up sort of deal. And it could be both, but let's just see what we have to read here, okay? A few years ago, Allison Posner. Oh, Allison, I didn't know you were in the story. Allison Posner was barely involved in politics. Now the 42-year-old mother of two from Maplewood, New Jersey, hands out food and diapers to immigrant families outside of a nearby detention facility. She waves signs on a highway overpass between school pickups and orthodontist appointments. And this weekend, she'll lead a No Kings protest march across this affluent town alongside her husband, her children, and thousands of others who are convinced President Donald Trump represents a direct threat to American democracy. Quote, the people in the suburbs are definitely radicalizing, said Posner, a freelance actress. A growing faction of concerned citizens living in suburban communities across the United States, places once known for political moderation or even conservatism, are increasingly positioned on the front lines of the anti-Trump resistance. More than a year into the Republican president's second term, the soccer moms are becoming bona fide activists, taking their well-manicured streets to fight against Trump and his allies. All right. The leftward lurch could cost Republicans control of Congress for the president's final 2 years in office. It could also reshape the Democratic Party by elevating a fresh crop of fiery progressive candidates emboldened to push back against the Trump administration more aggressively than the establishment may prefer. All right. In Indivisible, the activist organization spearheading the third round of No Kings protests this weekend, said roughly 2/3 of the more than 3,000 planned demonstrations will be held outside of urban areas. Overall, more than 9 million people are expected to turn out nationwide for what leaders predict will be the largest day of protesting in U.S. history. We're going to be everywhere, Indivisible co-founder Ezra Levin said. Organizers had said signups have been especially enthusiastic in suburban areas with high-profile congressional races like Scottsdale, Arizona, Langhorne, Pennsylvania, East Cobb, Georgia, and here in northern New Jersey's 11th district, which holds a special election on the 16th. Okay. All right. So basically, across the country, college-educated suburban voters recoiled from Trump's brand of politics. They shifted sharply towards Democrats in the 2018 midterms and in the presidential elections that followed. Districts like New Jersey's 11th, once a Republican stronghold, have since become part of a new liberal coalition rooted in places that were, until very recently, politically competitive. It's like our hair is on fire, says Nyman, a 59-year-old radiologist who leads his local chapter of Indivisible. Our country is being torn apart. In this environment, Nyman said, I think the chances of her losing the general election are basically zero, which is a liberal, okay? Okay, so I'm going to pause it there. Let me explain this, okay? First of all, it is possible that these upcoming No Kings protests will be the biggest in American history. Every time there is a No Kings protest, there typically are even more people that go out. So 9 million people voting is a significant amount. Now then, before I get into this, okay, that's not enough, though, okay? That's better than nothing, but that is not enough, okay? And I do hope that they're doing more than just protesting and trying to elect Democrats, because I do like what that one lady is doing. Correct, invalid axiom, and I'm going to mention this, okay? That you're stealing my thunder, invalid axiom, in a good way, okay? Actually, let me go back to that. One thing that could happen that would be very good, and I don't mean that you are invalid axiom. I know, I'm joking, invalid axiom. One thing that could happen that would be very good, and I don't support violence, but if the police overreact to 9 million people protesting and it gets caught on camera, I've said before, guys, historically, that's how these things cause change. If the government overreacts, if 9 million people peacefully protest and nothing happens, it won't really matter. But if the government overreacts and, let's say, shoots into a crowd and it gets caught on camera, then there might be some change that comes from it. And I know that sounds gross, but that's true. Regardless, it is a good thing that a lot of people in the suburbs are getting so angry that they're going to a protest. Think about it. For the Americans out there, people in suburbs a lot of times don't really like getting involved in this shit. The fact that they're even willing to go to a protest and like go against the status quo, as they would call it, okay, is pretty good. We need to turn this energy into something more significant, to actually take action rather than just protesting, okay? Yeah, exactly, feel or no feel. I'm also worried, guys, and I don't mean to be dashing optimism. This is good generally. It just could be a lot better. But we also need them to understand that getting rid of Trump is not enough. We need major reforms. I disagree with you, Atomic. 1 or 2 deaths is not enough. And let me point out, and I know that's awful, Atomic, but look what happened when Renee Good and Alex Priddy were killed. Massive protests, radicalization. People started forming networks to resist ICE all around the country. That was only 2 people getting killed. And I know that's like, sounds like, I know that sounds like I'm that, oh, 2 people, it doesn't mean much. Of course it does. But imagine if there was a crowd of people that the government shot bullets into, killing the number of people that died at Kent State. That would cause a lot of radicalization. So I don't just mean 1 Alex Priddy, 1 Renee Good. I mean like a mass event of some sort where the government way overreacts. Correct, invalid axiom. Yeah, something like that, or what happened at Kent State, or what happened. I can think of tons of examples. The Boston Massacre. All right, there are examples of this. Okay, and I don't want people to get hurt, but that is typically in history what happens. Or if we talk about the civil rights movement in the United States, it wasn't just 1 or 2 instances of black people getting murdered and it being caught on camera, or it wasn't just 1 or 2 incidents of black people being beaten up on camera. It was mass movement where tons of people were beaten on camera by police officers unjustly, and then it was disseminated. Okay. But yes, okay, I will say that we need that might cause a big change. But I don't see how just peacefully protesting will do it. I am happy, though, with the radicalization that's happening. That is more than anything. Correct, Macon. And I want to be clear, guys, this is still a good thing. And I recommend if you want to get engaged, go to one of these protests. All right? Go to one of these protests if you can. Because the more people that are out there, it will convince other people that it might be time to take action if they see the number of people that are already out there. All right. It's kind of like the bandwagon. It's like a bandwagon thing. If you see other people doing it, you might start doing it too. And if we get enough people out in the streets, it could cause massive disruptions. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, very possibly, Sam. And think about it. I'm sorry, Atomic. Think about it. That's what happened in Minneapolis. It was 2 white people that got killed. Okay. So maybe it does have to need to be white people. All right, they're really lucky to have you do. What did Lacroix do? What kind of shit did Lacroix do? I didn't see it. Lacroix, I know it's a long shot. I've basically helped people make my whole family Communist Party, partly because of things that have been getting worse and worse for decades, and because I've been pushing them in that direction. I know it's not impossible to get these suburbanites to at least be more progressive. Correct. And that's why, like, this is good that they're getting radicalized. It might take a bit more to push them in a we need major change direction. But this is good, guys. It is. Even though it is kind of libbed up. Okay, honestly, guys, question. Who here used to be more of a liberal? Seriously. Like, who here used to be more libbed up, used to be more of a standard Democrat, used to not necessarily be as radical, okay, and then got pushed in that way? I'm sure there's some people here, right? And as Doug said too, these protests are great for networking. It helps. It helps the people network with other people. Okay. There you go, Ivana. Okay. And it's okay. Like, this is, you know, I've known a lot of people who were started off as sort of liberals and then kind of moved to the left. There you go. I went through a Green Party phase before I get, there you go. So like, hello, Mr. King K. So like, it can happen. So this is good, but we need to push these folks even farther to the left to make more radical changes. Okay. I just want to put that out there. So this is an optimistic thing. We just need to help direct it. Yeah, I got you, LaQuai. I get it. Okay, I do get it. It's a long journey, and some people are just starting it. There you go, a lurking snow leopard. I was a centrist. I went through a really quick lib phase. Yeah, and that's always better than being a, you know. So my point being, yeah, we just need these folks. It might not take much more to get them to where they need to be in order to make the actual changes we need to see. Okay, they're not dumb, by the way. They're not dumb. They're also been propagandized too. They're sort of isolated out in the suburbs. All right. All right. And also, I will say, guys, I think the left needs to be better at reaching out to suburban people, just because a lot of times we demonize people in the suburbs, but they're working class. They're just they're not as they're not the elites. Okay, they're working class. A lot of them, they're just not. They're much better off working classes, put it that way, which makes it more difficult to talk to them sometimes. But the middle class is disappearing in the United States. It's slowly disappearing. Okay. So they're suffering too, to some extent. Then I learned from the black femme. Yeah, there you got it, body swap. Fantastic. Okay. So again, good news, but let's push them. And I do recommend, guys, what day is this on? Does anyone know when this protest is happening? I might go to the one near me and live stream from it. It's happening this weekend, isn't it? This next protest. Okay. It is, guys, still better to go to this than to do nothing. I want to point that out. So we can complain about it. 28th. Okay. All right. So anyway, Saturday. Got you guys. Okay. So let's move on. That's just a little side note there. No, Wizards Bread Books, it's perfectly legal for me to get people's faces on camera. It's not illegal for me to get people's faces on camera. But what do you mean? They're also doing a public protest, so they're already out there with their faces on, with their faces out in the open. So yeah, it's spreading the word of what they're doing. But anyway, so we so let's go on here, guys. I got you. It's okay. Yeah, some people won't even be able to do it. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to get, no, I disagree, Wizards Bread's Books. I disagree. The whole point of a protest is to get, the word out there. If we are so afraid of ICE that we can't take pictures or tape a protest to spread the word, then the only people that will care about the protest are the people that are there and that drive by it. The word needs to be spread. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so, all right. And if there's 9 million people protesting, it's not gonna, right. Anyway, moving on. So going on here, guys, here's another story here, right? Okay. So let's see what we got. All right, let's see here. All right, so next story here. So what was I going to do? I just lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. Let's go on, guys, to this next one here. I have another story down here about Meta and YouTube, but let's go. Let's do a little history thing here because I feel like this is important. Let's do this. All right. So, okay, guys, let's do a little history bit. So first of all, guys, yeah, we're going to talk about that too. We're going to talk about that too. So we are going to, let me do a little history presentation here, okay? Even if Ethiopia is participating in what, Eleni? What are you referring to? By the way, guys, so welcome to the chat if you've just got here. We don't have any ads today. I turned off the ads over on Twitch and YouTube, so we're ad-free today. Yay! That being said, if you don't mind contributing, any amount helps. Helps me sustain what I'm doing here. You can send a super chat over on No, I didn't mute myself, guys. I didn't mute myself. It's my mic, I think, is dying again. I need to get a new one. Anyway, I don't know why it keeps cutting out. Probably something wrong with it. Okay, because I definitely didn't mute it. It's still green and everything. Let me see if I can fix. Okay, I know. Looking Snow Leopard, I didn't. This is why I don't understand. I thought it was me bumping the cord. Whatever. We'll figure it out. We'll just get a new. When I get rich or something, I'll get a nice mic. Anyway, so as I was saying, you guys get to hear it again. Please become a member on YouTube for as little as $1. It might be a cable issue, Wizard. I'll have to figure it out. Don't laugh, Louise. Don't you laugh at LaCroix. How dare all of you? I see you all plotting against me. I'm just a poor little streamer, and you're making fun of my equipment failures and how incompetent I am with streaming. Shame on you, okay? Shame on you. Okay. What kind of emotional blackmail can I use against you? You're all homophobic. That's what it is. You're all goddamn homophobes. You all hate gay people. That's what this is about. You're all homophobic. Okay. You're also anti-white. Okay. You're also anti-white racist, and you hate people who you hate migrants from Germany, basically. Okay. You hate that. Okay. Yeah. There you go, Fetty. Okay. Tee how dare you, Drizella? Okay. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. Anyway, you're all oh, I don't want to say that. I was gonna be like, you're all Zionists, but I don't want to go too crazy. I don't want to go too crazy with it. Okay. How dare you, Invalid Axiom? Okay. With what money, Invalid Axiom? Okay. Anyway, if you want to help contribute to the streams, you can send a contribution. Send a contribution on YouTube or Twitch. Thank you, Invalid Axiom, for that. And screw you, Invalid Axiom, but thank you for contributing. Okay, that's true. That's true, Dolly Boy. Okay. I have good reason to distrust white cis gay men. Wizards Bread's books. What do you mean? Okay. You said, okay, Wizard Bread's book says, being non-binary, I have good reason to distrust white cis gay men. Wizard Bread's books, I am the most oppressed minority in the world. This is clearly a lie, okay? I am so disadvantaged in every way, okay? Being white and gay and a man. Let me tell you, I am at the bottom of the barrel. Anyway, you know, I'm joking. Okay. Okay, no German, not from. Oh, Elena, you're evil. Okay, whatever. Yeah, damn right, Body Swap. Body Swap, you get a boop. Boop. Body Swap is always my favorite. Okay. All right. Shall we continue? Let's go on to get guys here. I've always felt very privileged. I'm sure. Yeah, well, Jonas, I mean, come on, you're very privileged, right? Jonas is very privileged. Okay, compared to me, I'm so non-privileged. It's really insane. How non-privileged I am compared to Jonas's massive amount of privilege, all of his Muslim privilege and all of his African privilege. See, I feel weird even saying these things. I can't really do the joke. Anyway, regardless, Jonas, how dare you? Okay, you sound like you went to a religious school when you said that. I know, right, Macy? I just someone say the short men are the most. Oh, that's insane, LaQual. Okay. We all love our short kings out there. All right, moving on, guys. Moving on, shall we? Shall we move on? So let's do a little history here. And by the way, don't you leave the stream. Don't you leave the stream, guys. That means you, Invalid Axiom. That means you, LaCroix. I know all of you people out there. Don't you? How dare you, Gwen? Do not leave the stream. How dare you, Wizards, Breads, Books? All right, correct. Clowns are the most oppressed. So we're going to do a little bit of an educational bit here. So today is the anniversary of something that happened in a long time ago in 1911, all right? And because we're somewhat of a left-wing stream here, I don't know if you noticed, we are somewhat of a left-wing stream here. A Blurking Snow Leopard, you get a boop, boop, just because you yelled at, you disagree with people in the chat. Okay, still waiting for a history lesson on why the Soviet Union is goated. Jonas, you know I hate you. But actually, I might do that someday. There were a lot of really cool things about the Soviet Union. Okay, but I get sensitive because when people can't accept critiques of something, I hyper-focus on the critiques. Okay, LaQual, you come back in here. All right, everyone ready? Let's learn. So on this specific day, March 23rd, thank you. Oh, thank you, Invalid Axiom. Thank you for sending me your philosophy major wealth. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. All right. So on this day in 1911, something really big happened in the United States that is really important for understanding some amount of labor history. Invalid Axiom. Okay. You hope you know the joke. Okay. And that was the yes. Okay. That Dolly Boy, would you stop it, Dolly? I hate all of you. I hate all of you. What Wizard Bread's books? Exactly. Okay, that's why I'm always so sensitive about it. It's because they're always yelling at me, and I'm like, calm down. Okay. Anyway, so I see. I've lost my train of thought. Okay. You're all going to be very sad when you find out what I'm going to talk about. On this day, our air style, on this day, on March 25th, 1911, something happened called, you know what, that's it. I'm putting you all in timeout. Gone. Look at that. See that? Huh? Look at my screen. Do you see the chat on the screen anymore? No, it's gone. Until all of you start behaving, I'm not going to let you up on my screen here. You might still be able to chat. Yeah, you might still be able to chat to each other in the chats, but no, you're in timeout. I'll wait. I'll wait till you're all ready to start again. Okay, I'll wait. Because clearly, I'm not gonna, you done? We good? Everyone calm? Everyone ready to start the class? Yeah, Dolly boy. We good? All right. I'll put your faces back up. I'll put your faces back up. You're all very naughty today. You all get a collective bonk. Bonk! Except for Body Swap. All right. Everyone ready? Let's go back, okay? I'm losing viewers, so let's go back. All right. So, this is an icky crash out. You're an icky crash out. Okay. Everyone ready? So let's learn. On this day in 1911, on March 26, 1911, actually yesterday, I guess, something called the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory Fire happened, okay? And this is a very important event in American history and in labor history. I hate you, Jonas. Okay, so let's read about this. So I will give you, before we start though, I will give you a little bit of a content warning. Oh, stop it, Wizards. I will give you a bit of a content warning, okay? Because as with everything I teach, there's a very dark side to this. Okay, so first of all, let's talk. So in 1911, in the United States, in New York City, all right, there was a factory called the Triangle Waist Shirt Factory, okay? And it produced waist shirts, okay, which was very common fashion at the time. Okay, I don't forgive you, invalid accent. It's a very common fashion at the time. Here's an image of a woman wearing a waist shirt. Okay, they were sort of, that's what they are. They're waist shirts. Okay, very common fashion during this era, during 1911. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of it. It was a big event. And so they made these waist shirts in this factory. The two owners of the factory are right here. These two gentlemen, if you want to call them gentlemen, named Max Blank and Isaac Harris. They were the two bourgeois that owned the factory, the owning class. Okay. So let's talk about this for a second. We're going to see something bad happens. Okay. Obviously. So the factory normally employed about 500 people. All right. And most of the people employed at this waist shirt factory were what's the term? Were young Italian and Jewish immigrants. Okay, this was the United States, big migrant population. Most of the women working in this factory were Jewish, Eastern European, and Italian immigrants. Okay, as young as 14 years old up to 23 years old. So yeah, so again, young. Nope, it's not a corset, Gwen. It's a waist shirt. That's literally what they called them at the time, okay? Trust me. I'm gay. I know the difference between a corset and a waist shirt. They're not corsets, okay? All right? Get back. Okay, back up, Gwen. Back up. You lose, all right? Anyway. So, anyway, moving on. So these women were working horrifically, okay? They were working in horrible conditions. There were not many regulations on the workday at this time. The capitalists were exploiting them terribly. They worked about 9 hours a day, all right, and 7 hours on Saturday, okay? So they worked every day of the week except for Saturday for 9 hours. Except for Sunday for 9 hours, all right? And typically sometimes longer than that, to be honest with you. That was actually not that long for how a lot of people worked at the time, but that was what they worked for. And the only reason they worked only 9 hours was because they had recently gone on strike, by the way, and achieved lower hours for working. Originally, they had been working about, I think, 10 to 11 hours a day. So they had recently gone on strike when this happened, and they had gained only a 9-hour workday and some concessions, okay? I got you, Gwen. Okay, forgive me. I got you. Okay, I love you, Gwen. Forgive me. Okay. They also were earning they were working about 52 hours a week. All right. I know. They were working for 52 hours a week. They were working, okay, and they earned about between $7 and $12 a week, which is the equivalent of $242 to $415 a week in 2025 currency. Okay, so that's in our modern day currency. So about $242 to $415 a week, okay? Or basically about $5 to $8.65 per hour. $5 to $8.65 per hour, okay? All right. So that is a big problem, right? Okay, that's very little pay, obviously. All right. And it is thought that the owners of this was very common at the time, by the way. The owners of this company preferred to hire migrant women. This came out later over men because they would work for less and were much less likely to unionize against them. That was the thoughts that these managers had. We have to hire all these women because they're less likely to unionize against us. Women are weaker. Migrants are weaker, and women are less likely to resist. I'm not joking, but as I just said, these women did organize, and they had the ability. They actually did go on strike and gain less working hours and better conditions and things like that. Okay. Most of these women, by the way, were very poor, obviously, and had almost no education, and most of them could barely speak English to begin with. Okay, you see what I mean? So, okay, we get that? All right, so not a great situation. Here's an image of some of these women working in this camp. In this factory. Okay, look here. So you can see all them working, very tight space here, very tight space, working to make these waist shirts. They don't look very happy because they're working in this very tight space in this factory. Not a great place to work. Okay, obviously. By the way, it was also very common at the time that a lot of the bosses would be men. So there were also men in this scenario, but they were often in positions of authority. And guys, what do you think happens if you have a bunch of women working in a factory? All the men are in positions of authority, and you rely on them for you to keep your job. What do you think some of those men might end up doing to the women? I can't say it on stream, really. I'd rather someone else say it in the chat. You can guess. Correct, Le Quabois. It was quite common for SA to happen. A lot of SA would happen. Let's just put it that way. All right. And like I said, this was not, the men were radical feminists and super nice. Right, okay. So you can imagine this wasn't great for them, these women, okay? Obviously. So, all right. And there were no safety regulations or anything like that at the time. All right, so let's talk about what ended up happening. And again, guys, before I get into this content warning, because some of you have heard this story before, but I'm going to go into details you probably haven't heard in class. All right. So on March 25th in this factory, by the way, if you look here at this image, the factory was between the 7th and 10th floors. So you see these three top floors right here. That's where the factory was. Okay. The rest of the building was not a factory. They were some other businesses, but these top 3 floors were the factory. Okay. Let's go on. So on March 25th, 1911, at approximately 4:40 p.m., as the workday was ending, a fire flared up in a scrap bin underneath one of the cutter's tables. So one of those machines I showed you on the northeast corner of the 8th floor. So a fire broke out. And it should be noted that there were tons of scraps all over the place because the company didn't provide them any good way to get rid of cloth scrap, which is very flammable, by the way. So a fire erupted in one of these cloth scrap piles. We still don't know to this day what started it. There are 3 main theories, okay, as to what started this fire. One, and this is the one that was pushed by the administration, by the way, the owners, is that an employee was smoking and threw a cigarette into this pile of scrap. It is possible, that is possible, because there are accounts that a lot of times the employees would smoke even though they weren't supposed to. But you know, given that that's coming from management, I suspect that's probably not true. It's possible, but probably not true. Okay. The next one is theory is that it was a spark caused by one of the machines they were working with. Okay, that one of the machines they were working with had a spark and it ignited this pile. That's possible. And the last one, which again we have no proof of, my guess would be a spark, is that it was started intentionally by the owners for the sake of insurance fraud. Because if you look at when this fire started, it was when waist shirts started going out of style. And it would kind of seem it seems very advantageous for this factory to burn down right when waist shirts go out of style and these employers need to start producing something new. And there were also multiple other confirmed incidents at the time across the country of intentional fires being started by owners for the sake of insurance money. Regardless, we don't know. And if I were to bet, I think it was a spark. It may have been a cigarette. It may have been a spark. It may have been insurance fraud. We're not sure. Regardless, this is what happened, okay, after this fire started. A bookkeeper on the 8th floor was able to warn employees on the 10th floor via telephone, but there was no audible alarm and no way to contact the staff on the 9th floor. That's great. Although the floor had a number of exits, by the way, 2 freight elevators, a fire escape, and stairways, flames prevented the workers from descending on one of those staircases, and the door to one of the stairways was locked. As a matter of fact, guys, a lot of the doors that would have allowed these women to escape were locked. And especially on the ground floor, the only reason some of the women escaped was because one of the managers was there and had to unlock the door for them to let them escape. Why do we think these doors in this factory were locked? Think capitalist. Think like you're a filthy capitalist. Why might they have locked the doors to this factory? Anyone have a guess? Anyone? Why might they have locked the doors to this factory, do we think? Prevent homeless people from, that's possible. Prevent people from coming inside. Prevent theft, correct, Fetty Spaghetti. Okay, so there were multiple reasons. One is that they didn't want union organizers coming into the factory floor. Another one was they were concerned that women would steal. Okay, and so at the end of every day, you couldn't get out unless you had a manager search you. Now, remember, these are women, so I suspect you got it, Fetty. I suspect this search would often be an assault. So the managers would purposely keep all the doors locked to prevent these women from getting out. They also didn't want the women to take breaks and go outside and smoke, so they locked the doors. So during their time of employment, they couldn't leave the building and the doors were locked. All right, that's great. So a bunch of these doors were blocked and the women could not get out when this fire started. One of the managers, by the way, decided to not go unlock the door that would have let the women off the 9th floor and decided to escape before letting them out. So that's good. Okay. Various historians have ascribed the locked doors to managements wanting to keep union organizers out for the sake of searching women to prevent them from stealing things and for the sake of preventing them from taking unauthorized breaks. Okay. Terrified, here's where it gets disturbing, folks. Terrified employees during this fire crowded onto a single exterior fire escape. The fire escape was flimsy and poorly anchored. It twisted and collapsed with all these women on top of it from heat. It spilling about 20 victims about 100 feet to their deaths on the concrete pavement below. Okay. The remainder of these victims of this fire jumped to their deaths in order to escape the fire or were eventually overcome by the smoke and flames. By the way, there were multiple accounts at the time that a lot of the women who jumped to save themselves from the horrible death of burning alive jumped onto a fence and impaled themselves accidentally when jumping. I'm just trying to explain to you the horror of the situation. That's why I'm being so blunt about it, okay? Okay, the fire department, by the way, arrived as this fire was still raging. And they were unable to stop the flames because their ladders could only reach to the 7th floor. They didn't even have ladders high enough to help the women on the higher floors. And the falling bodies and the victims dying on the sidewalk really made it hard for them to approach the building to put out the fire to begin with. Okay, so not much they could do. The firefighters, not much they could do. The 2 elevator operators who were somewhat heroes, okay, 2 men, by the way, in this case, who were more heroic than the others, Joseph Zito and Gaspar Tiaro, who, by the way, was an Italian immigrant also. So these weren't like the business owners. These were poor Italian immigrant males, okay, saved many lives by traveling 3 times up to the 9th floor on an elevator and trying to rescue as many of these women as possible. Unfortunately, The elevator started buckling under the heat and it got stuck. So some of the victims started prying open the elevator doors and jumped out into the empty shaft rather than burn alive. Tried to slide down the cables of the elevator, or jumped and then landed on top of the elevator car and died. Okay. The weight and impact of the bodies hitting the elevator warped the elevator car completely and then made it impossible for the elevator to be used to rescue any more people. Okay. A reporter at the scene said the following: "I learned a new sound that day, a sound more horrible than description can picture, the thud of a speeding living body on a stone sidewalk." And the result of this, guys, I'm not really telling you the full story. Some of the managers actually escaped because they had an easy escape route to the roof. So they escaped to the roof and were able to get across the roof to another building. But all told, the number of people that burned alive or fell to their deaths that day was 146. 123 of them were women and 23 of them were men. And that's a lot of people. Okay, for a single incident like this, 143 dead people from a fire because the doors were locked and because there were, all this other shit going on. And let's go on here. Here's an image I think I showed you of the building when it was on fire. Okay, and the police or the firefighters trying to put out the fire as best they could. The result of this, guys, was this is one of the first times in American history where there were, photography had been invented at this time, and people saw images of this event all over the newspapers. So here we have some images, and just content warning. I know these are black and white, but they're still kind of disturbing. All right. So for example, here we have an image of some of the women on the sidewalk who jumped. Okay. Their bodies aren't very recognizable. It is not an exaggeration to say that they were kind of splatted on the sidewalk. There were images of this all over the newspapers of these dead women's bodies on the sidewalk after having jumped. Here we have an image of women, these women being laid up in coffins in a row. Some of the men, by the way, some of the men and women, some of their bodies are so mutilated that you can't even tell they're human anymore. Okay. And these images were in the newspapers. Here's another image of two firefighters trying to rescue a woman who had, I'm not sure where she's from. She was either burned or jumped out of a window trying to rescue her. Okay. Here we have an image of the inside of the factory, completely burned out, and you can't really see it well from your guys' angle, but there are bodies in the picture. They're just kind of hard to see. Burned out. Here we have a sidewalk, and if we all remember watching what happened on 9/11, this probably isn't a surprise to you, but these sidewalks in New York City often have sewers underneath them, tunnels underneath them. So one of these women's bodies hit the sidewalk and broke through the sidewalk into the sewer underneath because of because of how big the impact was. So there's a hole from one of these women's bodies hitting the sidewalk. The press went wild over this, and people were very upset, especially the immigrant community. Especially the working class community, the socialist community. People started posting images like this. Drawing pictures like this. I love this picture. I think it's brilliant. Here you have an image of a capitalist. You can see here, it's kind of hard to see from your guys' standpoint, but there are dollar signs all over his coat. Okay. And he's holding closed the door while all these women are scratching at it, trying to get out as they burn alive. So here's an example of a very clever political cartoon for those artists out there. This wealthy business owner literally holding the door shut while these women burn alive. Here we have another one. Rent, profit, interest. Okay. And there's a capitalist with death, while a woman with a partly burned arm is dead in between them. All right. And then you have here an image of a knife stabbing the Constitution, and it says courts, and I'm going to explain why. All right. So this was a horrific event. Okay. Absolutely horrific. And what we're going to do now, I'm going to briefly tell you what happened after this, and then we're going to briefly watch a video explaining what happened after it because it's complicated, and I think this guy explains it better than I do, but this went to court. The two guys who owned the business went to court. They were not found guilty. They were not found guilty of manslaughter or really any of the deaths of the women. They were found guilty of being civilly liable for damages. So they had to pay a very small amount of money to the survivors. But ultimately, they got their insurance paid out to them, and the insurance they got from their building burning down way paid for, like way overpaid for the amount of money they had to pay out. So they made a profit off the whole thing. Okay? And they were never really held accountable. And the result of this, though, was there were, you know what? I'm going to let you listen to what this guy has to say about it. And his voice might be a bit annoying, but it is. But there were some good things about this. Not what happened, but I really wish we still lived in a time where when disasters like this happen, people get mobilized and take action to change things, which is you're going to see is what happens. Some good things didn't end up coming from this as part of progressive activism and left-wing activism. Of course, we don't do that anymore, right? We don't do that anymore. No one cares if something bad happens. We don't agitate. We don't really care. So just listen to what happened after this factory fire. This is a short little video. I'll chat about it, okay?
The youngest is 14. Among the crowd watching is Frances Perkins of the
So Frances Perkins was there watching as these women were jumping out of the building.
Consumers League. Perkins is part of a new generation of progressive activists, college-trained social scientists who seek change through studying problems, marshaling data, and writing reports. For the last 4 months, she's been studying a factory fire in Newark that killed 25 workers. Her conclusion, that American factories need evacuation plans, adequate fire escapes, and sprinkler systems, have just played out before her eyes. At that moment, she swore this would never happen again. And she wasn't the only one. Public outcry followed the fire because these were no ordinary workers. The previous year, they had staged a major strike, seeking shorter hours.
Just to show you, remember how I said that these workers had previously staged a strike? Here's an image of them. Okay, I put an image up here. This is an image of them doing a strike before this fire happened. You'll notice the one on the left has Hebrew because a lot of these folks were Jewish, working class Jews who'd come from Eastern Europe. But the one on the right says abolish wage slavery because at this time, guys, a lot of these workers viewed capitalist work as a kind of slavery that is basically slavery with wages. Okay. So anyway, going on here, let's continue.
Better pay and the ability to form unions. The factory bosses, led by Triangle owners Max Blank and Isaac Harris, had hired gangsters and prostitutes to assault them on the picket line. At one point, gangsters had ambushed the strike's leader, Clara Limlick, and broke 6 of her ribs. The garment workers had become heroes, with newspapers dubbing their movement the uprising of the...
Now, real fast too, guys, I have also heard other conspiracy theories about how they kind of wanted these women to die because they had successfully organized and gotten some changes. And it seems kind of coincidental that the factory burned down and most of these women died after their strike. And while they got access to insurance, the owners did. Maybe, Sir Bartholomew, we do not have historical evidence of that. So I'm not going to say that, but it is interesting, these kind of coincidences. And they already had been beating up these women after they were on strike and stuff, okay?
20,000. They won shorter hours and higher wages, but now those same girls were lying dead on the street, waiting for relatives to identify their scorched remains. The public howled for justice. When the garment union staged a funeral march through New York City, 120,000 people showed up to the march, and another 300...
Think about that. 100,000 people showed up in a funeral march by the union. Okay. Yeah, no, exactly, invalid axiom. I'm just saying, that's why I'm saying there's no evidence of it. It's more likely just the insurance fraud angle. But I just wanted to mention that that's one thing some people will say. I've heard some historians make that argument. But think about, like, imagine if this happened today. Do you think we'd get 100,000 people marching like this and demanding changes? I don't know.
1,000 watched. But Blank and Harris were acquitted of manslaughter. They paid out a pittance in a civil suit and got a windfall in insurance money. The unions decided to take matters into their own hands. They demanded an independent committee focused on safety reforms and prepared to take on an insurmountable opponent, Tammany Hall. Tammany, New York's political machine.
Correct, invalid.
But Tammany wasn't much interested in policies and reforms. Instead, Tammany existed to make money through corruption. Its head, Boss Murphy, controlled city and state politics. Tammany politicians were pro-business and sworn enemies of unions and reformers like Perkins. During the garment strike, they had sided with the owners. It was Tammany cops that harassed workers on the picket line, and Tammany gangsters...
Shocking. Who would have thought that the police were on the side of the business owners, right? And that the politicians were. Oh, shocking.
...that broke Clara Limlick's ribs. Most activists thought that this was a fight that couldn't be won. Tammany, they said, only listened to money.
Well, some things never change.
Wasn't so sure. Years before, she had championed a bill limiting women and minors to a 54-hour work week, and she had received support from Al Smith, a rising Tammany star. He had killed the bill when Boss Murphy told him to, of course, but she suspected that Smith could be convinced, and he was now the head of the state assembly. But when Perkins pushed for a factory investigation committee, Smith shot it down. The legislature wouldn't listen to an outside commission. However, he added, a hybrid body made up of legislators and with the political support of Tammany, that could get results. The reformers agreed, reluctantly, expecting Smith to defang the body. But things were changing at Tammany. Boss Murphy had quietly been pushing for reform. He had watched New York progressives make gains, catapulting Theodore Roosevelt to the White House. He saw the explosion of enthusiasm during the garment workers' strike, and Tammany was getting killed in state elections. Their old base of Irish immigrants was moving out of Tammany districts, replaced by Jewish and Italian voters who they had a hard time connecting with.
Correct and valid.
Murphy slowly replaced the old guard with men like Smith, men who wanted to do...
It depends, invalid axiom, who is in Tammany,
more than just give out coal in the winter or a bit of money in hard times. Men who wanted legislation that would actually improve their constituents' lives. As it happened, many of the Triangle victims lived in Tammany District, and they were exactly the groups Murphy had struggled to reach. He ordered Smith to take a stand on Triangle. From now on, Tammany would be the party of workers. The Factory Commission proved anything but toothless. They built an investigation and legal team from a who's who of progressive activists. The socialist firebrand, Clara Limlick, the head of the shirtwaist strike, came aboard as an investigator. The head of the Women's Trade Union League
Think about that, guys. So they succeeded. They were able to get this commission formed because there was a politician who realized that they would benefit electorally from siding with these folks. And they pushed hard for it. So if you give politicians a reason to support you because they might get power because of it, you have to show that you're there to support them, right? Anyway, this is complicated, but they got what they wanted. And you hear about that? They put socialists on this board. So they got a lot of what they wanted.
As one of the expert commissioners, Francis Perkins helped recruit, train, and supervise investigators. The results came fast.
Listen.
In the first 6 months, the commission collected 3,500 pages of testimony from 222 witnesses. Its 10 investigators fanned out, inspecting 2,000 factories in 9 cities. What the legislators saw shocked them. Triangle was not an anomaly. In one factory, the passage to the fire escape was no bigger than a hatch. Perkins forced the head of the state senate to crawl through it.
I love her so much. I forgot about that. Oh my God, I love that. Can you imagine? She's a woman, remember, in 1911, and she's forcing the male head of the Senate of the state of New York to go through this hatch to make a point. Oh my God, I love her.
They raided a cannery where children were forced to work until they passed out from exhaustion. In one shop, a factory owner tried to hide his child laborers by packing them into an elevator and then stopping it between floors. By the end of 1911, commission legislators drafted 15 new bills covering fire safety, factory conditions, and employment rules for women and children. 8 of those bills became law. Automatic sprinklers.
You guys saw that, right? That these capitalists these owners were trying to hide children. They were trying to hide children on the elevator and move it to different floors while the investigators were there so that they wouldn't be caught using child labor.
Fire drills and fireproof stairwells were now mandatory. And
that, guys, if you go to the United States these days, you will see fire staircases. You will see these water things, these fountains, these water sprinklers, because of the Triangle Waist Shirt Factory fire. This was because of this bill. They didn't exist before then,
high rises. All exit doors had to stay unlocked. It addressed every hazard at Triangle. Yet the appetite for reform kept growing. When Perkins made a new push for her 50-hour workweek bill, Boss Murphy tried to kill it with an unexpected late-night vote, but Tammany legislators revolted, stalling until a key legislator could sprint all the way back to the Capitol and cast the winning ballot. The winds were shifting. Reluctantly, Boss Murphy adopted the progressive agenda of the Factory Commission. The result was a landslide in the 1913 elections. One after another, commission bills passed. The commission dissolved in 1915, with 36 of its bills enshrined in law.
Invalid.
In addition to fire safety, they protected child workers, created a Department of Labor, mandated that employers provide restrooms, and
Can you imagine that those weren't things before then? There were no rent. They didn't have to provide restrooms for their workers. They
founded a workmen's compensation system for those injured on the job. Within 4 years of the fire, New York had the strongest labor laws in the nation. This political earthquake remade American politics and propelled Smith to the governor's mansion. More importantly, it laid the groundwork for a new form of liberal politics that another New York Democrat, Franklin Roosevelt, would carry into the White House. And that's not all he carried with him.
As Dolly Boy mentioned.
Factory Commission members became FDR's allies in the Senate, and Frances Perkins joined the administration as his
she ended up joining FDR's administration.
Secretary of Labor, making her the first woman to serve in the cabinet. Former commission members helped craft the New Deal, much of which was just a federal version of the laws they'd passed in the wake of the Triangle Fire.
Did you hear that?
The lives lost, indeed, had not been in vain. Even though the Triangle Fire happened over a century ago, the laws it created are still with us, and they have saved thousands of lives. In fact, apart from the September 11th attacks, to this day, America has never had a workplace disaster as deadly as Triangle. So when you're faced with a horrible social problem, one that people say can't be solved because of apathy or powerful interests, remember the Triangle and get to work.
Yeah, that's a kind of a cute little end there. I don't know about that. But anyway, so guys, there you go. That's the Triangle waist shirt. We're not counting school shootings. That's the Triangle waist shirt factory fire. Remember, at the end of every stream, I point at the sword behind me, and I remind all of you of the sacrifices that our ancestors made. Well, Frances Perkins and some of the women of that factory made some major sacrifices for us to have things like fire escapes, like literally, and be able to at least have a restroom where we work. Even if we're still under a capitalist overlord, the state is now forcing companies to provide things like that. All right. Okay. And now, again, I know that they didn't get rid of capitalism, but those reforms were very important. It made people suffer a lot less. So just something to think about. Never forget, yesterday was the anniversary of the Triangle waist shirt factory fire. Never forget the death of our ancestors, which kind of achieved a lot for us. Okay. And also, you'll notice that in this case, the government actually did do some shit. Okay. Unfortunately, we're living in a bit of a different time right now. The Tammany Hall was very corrupt, but it was not just corrupted by corporate interest. It was corrupted by also populist interests, okay? There were there was a lot of populist interest involved in Tammany Hall because they weren't as bribed by corporations as modern-day politicians. So they had to care about what the people wanted. How were practices in the Europe at that time relative to the U.S.? Honestly, Mesard, I'd have to remind myself. I'd have to check. I think that they were bad in Europe, but I don't think they were as bad as the United States at that point. But some places in Europe didn't even have those. It depends on where you are in Europe. Let me put it that way. Okay, yeah, they literally died, and now we are safer. So yeah, and at this point, guys, unions were a lot more powerful. Since then, they've been crushed. Okay. But this was, during this period of reform and progressive era, we were able to get a lot of shit done. Like meat inspection, workplace rules. We got to work less hours a month. I mean, you see how these women were working 52 hours a week. Ultimately, after lots of pressure, we were able to get that down to 40 hours a week. Yeah, so all of this was done through a lot of pressure and a lot of violence, a lot of these folks faced a lot of violence. These women faced violence. Okay. So, yeah. All right. So just to remind everyone of that. And this, guys, was a very dark capitalist time. It may have even seemed darker then than it does now in some ways. But they were able to still do this shit with pressure. Anyway. Okay. So that's just a little story for you. That's tomorrow, by the way, guys, is Friday. And guess what? On Friday, we have our Kahoot because this is our bi-weekly Kahoot is tomorrow. And tomorrow will be an actual Kahoot where I ask questions of things we've learned about. So you better all study. You better all study in preparation for our Kahoot, okay? And be prepared for our Kahoot tomorrow. Yay. Okay. No, we do not wear pink on Fridays. Look, well, how dare you? No pink. No pink at all, okay? I had to fix my stick because it's breaking, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. That's totally okay, Atomic. Okay, guys. So, all right. So there you go. That's the story of the Triangle Way Shirt. By the way, you can go visit it today. There is a site there. What is this, Mouser, you just sent me? Oh, this is amazing. Let's take a look at this. So there is a site you can actually go to New York City, and the Triangle Way Shirt Factory is a historical site, and you can go see it. Oh, this is cool. So this is showing Iranian village, Tehran's toll booth. Interesting. So this shows all the things happening. Very interesting. Okay, so this is cool. Thank you for sending this, Malzo. This will be very helpful. Yeah, not much better. Yeah, Crusader Kings, but real life, and we're gonna all die. All right, so that's interesting. Thank you, Malzo. I'm gonna save this site actually. Okay, so you can swap for the crises. Oh wow. Oh wow. Is there a school shooting one? I bet. Is there like a category for school shootings? Mass deportation expansion, judicial pushback, Strait of Hormuz escalations. Okay, cool. Taiwan, Gaza. This is really cool. Okay, thank you. Why is there a nuke symbol? Triangle Way Shirts should come back and start. Nah, I don't think they look that great, to be honest. You're having a crisis right now. Why, Fetty? Why are you having a crisis? Okay, I'm gonna put my face up. I know, right? Shocking, Jonas, right? Come on, Jonas, don't you negotiate via bombs? Don't we all? I mean, I know when I want to make peace with someone I don't get along with, I start tossing grenades at them and shit. That's always seems to work. Anyway, okay, so how's everyone doing out there? We all good? You know what I'm going to do, guys, is I got to pee. I got to urinate because I've been drinking a lot, as always. So you guys are going to have to wait for a second. You guys are going to have to wait for a second while I go take a piss. Okay, so give me a second. I'll be right back, and you all stay here. You all stay here, and don't you dare leave. Okay, don't you dare leave. We have a lot to talk about still, all right? And I'll be right back. I'll be right back. 1 second.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now.
Hi, guys. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so, you know what? I need to strip. I'm very hot. It's like whenever I move around, I get way too hot really quickly. Okay, so, some other things to talk about. First of all, there was a court case involving Meta. You know what? No, wait. First, let's do some boops. Let's do some boops first before we get into the other stuff, okay? Let's do some boops first. All right. Boops time. Boops. Who wants a boop? Who wants a boop out there? Gwen, you get a boop. Boop. Fetty Spaghetti gets a boop. Boop. Jonas gets a boop from a distance. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Meowsword gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. No, Mark Zuckerberg gets a bonk. Bonk. Atomic gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Lurking Snow Leopard gets a boop. Boop. Sarah F gets a boop. Boop. There's a lot of people out there I'm sure I'm missing. Who else gets a boop? James Nordoff gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else who wants a boop before we go on here? Anyone else want a boop? Anyone need a boop? Anyone feeling invalid axiom gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop before we go on? You've all been very good, except for I'm looking past the naughty things that you guys did earlier when you were being disobedient. Montis, you get a boop. Boop. Congrats, Montis. You got a boop. Anyone else want a boop? Macon gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Everyone needs a boop every once in a while, guys. Everyone needs a boop every once in a while. Okay, no one wants a boop. What's wrong with you people? No one wants a boop. Drusilla gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? No one else wants a boop? Why do you all hate me so much? You all used to love boops. You all used to love them, and now you hate them? Why? Why do you hate the boops? Thank you, Montis. I'm glad you like boops. Have you been here before, Montis? So glad to see you here, by the way. So glad to see you here. Okay, fine. No more boops. It looks like no one gives a shit. Airstyle, you get a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? No? No more boops? Okay, fine. Whatever. Screw all of you. You don't like it. Whatever. It's fine. I don't need you to like it. I don't need you to like it at all. Screw all of you. Okay, never before. Oh, very good, Montis. I'm so glad. How dare you, Sir Bartholomew? Everyone wants my boops. How dare you? Okay, Sir Bartholomew, screw you, Sir Bartholomew. Okay, go back to Canada. All right? All right, anyway. With love, Sir Bartholomew. When Trump said Pete Hegseth was disappointed at the idea of peaceful resolution, I lost correct, Jonas. A lurking snow leopard, I'm so glad. See, I gave one to you, didn't I, lurking snow leopard? You get a boop. Don't give me that look, lurking snow leopard. Okay, guys, shall we go on? Shall we go on? We have so much shit to talk about. Let's talk about the concerned Doge. I see that, lurking. Thank you. I'm glad someone likes my boops. You all are so disrespectful. I have cookies. I'm going to eat a cookie. Look at these cookies. I'm going to eat these goddamn cookies. They're delicious. Some of the best goddamn snickerdoodle cookies I've ever had. Y'all don't get these cookies. I get these cookies. Okay, screw you. All right, everyone ready? Let's continue. Next story. So, where'd I go here? Okay, so another little story here, guys. Did we hear about the story with Meta? Meta? Let me put up the scene here. Do we hear? Yeah, these are some thick cookies. I'll tell you what. Jonas, no, okay? You know what, Jonas? Montes, you're my new favorite stream member, by the way, because everyone else here is just like lazy today and seems like tired. And like here I am, very, very energetic, even though I've been kind of tired during the whole thing. Regardless, so shame on all of you. Jonas says real men eat hobnobs. I could make a joke about that, Jonas, but I'm trying to be a better person, so I won't. But no, they don't eat hobnobs, okay? They eat snickerdoodles. So good. How dare you, Drusilla? Okay. I wish these were sus cookies. I wish these were cannabis cookies. Alas, they're not. Okay, guys. Next story. We have another little story here. Anyone hear about this? I want to hear all of your opinions on this. So, a jury found Meta. Okay, give us the energy. My friend ate a hot dog on a donut the other day. Oh, that's awesome, Montes. Okay. Meta and Google were found guilty at a trial for doing harm to children and teenagers. Okay, so they had been sued for So, like, what happens next? Nothing. Okay, I'll explain, Sir Bartholomew. So, a California jury on Wednesday found that Meta and Google were to blame for depression and anxiety of a woman who compulsively used social media as a small child. Okay, awarding her $6 million, which is nothing to them, by the way, in a rare verdict. But wait, there is a slight positive side to this. Just wait for it, okay? Awarding a $6 million in a rare verdict holding Silicon Valley accountable for its role in fueling a youth mental health crisis. Exactly, LaCroix. So, and you'll see there's more to it than this. Okay. Okay. The jurors concluded that Meta and Google should pay the woman $3 million in compensatory damages, and an additional $3 million in punitive damages, with Meta on the hook for 70% of that amount. All right. While the financial punishment is minuscule for companies worth at trillions of dollars, the decision is still consequential. It represents the first time a jury has found that social media apps should be treated as defective products for being engineered to exploit the developing brains of kids and teenagers. The verdict validated the plaintiff's lawyer's approach of shifting the legal target. Instead of focusing on the content people see on social media, the case put the spotlight on how social media services were designed. Meta's apps, including Instagram and Google's YouTube, the jury concluded, were deliberately built up to be addictive, and the company's executives knew this and failed to protect the youngest users. Listen, so this, guys, is where it gets interesting. I know I just said that that's a very small amount, but listen very carefully to this next paragraph, okay? The outcome of this case could influence thousands of other consolidated cases against social media companies, okay? The litigation has drawn comparison to the legal crusade in the 1990s against big tobacco, which forced the industry to stop targeting minors with advertising. So to be clear, guys, there are thousands of other cases out there right now against these companies for the same thing. And this case has opened the floodgates to allowing a ton of other lawsuits to go through, thousands of them, against these companies for the harm that their products are causing. Okay. So that is good, because that means it could eventually end up hurting them at least a little bit economically. But this is a good case in that it does put pressure on these companies to maybe do something to prevent more lawsuits. Now, I know it's not perfect. Okay. I know it's not perfect. Okay. I need class action. Yeah, Gwen. They maybe need to do a massive class action case or something. And it's likely, guys, that this is going to be appealed. So they're likely going to appeal it, and it's going to go up to a higher court. And it might be that it ends up getting dismissed or something. But this is still good. Yeah, Louise, they probably, from what it said here, it didn't say that. I don't know. Maybe I'm misread here. But yeah, I don't think. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. In another, I forgot about this one. In a separate, Mithril just moved the advertising overseas. Yeah, Mithril, and other governments should do the same thing. They should make that illegal. But in the United States, at least, it was illegal. It is now illegal for tobacco industry to like explicitly target children. They still get around it a bit. But yes, so it was still targeted overseas, Mithril. But this is a point that you can limit these companies if you sue them correctly. And we don't know about this. My point is that this is a good opening phase. Okay, we'll see where it goes. It might not go well, but historically, sometimes it does go well. All right. We'll see. I don't know. But I'm still happy that someone at least was able to sue them and get some money out of it. Okay. So we'll see what happens, even if it's going to be. All right, moving on. So here's another one. Meta was hit with $375 million in damages. Okay. For failing to protect young users from child predators on Instagram and Facebook. Okay. Yeah, maybe social media companies shouldn't be mental illness factories. I agree. You know what? Honestly, they shouldn't exist at all, in my opinion. We should own that shit. We should make those owned publicly. But I don't think that I'm not like reaching for the moon here. I'm just happy that they're getting some pushback at least. Okay, Jesus. Okay, So Meta was hit with $375 million in damages for failing to protect young users from child predators on Instagram and Facebook. The New Mexico jury found Meta responsible for misleading consumers about the safety of its platforms, declaring that the tech company had flouted state consumer protection laws. The trial will enter a second phase in May, in which a judge will decide whether Meta created a public nuisance. Okay, so we don't know where this case is going to go yet. Well, we partially do. They've been ordered to pay $375 million for failing to protect young people from predators. Also a great outcome, in my opinion. Yes, they will likely be forced to, there'll likely be a second case that comes above it. They will appeal and shit. But hey, I like at least getting them smacked on the wrist a bit makes me happy. I know it's not perfect, but wash me in the sunshine of court procedure, right? So anyway, I'm trying to see here. Trying to see. So then it talks about all the studies that have shown that this is bad. Okay. Right. So again, these are a few court cases that have come out now. One saying that these companies are meant to hurting people in terms of their mental health and stuff, and the other one saying they're refusing to protect them from child predators. Okay, so Mithril, Corbyn wanted to give every UK household free HS broadband. Another reason he couldn't be allowed to win. Of course not, Mithril. He's anti-Semitic. You know, I'm joking, right? He wasn't. That was just a lie that they came up with. You're telling me that Facebook was originally created to rate women in college? I know. It's shocking, right? Shocking. Who would have thought, right? I know. They're a monstrous organization there, Atomic. I hate them. And I really want them to be owned publicly, but I know that, you know, we can't have nice things in this country. Yeah, I know. And we can't have nice things in this country. Yeah, they're going to be fine. But Jonas, this is the issue, right? They are worth 1.3 trillion, but as I said, there's thousands of other lawsuits, and it might end up hurting them a little bit, just a little bit, and they can't stand that shit. But we don't know. Okay. We don't know. So, but this is a good sign because, and listen, guys, you know me, I'm not saying that our system is working perfectly and that this is a sign that the oligarchic powers of these companies are somehow suddenly disappearing, or that we're suddenly going to completely change these companies and make them little angelic entities that are best for the people. Okay. But I also want you to look at it this way. Who would have guessed that right now that these companies would be able to be found guilty of anything? They have so much goddamn power. The fact that a court is able to look at them and be like, oh, okay, we're going to fine you $375 million is sort of a good thing. All right. It's not perfect, but that's a good thing. Like there are parts of the judicial system, at least, that with juries that can still come to the right conclusion on things, even when faced with an entity that has almost an unlimited amount of power. And they will not, this isn't enough, but it is something, right? Okay. I just want to be clear. And yes, I latch on to any little positive thing I see. This does not mean that we still don't have a huge problem in the country. And as I said, we don't even know if this will end up going all the way through, right? Maybe during an appeal, it'll be overturned, other things like that. But okay, you see what I mean? All right. I feel good for the people who have lost loved ones because of this shit. Let's put it that way. They feel like they might get some justice, maybe. Okay. You're right, Lacroix. You're right. And we'll see what they do. It might be possible that they end up turning this ruling into an excuse to further police Americans and people around the world, which is possible. It's very possible. Okay. Is New Mexico going to use that money for something to protect kids online? I hope so, Gwen. Okay. And guys, it's so true. Social media destroys people's mental health, right? And I've seen it in kids. I'm sure a lot of you have too. All these studies show it destroys your mental health. Okay, like what's weird is I didn't really have much of a social media presence until I started doing the streaming, which is why I'm ignorant of a lot of the pop culture stuff. But oh my god, like I'm barely touching Instagram or what, Twitter or whatever the fuck it's called, X, because it is so annoying. I can't. It's so horrible. I hate it, and I really hate Facebook. I don't even go on there. But like I want these companies, something to happen to these companies. All right. We get that. Ultimately, we need to take all their money from them and we need to nationalize them and destroy them outright. But hey, I know that will never happen, but at least not soon. So let's at least take some of their money, even if it's a small amount. Hey. Hilarious Montist. I hate my family better because of Facebook. I get that, okay? There we go. I know, right, Jonas? So, and by the way, can we also just remember that these are American companies, and as Mithril said, they're also destroying other people around the world. Like, we know that, right? Like, it isn't just hurting people in the United States, it's like hurting people in the UK and Germany and everywhere else, okay? So, just like everything else we keep doing, like a war, like, and like, the war, mainly the war right now, the imperialism, the colonial domination and shit like that. Okay, our companies also spread death and destruction all around the world. How cute. Isn't that adorable? I love it. So cute. Ooh, it's so cute. The United States is such a cute little state, isn't it? Ooh, it's so innocent and free. Okay. You know what? You guys are all going to see me on camera one of these days on like a bungee cable. I'm going to be pinching the cheeks of the Statue of Liberty in a jester outfit, being like, oh, you're so cute with all your little war crimes. Oh, you're so cute little. It'll be funny. It'll be funny. I'll make sure to have a megaphone so everyone in New York City can hear me do that. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Right. So sweet. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on. So that's just a story. Interesting. And probably won't do much, but hey, it's a little positive thing. Okay. Excuse you, Paul Squaw. I am not middle-aged. Paul Squaw, how dare you? Paul Squaw says, middle-aged white gay man sexually assaults woman on Liberty Island. I am not middle-aged. I want to be clear about that, okay? I don't care about anything else you said there, but I am not middle-aged, all right? How dare you? I'm 36, okay? If anything, I'm like almost middle-aged. I'm almost halfway to death, but I am not halfway to death. So how dare you, Paul Squaw? J-Mac says, I don't like that you're joking about war crimes. You're a monster. You know what, J-Mac? All right? I just love freedom and democracy, J-Mac, okay? I just love freedom and democracy, which is what we're spreading all over the planet. American bombs freely spreading freedom and democracy all over the planet. Druzilla, can you do that on Trump? I probably could, Druzilla, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to touch him. I've heard he smells bad. Jonas, don't make me curse at you again. I'm going to curse at you. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to use the F word, Jonas. Not the one used for people like me. I mean, the one that... I'm not going to do it, Jonas. You're testing my patience, Jonas. You're testing my patience. Gwen says, you're not exactly great for my mental health. You know what, Gwen? Take an antidepressant, all right? I'm sorry, what am I talking about? Oh, Sir Bartholomew, you're the best. I hate you. I'm going to ignore you. The average lifespan of American man is, okay, you're cute, LaQuan. I hate you. Clinton out of touch. I'm a Clinton out of touch with Gen Z. Okay, J-Mac, screw you, J-Mac. And are we done with this? Are we done with this bullshit? Yay! Moving on to the next story. Okay, I hate you all. So I hope hell is real just for all of you. Anyway, so moving on. Such an asshole. So that's another cute little story we have there. I love it for us. Love it for us. Nothing wrong at all. Nothing wrong at all. So, this is another story here that I thought was kind of cute. I mean, this is actually a good, actually, it's not a good thing. So on a side note, today, I think it's today. Yeah, today is Equal Pay for Women Day. It's Equal Pay for Women Day. Jonas, okay, it's Equal Pay for Women Day. And women have lost ground, by the way. They're actually making less money than men than they were before. So I guess this actually isn't good news. I just wanted to throw that out there that equal pay day has come around again. And for the second year in a row, the gender pay gap in the United States has widened. Yeah. Ooh, that's kind of rough. That's kind of rough. So again, things not looking good. Not looking good. Women are actually earning less. By the way, guys, women are more educated than ever. More women in the United States have high school or are college educated than men. It makes zero sense that they're continuing to make less than men or that they're losing ground. That makes zero sense unless you're trying to subjugate women, which of course is happening. Okay. It's like bad that that's happening. Anyway, so just a note there, a little side note there. Yeah, the Equal Rights Amendment never passed. Do we all know why it didn't pass, by the way? Do we know why the Equal Rights Amendment didn't pass? Someone name her in chat. If you know the person who was very much behind this not passing, name her in chat. I will put her face up here. The, what's her name? Willis Shafley? Nope. No, what's her name? Shafley. Is it Shafley? I can't remember her name. Thank you. Phyllis, not Willis. Phyllis Shafley, who was, yeah, Gwen. So there was, guys, let me tell you the history of this real fast. Okay, let me explain this, okay? No, actually, it was not because Congress was full of men. I know, listen, that me as a man saying this, it makes that not believable. The majority of states were ready to pass this bill. Practically one person, now it's more complicated than this. There were a lot more people than just her advocating for it, but she led the fight. Phyllis Shafley was a woman who was massively against the Equal Rights Amendment and was a Christian evangelical, and she was the biggest speaker against it. And she founded the Eagle Forum, which is a conservative interest group, and she massively pushed for stopping the Equal Rights Amendment. And so even though most of the states were already planning on passing it, she was able to reverse a lot of those opinions. So no, unfortunately, there was a lot of misogyny, don't get me wrong, and it was easy to draw on that misogyny, but it was her that was kind of the big pusher of this. Okay, I'm kind of oversimplifying. Yeah, she is a goddamn lunatic. And they use the propaganda of a woman being the one pushing this as why a lot of people ended up siding with her. So let me explain what she talked about. Okay. Shafley became an outspoken opponent of the Equal Rights Amendment. Okay. So during the 1970s, as the organizer of the Stop ERA campaign, which was this massive campaign, guys, and STOP was a backronym, so it was an acronym for Stop Taking Our Privileges. She argued that the ERA would take away gender-specific privileges enjoyed by women, including the dependent wife benefits under Social Security, separate restrooms for males and females. Yes, they were even saying this then, and an exemption from the draft. She was opposed by groups such as the National Organization for Women, okay, and ERA America Coalition. The Homeowner Makers Equal Rights Association was formed to counteract Shafley's campaign. All right, Shafley. So she basically, again, 28 of the required 38 states had already approved of the Equal Rights Amendment when she began her campaign. So it was on the way there, and she almost single-handedly pushed it back. Okay, so basically, like I said, she presented it as you're taking away the benefits women enjoy, okay? That they don't have to fight in war, that they don't have to do this other shit, that they have separate bathrooms, okay? So anyway, like, she really twisted that. She convinced a lot of especially conservative women to vote against it, and obviously a lot of men who already didn't want to do it. Okay. So isn't that kind of crazy? Isn't that kind of crazy? Anyway, history does some weird things. Okay, CR hates a strong, independent woman. Right? Insane, LaCroix. Okay. Now, anyway, in my opinion, guys, I've told you this before. I think the draft should be done based off ability. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. If you have the physical capability to fight in war, you should fight in war, whether it's a man or woman. And by the way, in the end, I don't think anyone should fight in war. I don't think there should be a draft at all. I don't think anyone should be forced to fight in a war ever. But if we have to have a draft and we have to have this discussion, maybe anyone should be able to fight in the war as long as you have the physical capability. Regardless, this is stupid. What she was saying was stupid, and it was a lie, and it just wasn't true. And it was also not true, the idea of the bathrooms or the draft or anything like that. She just made it up as a way to keep women oppressed, because she actually believed that women should only be homemakers and domestics. And what was funny about that is that she wasn't. She was a massive political star. She wasn't a homemaker, but apparently she had to pull that ladder right up after her. Anyway, so that's fun. Okay. Right, LaCroix? So anyway, she also, by the way, said that the gender pay gap was a deceitful propaganda campaign that was orchestrated by the feminist movement. Right. She even believed, okay, I'm sorry, I forgot some of her beliefs. She even believed that even if men do earn more than women, it's beneficial to society as a whole, because we want a society in which the average man earns more than the average woman, so that his earnings can fulfill his role as provider in the home and support for a wife who is nurturing children. So she's like, well, even if there is a gap, men should make more, because we need to have their fifis feel good. We need to make sure they feel like they're the provider. By the way, for the men out there, do you imagine how low of an opinion she must have of you too, that she thinks that you're like this delicate little flower that needs to feel dominant and shit? And that, by the way, for the men out there that have a wife, I feel like it's beneficial for you too if she's making more money, right? This is just stupid. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. I can't stand Phyllis Schlafly. Okay. All right. Oh, God. Sorry. One more thing. This is great. Phyllis Schlafly spoke out against the concept of marital grape. She said that by getting married, the woman has consented to sex, so you can't call it grape. God, this woman is crazy. I'm sorry, I forgot about some of the things she believed, but dear God, right? Good. That's great. I know. All right. Jesus. And she also said that if marriage is to be a successful institution, it must have an ultimate decision maker, and that is the husband. Great lady here. All right. Anyway, so there's a special place in hell, right, for Phyllis Schlafly. And guys, I want to point out, this is not to say that there wasn't tons of misogyny and that men didn't have a big impact on this not passing, but it's a weird historical thing that it was this woman who was the big pusher and mover, and her propaganda that really did inspire people. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. All right. So patriarchy can infect anyone's mind, by the way. Patriarchy can infect the mind of women too. It's just like white racism can affect the mind of white gay men. Okay. You see what I mean? It happens. So that's fun. Okay. There's another cute story. Let's see what we got here on YouTube. I'm not YouTube, on reactions. Let's do a palate cleanser. We haven't seen a palate cleanser, have we? Oh, let's watch this one here. What's this? Okay, let's watch. This is Le Quabois. Let's watch what Le Quabois sent
Get on
us.
your
Who is this? What
What's
is
your-
this?
Get on your feet.
This is, I need to put on my headphones so I can actually hear this. All right. So, just like white supremacy, yes, only men. Okay, so here we go. This is called.
What's your adjectives? Get on your feet.
How conservative women in America act. Okay, I'm gonna start it over. Everyone ready?
Get
Let's
on
watch.
your feet.
Yeah, you might need a bond rip for this one, Sir Bart. Okay, let's watch. God, I'm so nervous.
War is raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
How about all
the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers.
That is so true. Why do they always make weird eye contact? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the weird eye contact. Like, this is disturbing me. Why do they look at me? Stop looking at me.
We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
This is perfect. By the way, they love children, but they, only children that are a white American children, right? And then, and even not that, not poor American children either. They also, but they are okay with like the mass slaughter of brown children. We know that, right? Like, she's all fine. She's fine with murdering as many Iranian children as possible. She's like, throw them in the child grinder. She's like, she's okay with all the Gazan children being slaughtered. I want to point that out. So, I know we're making fun of what she does, but we also should notice the very obvious hypocrisy here, right? Like, she doesn't actually like children, right? Okay. Oh, right.
Sweet cream foam chai ice matcha. And Bella will have all organic puck cup.
Yeah, right, Jonas.
Yes, everything organic.
Organic.
Oh
my God, this is so true.
4, 3, 7. Oh, you good? 4, 3, 2. Hold your chest lifted.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love it though. This actress back here is having trouble holding it in. I appreciate her. She's gonna laugh her ass off. You can tell it on her face.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs. Yes. Because they are the ones who mattered most.
Get on your feet.
Oh my God, it's so true though. It is so true. Oh my God, it's so true. I can't stand it. Jesus Christ. That side eye. Oh my God, I can't. Okay. Guys, what's funny? Has anyone here been to DC? I'm sure a lot of you have. I got to tell you, one of the first things you notice if you go to DC, for example, is that the DC is in the South. It is definitely solidly part of the old South, okay? And there were some historical things that happened in the South, especially that should be noted. The chattel slavery and segregation and shit. And if you go to DC, who here has noticed that there is almost a caste system there? Most of the workers you see when you go there are black. Have you noticed that? A lot of the workers there in a lot of the government offices and buildings and a lot of the private businesses and stuff are black. I mean, you go there, you'll see what I mean. And the reason I say you notice this is because it pretty quickly becomes clear when you're there that there's like, you see a lot of black workers, and then the white higher ups are kind of their bosses in a lot of different places. You can literally see it. And it makes it, I know when I've been to DC, it's been like, oh my God, we really are in the South, aren't we? There's still this weird kind of separation. Now, it's not 100%. It is, J-Mac. The demographics of the city it's a very black city, okay? But there's definitely a divide there where you can see, like, you would go to restaurants, a lot of the servers are black, and they're all serving these wealthy white people, okay? Or you go to, like, one of the history museums there, and all the docents and shit are black. All, like, the lower down people are black, but then you see, like, the main head person is a white person. Okay. I am only slightly exaggerating here. That's not the same way across the board. But my point here is that segment there where they showed her and there was that black security guard, that's kind of what DC is like. You have these like Republicans up there that are constantly talking about, white people are being exterminated. And then the security guard right next to them is a black man. And it's like, okay, write your own death sentence, I guess. Like, do you want someone to assassinate you? Who's gonna make your dinner tonight? Since you clearly rely on you see what I mean? Like they don't. Anyway, it's really weird. It's a really weird thing that they don't do that. That they don't even care. I don't believe you. America isn't racist. We had a black president, right? Like, and I'm all for it, guys. Back during like the days of slavery, the days of chattel slavery, there were often poisonings. Slave masters or the slave owners would suddenly be poisoned after one of the enslaved people had made them dinner or something, and it would all be very mysterious. If that started happening these days, I'm just saying, I don't know if anyone would. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying. Correct, Paul Squaw. Every time you look at the images of the White House, the maintenance and janitorial staff are black people. Absolutely. It's pretty obvious when you go there. It's kind of a culture shock thing, especially if you're from a city where there's a lot more people of different colors and all kind of living and working together. Like you go to DC and it's like, oh my God, we really are in the South, aren't we? Anyway, yeah, maybe Gwen. Anyway, so just a note there. Okay. There's a reason why it's called the White House, by the way. Not literally, but, the White House was also actually made by enslaved people. But anyway, moving on. So let's go on here. Let's see what else we got here on... I almost said what else we got here on Grindr. What the hell am I talking about? Okay. What else we got here on Discord? Here we have another short one. This looks like a cute one. This was sent to us by Gwen. Thank you, Gwen. It is called Educators Spreading Love. Carla. Let's watch this. Educators Spreading Love. Let's see what kind of cuteness we can get out of this one. Yeah, whoopsie.
Good morning, Carla.
How dare you look
Good morning, Ember. How would you like to be greeted this morning? A dance. Go, Ember. Go, Ember. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Jana. How would you like to be greeted? Go, Jana. Go, Jana. Hey. Good morning, Derek. How would you like to be greeted? Good morning. Good morning.
Guys, this is called differentiation. Teachers are supposed to differentiate their instruction per the student. So something a lot of teachers have to do, is create a specific kind of hello for each of their students. Okay? You have and it also shows that you care about them and they really like it. Like kids really like making it feeling like they're special and that you care about them. So one of the things you can do is do personalized greetings for each of your students. There's a reason why, guys, I am very good at remembering most of you, even if you're not in here for a while. I'm literally saying this, okay? Like a lot of you will come in here after not being in here in a while and I'll be like, oh, hello, welcome back. I have very good memory for individuals and like the things you like and shit because I was a teacher. You kind of have to. So like, yeah, you have to do things like this, like remember what each of them like and stuff like that, and what like how you to greet them so you can have a personalized relationship with each of them.
Marcus. Go to Marcus. Ooh, go to Marcus. Good morning, Landon. How would you like to be greeted? Namaste.
Namaste.
Good morning, Aaliyah. How would you like to be greeted? Good morning, sweet girl. Good morning,
That's called differentiation.
Gianni.
She's a great
Gianni wants
teacher.
to dance. Go, Gianni. Go, Gianni. Hey, good morning, Principal Julia. How would you like to be greeted? A hug, of course.
So I'm not trying. This is really cute. I will say it would be almost impossible to hug kids as a male teacher. I know this sounds weird. It's something that frustrates me though, especially as a gay teacher. I would never feel comfortable being able to hug my students. Okay, I would love to be able to hug them because that's a way of showing care. But can you imagine what might happen if you do that? Paul Squall, they can do side hugs, but that often is looked at in a really weird way. I'll tell you that. Okay. It's one of those, most teachers are women. Okay. But there's a lot of fear for people for male teachers, especially for gay male teachers. I know it's kind of weird. It's kind of bizarre. It's not like the worst thing in the world. I understand it. There are people who do assaults out there, but it does make me jealous sometimes when I see like female women teachers that are able to do this stuff and no one bats an eye. Okay. Anyway.
Good morning, sweet girl. Good morning, Hazia. How would you like to be greeted? A high five. Give me 5. Up high. Reach.
Exactly.
There you go. Good morning, Mikaya. How would you like to be greeted? Good morning. Good morning, Nia. How would you like to be greeted? Hugs
They
for
are.
everyone. Good morning, Jose. How would you like to be greeted? We know that. Go, Jose. Go, Jose. Hey, go, Jose. Hey. Good morning, Amorion. You ready? Go, Amorion. Go, Amorion. Hey, go, Amorion. Hey. Good morning, Emmy. How would you like to be greeted? Go, Emmy. Go, Emmy. Hey. Go, Emmy. Hey. Good morning,
Okay.
Carla.
Thank you, Gwen. That's very cute. Okay. I hope they greet me like this in the camps. Meowzord, dear God. Jesus, Meowzord. What a dark thing. Why'd you ruin our cute moment, Meowzord? How dare you? Don't you laugh at him. Don't you laugh at him, Sir Bartholomew and Dolly Boy, okay? We're allowed to have a cute moment. We're allowed to have a cute moment. All right? Oh, great. That makes it better, Meowzord. That makes it better. Okay. Screw you, Meowzord. How dare you, okay? All right. You know what? Meowzord gets a bonk. Bonk. How dare you, all right? All right. That's cute. Let's see what else we got here. I hate you, God. All right. Okay, let's go on here. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Why police strings target? What? This is from Drusilla.
What Trump's been saying.
Very short palate cleanser, it says. Mr. President, let's see what he has to say here. I do not like Jim. Okay, I'm sorry. So we'll watch this, Drusilla. Drusilla, I forgive you this time. Don't laugh at him, Alyssa. Don't laugh at him. I forgive you this time, Drusilla, but I cannot stand Jimmy Fallon. So he better be really goddamn funny, Drusilla, or you're getting a bonk. How dare you put this man in my video Rex, okay? Shame on you, Drusilla. I'm very angry with you, Drusilla. Okay, how dare you? All right, well, I'm just kidding, Drusilla. Okay, I really don't like him, but we will watch him, okay? We'll see if it's funny. I trust you.
What Trump's been saying about it behind closed doors.
Can I call the Supreme Leader of Iran?
No, he won't take your call, sir.
Can I text him instead?
You better beg for forgiveness.
No.
Email?
No.
WhatsApp?
No.
LinkedIn?
No.
Tinder?
No.
Slide into his DMs?
No.
Smoke signals?
No.
Message in a bottle?
No.
Send a Harry Potter hour?
No.
Communicate with our ponytails like in Avatar?
No.
Hold a boombox outside his window like in Say Anything?
No.
Hold up cue cards on his front porch like in Love Actually?
No.
Talk to him through a glass wall using a laptop translator like in Project Hail Mary?
No.
I love that movie.
Same.
You
said that.
Visit his farm in Animal Crossing?
No.
Yell incredibly loud so he can hear me?
I mean, sure.
Ayatollah! Did it work?
No.
He tried.
Dear God. Yeah, that's about right. Trump is a goddamn lunatic, of course. Insane. Oh my God, we're all gonna go to hell. Okay. Hello, Harrison DeGoat. Okay. Harrison DeGoat says, I do not like this for children. That's my opinion because that is school, not a club dance. After all, we are all different. Yeah, Harrison, I don't know if you noticed, Harrison, but the kids were allowed to choose what they wanted to do. So they were allowed to say hug, just a hello, dance. So the teacher let each of them decide individually what they wanted to do for a greeting. So they weren't forced to do a dance if they didn't want to. They got to choose. Okay. Once a year, I play the Osama bin Laden save file of Animal Crossing. What? Paul Square, are you crazy? You can do that? All right. So, but they knew it would go viral if they chose hug. If they chose hug, what would go viral, Meowsword? What do you mean? That those were a bunch of little kids. They didn't know that it was going to go viral. I'm very confused. Okay. Kids love dancing. They do. All right, guys. Let's see what else we got here. Is this from Gwen too? We'll watch Gwen's. Another one of Gwen's here.
This is perfectly explained.
What is this called? This is what you wear doesn't define you. Your character does. The most corrupt people dress decent. Okay.
No woman in a burqa or hijab or bikini has ever done me any harm. But I was sacked without explanation by a man in a suit.
Yeah, Redmondberry.
Men in suits missold me pensions and endowments, costing me thousands of pounds. A man in a suit led us on a disastrous and illegal war. Men in suits led the banks and crashed the world economy. Other men in suits then increased the misery to millions through austerity. If we are to start telling people what to wear, maybe we should ban suits.
Oh my God, that's
Henry
brilliant.
Stewart, London.
Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Guys, I do not get like honestly, this is happening more in Europe than this isn't happening in the United States. I don't know, like, at least I know of nowhere where burqas have been banned, for example, or headwear. Has that happened anywhere in the United States? Maybe in the military? I don't think so. I don't know. But there are some places in Europe, like France, where they banned wearing burqas or head wraps or I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong terminology here. But like, who the fuck cares? Like, wear whatever the hell you want to wear. Like, who cares? Quebec does that too. I'm not surprised. That's a very French thing. But like, yeah, if we want to talk about morality, I think the people that should be banned from wearing, that suit should be banned. Absolutely. Suits should definitely be banned. But like, it's just weird. I don't know why we need to. I don't know. What's the purpose of banning like hijabs or? Oh my God, why am I having a mind blank here? Not burqas. No, hijabs, right? And then burqas are the full outfit. Yeah, exactly. You're right, LaQual, which is good. That's why one of the reasons I like the separation of church and state thing, right? It's like all it accomplishes, JMac, is it conforms people, and people in France have this idea of a public French persona, and you can't be Muslim, and that's scary because they're Muslim, so we can't have that in public. I'm like, who the hell cares? It's just racism, in my opinion, or Islamophobia. Like, who cares, right? All right. So, yeah, Quebec, it's to separate faith from government. At least that's what they claim. But like, you can work in government and, and wear a headdress and still not make any decisions based off your religion. I don't get it. I don't get it. And like I think we all know what it actually is about, right? Like, Sir Bartholomew, what was the name of that Sikh guy from Canada who was a progressive, and he wore the headdress. He wore the Sikh. I'm sorry, turban. I know I'm getting these words wrong, guys. Forgive me. But yeah, Jagmeet Singh, right? Like, he wasn't mixing his religion with his politics, and he wore a headdress. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Yeah, but wearing a crucifix is fine. Wearing a MAGA hat is fine. Wearing a fedora is fine. It's like so stupid. Okay. All right. What do you mean I sound racist? Screw you, J-Mac. I'm literally saying the opposite, as in why, like, what they're doing is pure racism. Like, that's the only reason they do it. All right. Jesus. Yeah, you're okay. You're actually right, Redmond Berry, because Redmond Berry's partially right here because feminists and their allies cannot believe that a woman would freely choose to express herself in a traditional manner. Liberal presumption at its worst. Yeah, a lot of that is true. There are a lot of feminists who claim that women who wear burqas and such, are being oppressed and crap like that. Guys, I had a very close friend who was Canadian, and she wore a hijab, and she was a lesbian. And she wore it because she viewed it as deference to God. It was a sign of respect to God. No one was forcing her. No one was forcing her. The vast majority of women who wear hijabs are not forced to wear them. It is a personal choice based off their religion. It's like sometimes it's women oppressing women when they say when they're saying you can't do that because you're being oppressed. No, that's a woman. That woman is making that choice. Jesus. Okay. I'm just so annoyed. Okay. And also at this point, is that really what we have to fight about? It's such a lib thing to do. I mean, it's not lib, it's conservative. Harrison, let's see here. Harrison. Oh, good Lord, Harrison. Oh, good Lord, Harrison. Please. Not today, Harrison. Not today. I don't want to have to deal with this today, Harrison. Harrison says, now speaking about burqas, I think it is dangerous. Not racism, but if it was up to me, they would stay in their land and I will pay them money to stay calm. Interesting. You know what? I am not going to address that. I don't think I have to. I think we know that that's not Harrison. You mean to I think you mean to stay. You think that you would pay them money to stay where they're from? So, okay. I'm going to be very merciful about this, Harrison. I actually partially agree that maybe if we want people from other countries to stop coming to ours, we should help build up those countries. So let me ignore the other part of this. Guys, I'm making a point here. 1 second, Sir Bartholomew. Maybe we should give lots of money to the countries that send people here. If we help develop their economies and help pay them back for years of oppression and things like that, yeah, that might. A lot of the folks don't want to leave, but they're forced to leave. So, okay, I will take that part. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we should improve their material conditions. I'll take that. But I think the rest of that is, I don't care. I don't care if people come to our country and they wear a burqa. Moving on. So I just don't care. And it doesn't hurt me at all. And it doesn't hurt you at all, Harrison. It doesn't hurt any of us. If anything, it helps. Okay? If anything, it helps when it helps. It's good for us to experience people from all over the world. It's good, I think. But okay, let's go on, guys. Don't worry, J-Mac. Guys, I'm not engaging. Don't worry. Don't start yelling at me and telling me don't engage. I barely engage. I just made a comment. And I think you see what I'm saying here. Okay. Okay, so let's go on here, guys. All right. So what else we got here on? Let's watch this. So this
whose idea was it to send?
Gwen sent another one. So this is a comedy sketch.
By the way,
guys, I'm just going through them one by one right now. So I'm not skipping any ones. At least I don't think I have. I might have skipped a few, but just because they weren't really relevant to the moment. But I'll go back to some of them too, if I missed any more of them. Oh, it looks like I did miss a few. Okay, I'll go back to those. But let's watch it. This is another one from Gwen. I like this guy. What's his name? He's a comedian. I've seen him go up against Zionists and stuff before, and I really like him. Okay, so let's watch this.
To send Gen Z to war. Does this person not know what they're like? How are you gonna get Gen Z in battle like, boom, boom, I killed you, dead ass. You're so dead, dead ass, no cap. Ghost mode, These are kids, man. They're still learning English. They're gonna get PTSD. They're gonna be like, I'm shook. You know, it's not. They're gonna be like, this is different than the video games. Just real war hits different. I know people who serve. I know people who are enlisted. I know people who are eligible for the draft. My message to those people is don't die for these child molesters. And I know if you're like a young person, you're like, what if I stay home? Are they gonna molest me? I'll make sure they don't. I'll make sure they don't. They named this war Epic Fury. Such a boomer name.
Yeah.
Do not look up the definition of those words. Epic means like a long poem or long book. The idea is that it's long and drawn out. Fury, I actually had to...
Oh, hello. Welcome back, Crawl of Xanth. I never signed up for the draft. You really ought to, Crawl of Xanth. I think they might be doing it automatically now, but you can get arrested for that. I don't think they will do that. They probably won't come after you for that, but just be careful is all I'm saying. They've actually, I think recently, they're going to try and enact a system where you don't sign up for the draft. I mean, where they just do it automatically. I'm not saying I want people to sign up for the draft, and I'm proud of you for not doing it, but just be careful, okay, about that.
Look this up, okay?
But for those who don't know why I'm saying that, once you turn 18 in the United States, you are legally required as a male to sign up for the draft. And if you don't, bad things can happen. But I don't think they're hunting anyone down at this point.
If somebody asked me, like, what's the definition of fury, I'd be like, you know, I wouldn't have a word for it. I'd just be like, fire, you know? The actual definition of fury is...
Really? Okay, so it looks like people are already being automatically signed up. Okay, I didn't realize... Yeah, they don't, J-Mac. But it looks like they're already doing it automatically now, so never mind. You're right, they don't, J-Mac, but that's my worry, J-Mac, is that people who aren't signed up, we might have a draft soon, and then they might arrest you. But in that case, I'm running to Canada anyway, so, I mean, just make sure that if we do end up going to war and they do a draft, run to Canada, okay? Run somewhere.
Controlled rage. That's what you want to name your war? That you're a little bitch who doesn't know how to deal with your emotions? I have all this rage!
No, I'm not anymore, J-Mac. Guys, no. Hey, Crawl and J-Mac, did you hear? They increased the enlistment age to 42. So are either of you younger than 42? Because if you are, you still can be sent to war. They literally just did this, by the way. They literally just increased the age to 42. It used to be 36, was that it? And now it's, but not for the draft? Oh, that's fair. Okay, maybe I'm getting off here. Yeah, that's true. But J-Mac, I will say, though, of course, they can easily increase that number if they need to. But I see what you mean.
It's so epic! Meanwhile, I'm watching the Tyler Robinson trial. Epic Furry. That's... You know Pete Hegseth had to say in that. Pete Hegseth. This guy's such a mess. Obviously dealing with his own demons. He's like, we got Ali Khamenei. He's like, you can't even get your own alcoholism. You know this war was bad when they hit a school on the first day. We bombed a lot of schools. We bombed schools in Gaza. That was us, if you didn't know. We bombed schools in Iraq and Afghanistan. We just don't like education. They're like, well, why don't you bomb your own schools then? Well, we still need a challenge for the shooters, you know what I mean? Iran
oh my God, that's dark.
They'll do everything to make us think it's not about the oil. They're like, oh, it's about security, the protesters, how they treat their women. When this whole time, they just want us to keep buying their oil so we can fill up our tank. You know what that is? That's gaslighting. That's gaslighting.
He's clever. He's very clever. I like that. Where he blew up their school because that, you know, we didn't want to make it too easy for the shooters. Anyway, that seems about right. Okay. All right. So what else we got here? What else? Let me go to... We're just watching some funnies right now, some short things. Ed Davey accuses Donald Trump of corruption. Let's watch this. Well, no, 1 second.
All right, we've got some...
How long is this video?
Really strange breaking news.
Let's watch this. This is from, well, yeah. I'm going to watch this one first. So this was sent to us by Jonas. This is one of my, this is Daddy. Okay, this is Daddy. Yep. Oh, so I was right. The draft is up to 42. Okay, right. Isn't that great? I was right, and how dare you question my authority? All right, the draft has been put up to 42. Okay, so this is Bassam Youssef, and Bassam Youssef is Daddy. Okay, I gotta say that. Anyway, moving on, but let's listen to Bassam Youssef. The problem with freedom. Let's see what he has to say here.
The problem with freedom is that more often than not, people who call for freedom, they actually call for a tailor-made version that actually works for them with a total disregard of other people's freedom. You had an election and people kind of like didn't accept it and went and wanted to take things in their own hand. But what happened in January 6th, I mean, the worst thing that happened on there is the comparisons. Like people like the pundit on the news were saying, oh my God, this looks like a coup from the Middle East. And this kind of hurt my feeling because, you know, no, seriously.
Me too, Sir Bart.
No, like, you know, like, first of all, when we have a coup in the Middle East, it works. You guys suck. You guys.
We're new. This is new. We're trying.
Keep to what you do best, toppling democracy in other countries. But like when you come to your country, you suck.
Oh, that is funny. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's really funny. That's funny. Okay, I love Bassam Youssef. Hello, Rob. What do you mean too many damn choices? What do you mean by that, Rob? Okay. Chicago boys. What's Chicago boys, Meowsword? That's pretty funny. Yeah, Jon Stewart is daddy too. I agree, Gwen. I kind of wish Jon Stewart would run for president. I know he's not necessarily I'm guessing he's a lib, but at least I think he'd be better than a lot of folks as president. Let's put it that way. I wish he ran for president. He's also be very good in front of the camera. We need, you know, he's kind of a showman, which would be good against some of the populists on the right. But anyway, okay. Maybe Bassam Youssef should run for president, but he can't because he's Egyptian. Because we have racist, horrible, stupid laws in this country, which is why Mamdani can't run for president either. Anyway. No, he doesn't, Fox Emblem. Yeah, like I said, he's a lib, but he's much better politically than most Democrats. So yeah, he's not great for us socialists out there, but you know, if I had a choice of someone to run who could, you know, I'd be okay with Jon Stewart. I mean, he wouldn't be my best choice, but he'd be a good one. Okay. So yeah, like it's better than a lot. It's still not great, but okay. So let's see here. This is Fetty Spaghetti. Fetty Spaghetti sent us this. It is the show that roasts everything. Now, Fetty, please tell me there's nothing too racist in this because it is in fact South Park, which can be a little bit, but I like South Park. But just to be clear, okay. All right. Yeah, Foxwoman, did I say that a president was the only one who could do anything? I'm talking like if we had to choose a president, I'd be okay with Jon Stewart compared to a lot of other options. Regardless of yeah, no, I know, but we still have to. We're still going to have a president into the future. So if we had to choose one, I wouldn't mind Jon Stewart. You know what I mean? Okay. I have been a big fan of Jon. So let's watch this. This is from Fetty Spaghetti.
Look out! Did what you had to. You're a hero. That may be true, but I'll have to live with this the rest of my life. Even though I'll be walking around a free man.
Hey, wait a minute. This kid isn't black, he's white.
Wait, what?
Guilty!
That was dark. I love that. That is accurate. Have you guys seen that documentary about okay. Have you seen a documentary? Guys. Okay, this is what I get for passively making a statement about Jon Stewart, okay? This is what I get being with a bunch of lefties in here. I am talking about great. Yeah, I am talking about Jon Stewart because he would be better than a lot of other Democratic options, okay? I do not like the Democrats. I do not think Jon Stewart would be would not be like the best choice in the world. I'm just saying, I feel like if we want someone who can win, that isn't Gavin Newsom, he would be better than Gavin Newsom. He's still not great. But you know, I'm just saying. I'm not a liberal. I know. I can't say a goddamn thing. If I say anything, I will always get dogpiled. Okay. I only like Jon Stewart because he's white. Right. He's Jewish too. So is that privilege? Anyway, All right. Anyway, moving on. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, exactly. Jon Stewart over Klobuchar, right? I'd be much happier with Jon Stewart over Klobuchar or Newsom. Okay, whatever. If we have to have a corpo dem, or at least if we can't get a progressive and we don't want a corpo dem, he'd be better. Well, thank you, Brucey. I would never be president though because I'm not rich. Okay, moving on. Let's see what else we got here. Rattle Royale. Well, it's not real leftist infighting. Okay. Jon Stewart is centrist AF. He made 1,000 virgins in heaven joke when the Ayatollah died. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Moving on here. So let's go on here. What else we got? Oh, let's see what else we got here from. Let's watch this. This is from
The 1% is
Mr. King K. Let's watch this. How Iran is making the rich even richer. Surprising. Very surprising. Let's watch.
getting richer because of the war on
I
Iran.
know, Dolly
If you are
Boy,
that
I know.
rich, chances are you're invested in these oil and gas stocks that are now going through the roof.
Gregor Semenyuk is a professor of economics who studied what happened to wealth in the US after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. He says the same thing is happening now.
The US saw the biggest increase in the volume of profits in oil and gas, and thereby made the biggest profits of any country on earth.
Of course.
When we, see who the shareholders are.
Brucey, I love that. Brucey says, man, I wish I was an inside trader. Join the club, Brucey. Jesus Christ.
We saw that.
Yeah, shocking, Paul Squall. Who would have thought that? War is a racket.
About half of all the profits went to the richest 1% of US Americans. And when you look at the top 10% of wealth holders, it's actually 84% of all profits that are distributed amongst them.
What's worse is while the rich get richer, the prices of everyday things spike for everyone else. Gregor says people are being affected by something called cost push inflation. Basically, since the prices of raw materials, in this case oil or gas or fertilizer, go up, those increases are passed down to the consumer.
You need energy to have a warm home. You need energy to have light.
You know, it's actually funny. Malzord. Malzord actually made a comment here. Malzord says only betas inside trade. You know what's funny, Malzord? One of the critiques that fascists have of free market capitalism, I know this is a weird thing for me to bring up, is that some fascists don't like free market capitalism because they view it as weak, because it is so rigged, and that like real men fight it out in the marketplace. So it's I'm not saying this is you, Malzord. I'm just saying it's funny that. Yeah, even like fascists who oftentimes love to protect capitalism are kind of like, God, inside trading is kind of weak. Like, that's not real struggle. A real man, fights it out on the marketplace. Okay. Anyway, just kind of a funny side note there. Yeah, I kind of like that narrative, Malzord, because a lot of right wingers might actually buy into that. If we say inside trading is beta, if the fascists can get away with it, we might be able to convince them.
Need energy to get around. And so if you are relatively poor and you spend half of your money on fuel for heating, electricity for lighting, and then rent and food, if all of these things have a massive price increase, then you're experiencing a high rate of inflation. But if you're quite rich, you're more shielded when inflation is the highest in the essentials.
And here's the other thing. While the rest of the stock market might be down, the data has shown that in the past, it doesn't matter for wealth increases in the top 1%.
In 2022, we found that for the United States,
welcome back, Nightfall,
the increase in fossil fuel profits was so large that it overtook the decline in the profits from other sectors for that year.
Gregor says that another negative side effect is that these events make fossil fuels seem like a good investment.
And that's precisely what we don't want if we want to mitigate climate change.
Oh, but no one cares.
Away from
oh God, he's thinking about climate change. Who cares? That's not profits. He's like, but that'll get us away from climate change issues. Do you think the corporations give a shit? I'm obviously I don't believe what I'm saying here. I'm just making a point. do we really think that they give a shit about that? Of course, this is what's going to happen, right? They don't give a shit.
Fossil fuels as the main source of energy to run the world.
When crises like these pop up, high prices are just one of the two main problems. The other is shortages.
There's a difference between...
Oh, absolutely, Mithril. I would much rather... Mithril asks, serious question, Casual Revolt. Would you prefer the U.S. to be governed by parliamentary democracy? Yes. So, Mithril, I would much prefer a parliamentary democracy with proportional representation and a prime minister type situation. Yes. Is that perfect? No, absolutely not. I'd prefer... With a capitalist system, that would still be a big problem, obviously. But would it be better than ours? Probably. So, yes, I would prefer to have that system. I don't think it'll solve all the problems, but it does. That would be helpful. We need a more democratic system. Let's put it that way. Yeah, exactly. So you're right, Paul Squaw. That's the point. That's my point here is like that would still wouldn't really deal with capitalism, but it would definitely help a little bit with some issues. Okay.
Say European countries that are facing higher energy.
Oh, you wish, Brucey.
Prices, and a lot of global south countries that
will
just not have energy, not sufficient energy. People in the world that are seeing, shortages, curtailment of their product.
We're already seeing shortages like this play out in Asian countries. Both Pakistan and the Philippines have switched government employees to 4-day work weeks. And there are massive lines for gas cylinders across India. So what can world governments do to stop this?
Correct, Paul Squaw.
I'll explain in part 2.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. King K. Let's see what else we got here. You guys have a lot of good video recommendations right now.
CNN's Donnie O'Sullivan got in the cage with former UFC star turned podcaster Jake Shields to explore the manosphere and why.
Okay, so this is LBC. Iran war narrative debate gets tense. Okay, I've seen this guy before. Okay, let's watch this. So we are not nearing the end of it right now, Brucey. Well, let's put it this way. It's going to be a long time before we don't feel the effects of this oil issue, okay? This is called You're a Propagandist. Iran war narrative debate gets tense. And it looks like there's a Iranian professor going up against someone else. Okay, well, let's see what happens here. I'm curious.
As Iran is desperate for a deal, is it?
No. Iran has rejected this 15-point plan because it violates Iran.
Brucey, go back in the stream. We talked about all of that, actually. We actually even talked about Australia.
And sovereignty. And that's what the revolution in 1979 was all about. It was about sovereignty and independence and dignity and honor. And it was anti-imperialist. And that's why the United States and its allies and proxies hate Iran so much.
Why is his camera so close to his face?
Opposes genocide in Gaza, and that's a sin. You must support genocide in Gaza. But no, Iran is not going to accept anything that will have...
Drizilla, I think you need to reframe that. Drizilla says, I go to sleep with James O'Brien on every night. Drizilla, work on your phrasing. That kind of sounds... Is he married? Because that sounds kind of... just.
The slightest, let's say, impact on Iran's sovereignty.
In what way specifically?
And so
if I can ask you, does it reduce sovereignty, or would it? I know it's not a reality, but would it reduce sovereignty?
Iran's nuclear program is in accordance with international law. It has been supervised by the International Atomic Energy Agency for decades.
Mm-hmm.
They have reported, they have reported repeatedly that there's no evidence that Iran has ever been seeking a nuclear weapon. Even the United States, its intelligence agencies have admitted that at least since...
And then Trump threw all that in the garbage can.
2003, Iran has not been pursuing a nuclear weapon.
I know, Drizilla. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it that way. I was just making fun of you because okay. I'm the one that interpreted it weirdly. It was well phrased.
And as you saw just a few days ago, Joe Kent, in his resignation letter to Trump, a Trump appointee, said that Iran was no threat. Iran was not developing a nuclear weapon. And this war was because of the Israeli regime and the Zionist lobby in the United States.
So just so people are clear, it's just so people are clear when they, because there's all kinds of phrases flying around in this story, aren't there? When you talk about Iran's nuclear program, you're talking about a legitimate, monitored civilian nuclear program.
Of course, that's what it's...
Who is this lady? I've never seen her on here before. What is her deal? What's her political shit? Anyone know? She reminds me of I feel like she looks so much like one of the ladies from that town hall meeting from the UK that went viral. What was that lady's name? Anyway, she looks like, I forget her name. Okay. She's an asshole. Oh, okay. So she a conservative? All right.
Always been. Contrary to Western media propaganda and Western regime propaganda, it's always been a civilian nuclear program. The International Atomic Energy Agency, until the sites were bombed,
oh, she's a Blairite? Oh my God, I just vomited in my mouth, Mithril. Thank you guys for explaining that. She's a Blairite. Who the fuck is a Blairite anymore? Are there any Blairites even left? Is she the last one? What? Okay. Okay, I'm guessing there's probably some, like in the Labor Party or some shit. But dear God. Okay, hello, Marzipan Power. Welcome. That's like, guys, that's like saying, are there... that's true, Dolly Boy. I guess Starmer does still exist. But that's like saying that there's still neocon conservatives, of which there are in the United States, like Bush lovers, but they do exist, so I don't know what I'm saying. But dear God, I'm so sorry that you have that over there. Lacroix, the Ayatollah kept saying they want to develop nukes because it goes against their religion. Yep, correct, Lacroix.
They had people in there. They had cameras in there. They had monitors there. But this, of course, drops away in the narrative on Iran because Iran's problem is that it opposes ethno-supremacism, which is a sin. It opposes the extermination of the Palestinian people, another sin.
Oh, wow. There's such an evil country over there in Iran, not having a moral disagreement with the idea of ethnic cleansing and ethno-supremacism.
And it opposes the strangulation of Cuba and so on. And that's, of course, makes it a target for empire.
Yeah, that is bothering me. Atomic is how close he is to the camera. I know I'm nitpicking, but I'm like, can we back him up from the camera a bit?
You then, given what you've said about Iran's intentions on nuclear, civilian nuclear program only, always has been, can I ask you, will it always be civilian only? Because that's what Donald Trump seems to be saying.
That is what Iran's... that's what Iran has always said.
Oh, that's interesting. So when Donald Trump says
Marzipan,
they will give up any military nuclear weapon ambitions, is he right? You seem to be saying that's true.
No, that's not true. Iran never had ambition.
And never will, is my...
This lady really doesn't like Iran, does she? You can tell. Okay.
See, yeah, that's what Iran has said always.
Never will.
Hey, if she wants a war with Iran, she can take the Union Jack and go marching in there with a monocle on. Like, why doesn't she? If she really wants the UK and America involved in Iran, she should go in there herself. Why doesn't she wear a Union Jack as a cape, put on a monocle and a top hat, and go in there? Like, I don't know. She can even take some Vegemite. What?
Of course, that's what Iran has always said. But the United States, the Western media, they will always try to make... I mean, look, the same people who created ISIS and Al-Qaeda, meaning Western intelligence agencies with their local proxies, like Qatar and Saudi Arabia, and Erdogan and Abdullah in Jordan, these same people who created these monsters, the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency has a document where it said our allies were creating it, were creating this monster, and that the Obama regime supported it. And this is what General Flynn, who was the head of the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency...
There is, guys, a lot of evidence that ISIS was partially created by Israel. It's also kind of weird that Israel never really did that many attacks on ISIS. I don't think they did many at all, if any. And then ISIS never directly attacked Israel, as far as I'm aware, which is kind of weird. You'd think that a far right-wing Islamist extremist movement might want to go after Israel, but it's just kind of sus that they didn't. Like, maybe maybe Israel was okay with them being around, and maybe they had some sort of agreement. You see what I mean? So I would not be surprised if all of ISIS, I think there is evidence out there that ISIS was partially protected, if not, you know. Okay. Israel was created by, no. ISIS was created by Israel is what I meant to say, okay? Yeah, Israel was created. No, yeah, next you're going to say that America funded 9/11. Well, the America thing is interesting. Yeah, we definitely funded the Mujahideen. We helped fund Saudi Arabia. That's complicated. Let's put it this way. Yeah, I see what you're saying, okay? But I mean like Israel, they're in different ways did we fund 9/11. Let's put it that way. Different than how Israel did ISIS, but okay.
At the time said that we were supporting this policy. And Jake Sullivan, who was Biden's national security.
Correct, Brucey. The Mujahideen was set up by America to help fight the Russians, okay? To help bog down the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. Yeah, we did. We also armed the Ayatollah. Yeah, isn't that great? Do we remember, guys, that we partially armed Iran and Iraq? Okay, we actually funded both of them when they went to war with each other. So that's good. That's cute. Don't we love that? We funded, oh, thank you. Thank you, Sam. Or I should say Atomic. I love eating my sexy cookie. It's very tasty. The person who made it for me is like a brilliant baker. So this is fantastic.
Security advisor.
Yeah, Ron Contra. Don't we love it, Dolly Boy?
Said that when he was working for Hillary Clinton, when she was the Secretary of State,
Jonas.
He said in an email,
Jonas, look at my forehead. You see all those? You see all those lines on my forehead? That's from raising my eyebrows so often when reading about American history. So you're right. The more you find out about American policy, the more wrinkly your forehead will get from all the times you're raising your eyebrows. Okay.
On February the...
Yeah, Fetty, you've never sent me your cookies, so maybe get on top of that. Okay.
2012, that in Syria, Al-Qaeda is on our side. This is the same Al-Qaeda who were told carried out 9/11.
And it's, I have to
say, she doesn't like this.
Say, as in my job, and you'll understand it, I hope, Iran has created a few monsters of its own, hasn't it? Thinking
no,
Hamas,
we haven't created...
Hezbollah.
No. That's exactly what I wanted to say.
You reject that.
These regimes that created these monsters say Iran supports terrorism. Hezbollah is a national resistance organization. It was created in 1982 as a result of the Israeli occupation of Beirut.
Yeah, weirdly enough, Hezbollah used to be a charitable religious organization. I'm not joking. Do you guys know that? It used to be a big-time charity organization. It's a political party, and yes, it has a very militant wing. And yeah, they sometimes engage in terrorism. And by the way, terrorism to me is actually literally it's a strategy. It's where you use certain attacks amplified by the media in order to display power, okay? But anyway, regardless, but that's not really the same as like saying that they are terrorists. You know what? Okay, anyway. But it started off as like a charitable organization. Exactly, Invalid Axiom. I want to point out that when I use the word terrorism, I'm talking about it as like as a tactic, okay? Yeah, exactly, Jonas, exactly, thank you. Yeah, conflict and occupation might result in extremism. Hezbollah was a charitable organization that was really good for people. But there you go, Oxpecker, okay? And it's a political party. And then after years of being bombed and occupied and shit like that, who would have thought it got a bit radicalized? It got a smidge radicalized after years of being bombed and aggressed upon by its neighbor Israel. And it started using non-state actor tactics, such as terror and things like that, as a form of resistance. By the way, you know who else did terrorism? Okay, who did terrorism, I should say, which was just a form of resistance? That would be the Sons of Liberty during the American Revolution. Okay, they did terrorism. They did things like tarring and feathering and shit like that against the British. Okay, now, I am using the word terrorism. I shouldn't, because people don't understand the word. The word terrorism is typically used to demonize. In academic circles, terrorism actually has a specific meaning when it comes to tactics. So I really shouldn't say that. I should say what they're doing is resistance. Militant resistance. Okay, which is what you do when you're attacked. So if I were to be honest about, if we want to compare terrorism, though. Again, guys, what am I going to say? CR, use your teaching skills. Define the term first. We both know this is the right way. There you go, invalid axiom, okay? Which is what I did. If we're going to talk about terrorism as like an illegal act of targeting civilians, which is what a lot of people view it as, what's the biggest terrorist organization on the planet? You tell me in chat. What is the biggest terrorist organization in the world if we're using the definition correct? You know what? I guess it's a tie. Okay, it's a tie. The U.S. government or the IDF. Okay, yeah. Either Israel or the United States, biggest terrorist state in the world if we use the definition that terrorism is targeting civilians for political means. Literally, that is the definition that people with bad intentions use, okay? Because they never apply it to states. I've actually gotten to an argument with someone, folks, once where they said that, no, terrorism by definition can't be a state. So apparently governments, and they defined it as non-state actors targeting civilians for political means. I've heard that definition before. Well, isn't that cute? That certainly excludes a lot of action taken by governments. If we say it's non-state actors targeting civilians, then what do you call it when a state does that? There's no word for it. Okay, then there's suddenly no word for it. Apart from oopsie, that's called accidental. So anyway, if you use the academic definition, it's where you multiply your political power by using the media to amplify an attack, okay? Which a lot of people do, okay? A lot of people do that for good and bad reasons, okay? It's just a tactic. Dolly Boy, yeah, why would the state target it, right? And guys, you think I'm crazy here. In academia, these things are debated, and, you know, especially social sciences are somewhat politicized. So yeah, I took a class called Terror and Terrorism. It was a graduate class about terror and terrorism, and that like a whole chunk of the class was debating what the word means and how academics have oftentimes framed it in a way that suits their position. And by the way, a lot of the literature written about terrorism was done by Israelis. And isn't it weird that a lot of times that academic definition is oftentimes non-state actors killing civilians for political purposes? Even though the majority of academics across the world view it as a specific tactic. Okay, so think about it. You attack the Twin Towers on 9/11, that's not actually going to hurt the United States much. It just isn't. It's not going to hurt the military apparatus, but what it does do is it causes a ton of media attention on that event, and it gives your organization, Al-Qaeda, the appearance of more power than it has. So you can cause political pressure without having the military strength to do it. That's terrorism. The United States does that shit all the time. Bombing, killing people overseas to try and cause fear so that because our military we can't control everywhere all the time. So we use targeted attacks that cause media storms in those countries that cause fear, which allow us to do control without military strength there. Does this make sense? We are the biggest purveyors of doing that. Okay? All right. I know I'm kind of rambling. You get my idea? Yeah, enhanced interrogation.
Route.
Yep, Sylvie, all those fishing boats. Terrorism. What do you think we're killing these fishermen and these drug boats to do? It's not because that will essentially stop it, that just by doing that will be able to stop the drug flow. It's to make people afraid to do it more. Okay?
In 1982, they invaded the country. There was no Hezbollah then. And then in order to resist the occupation, Hezbollah was born. And it kicked out the regime in the year 2000.
Yeah, but there would be many who would kick against that and push against that statement from you. Then,
well, anyone who
the thing is, I don't particularly want to pursue that area of the conversation because I'm more keen to talk about what potential deal there might be and get you to reflect on the current statements that are being made. Someone in the Iranian regime, it's not always clear who, it says that Donald Trump is talking to himself. America is talking.
One last comment here. Forgive me. I'm not that I'm on that. I probably shouldn't be using that word a ton on stream. I'm going to be demonetized. Whatever. So who cares? So the thing here about the word terrorism, guys, obviously it's politicized. if you want to look at it as an academic, right, what you should do is figure out what is it being used for. I know this is dark, but think about it. If it's a tactic for achieving change and political change, what really matters is what it's being used for and the effects it's having, okay? And I'm not saying I support it because who knows who's watching the stream. My point is, you see what I mean? Like, okay, I'm not gonna go on there.
Looking to itself. What does that mean?
I don't think anyone said America is talking to itself.
As in, it's bad if it's being used for certain things. It's not necessarily always bad if it's being... Okay, never mind.
Trump, because Trump is just making things up. He says, I'm negotiating with someone in Iran. Every moment he says something new.
Do you
One
accept
day
that
he
Pakistan
says
is offering help with some kind of conversation? Or do you say that's not happening?
No, what happened was that the Americans sent a message through Pakistan to Iran. That's it. I mean,
I
we
know,
always
right?
have
Well, I got to
messages.
be careful. I'm not trying to Fed post here. You get my point.
It's been going on for 47 years. That's nothing new. But the message was not anything that was of any value to the Iranians. Iran, in this war, will make sure that it is not attacked again. Because we just had a war, a 12-day war, 9 months ago.
How will it do that?
It will defeat the enemy. It will make the United States pay a price to ensure that it never thinks about attacking Iran again.
Guys, they've been
Ever.
attacked by Israel and the United States multiple times, dozens of times, bombed. They're sick of it, obviously. They want this to be the last time. They're going to extract an enormous cost on Israel and the United States in order to make the point, stop bombing us. I don't blame them at all, and they should. That is the right thing to do for their national interests. They should make sure this doesn't happen again.
What's in your
Otherwise, what's the point?
mind when you say the United States will pay a price? Is it Strait of Hormuz? Is it an economic price? Or
It's everything. They will. Trump
Attacks on
will have
American
to
soil?
be. No, Trump will have to be.
I hate the attack on American soil.
Defeated. Remember, this is clear. Just like
easy to say.
just
I'm asking
like
you to give me a sense of what you mean.
the
when you
United
say
States, the United States, and the Israeli regime, with the help of these local despots in the Persian Gulf, who allowed them to use their territory to attack Iran.
There you go, Meowzord.
They have to.
No. Peace through strength for you. No. We can't F around and find out. Only you can F around and find out, right, Meowzord?
Be made to recognize that attacking Iran is no longer an option.
How?
We went through it by defeating them, by making them pay
Bombing
a
them.
price. Well, they are being bombed.
So
They're being bombed day and
I know
night.
they are.
The Iranians are bombing their positions day and night. And
So economic and
the
military
Iranians,
attacks.
you were being told, and everyone was being told that Iran would be defeated in a couple of days.
Yep.
After 3-4 days, they said Iranian missiles and drones.
Gotcha, Gwen. So I've never seen her on here before. So Doug originally told me that there were some conservative loonies on here. I guess she's one of them.
They're running out of missiles and drones. There's nothing of this sort happening. The people in the United States are being lied to.
Of course, Jonas, obviously, right? Obviously, Jonas, only one side is allowed to get bombed, right? Like, that's what bothers me. Like, think of like how it's almost like snowflakey, to use a right-wing term, to be like, oh my God, you're going to attack the American homeland? Is that what you're implying as they're bombing your schools and killing your children and destroying all your military sites? Like, you're going to attack the American Yeah. What do you expect to happen? You attack a country, bomb their homeland, you kill their kids, you destroy their oil infrastructure. You're going to have a fit now when they bomb you? That's war, baby. That's war. That's what happens. Okay? America has been, guys, and I know we're Americans in here. I know individually we don't deserve, like, us being like, us as individuals don't deserve being killed, right? But America has been so privileged that we live in a place where it's hard to get to us. Can you imagine how much harder it would be for us to be attacking all these countries if they could easily respond to it all the time? Like, we've been super lucky, and it's made it very easy for our government to get away with all sorts of shit because we're in a geographic location where it's hard to get to us. And that how she is thinking is exactly that. Like in like a normal country, a country that's sane, they might not want to start a war because they know what will happen to their own people. But not in America, right? We would freak out if that happened. You see what I mean?
Who is running?
Right, Meowsra? I need a cuddly teddy bear. It's not fair to be mauled by the mama bear. Yeah.
Iran at the moment. Who leads
the leader,
it?
in accordance with the Constitution, is Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei.
Is he alive?
He's the commander. Of course he is.
Where is he?
He's the commander. He's protected.
It's interesting because one of the most protected men on the planet is the President of the United States.
Oh, she's center right, Gwen. Thank you.
I see him every day on television. He goes to play golf. He socializes in America, highly protected, probably nobody more protected. And yet we still haven't seen the new leader, the new supreme leader.
Yeah, you know why? It seems like every time they show an image of one of these people in Iran, they get murdered by Israel. This is, guys, it might, it's very possible that he's in a coma or something. And yeah, there you go, Dolly Boy. Also, it's also possible that he's in a coma and then the IRGC is running the country. I don't really care. Honestly, I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. But like, it's, it could be that I think he is alive. Regardless, it's like, what? No, if I were Iran, I would be keeping my leaders a million ways, far away from a camera. Because that really opens the opportunity for Israel murdering them, as always, okay?
Leader of Iran. Why? Leaders need to be visible in war, don't they?
Maybe it's because your country is attacking your regime is attacking our country.
God, oh my God, I love that. Maybe it's because your regime is attacking my country. Yeah, no shit.
Your airports in the UK are used to arm B-52s. Maybe that may have something to do with it. I'm just guessing.
He needs a jester hat.
Yeah.
Well, they carpet
bomb Tehran. I'm sure you've heard. Maybe your audience has. They carpet bomb Tehran.
I'm asking you
because
your
democracies and all that, and you believe in human rights.
I understand you want to.
You bomb our people.
I get it. You want to say what you want to say, but
I can't stand her. I can't stand her. That you want to say what you want to say. So where's the lie? What did he say that wasn't true? Oh my God.
I will.
But of course you will. That's why I've invited you on.
She's so triggered.
But what I want to get clear is, in my mind, is surely at a time like this, a leader needs to be visible. And if he's not visible...
Right, guys. She cares so much about the leader being visible, right? That's what she cares about. The reason she's sad that he isn't showing himself is because, I think for the sake of the Iranian people, he needs to be visible. Because that's what she cares about. She really cares about what's best for the Iranian people. Okay. Yeah. All right.
We saw this with the Soviet Union towards its end. Where was the leader? Was that the real leader? It doesn't look like Brezhnev, doesn't look like so-and-so. What's going on? He can be visible, can't he? And be safe?
Right,
no?
Sylvie?
Actually, I think your country is more like the collapsing Soviet Union.
All right, but could you answer my question?
Based, yep.
As to why he's invisible.
And people here know exactly why he's protected, and they don't want him to be on the streets because they don't want your terrorist regimes to target him. And that's the smart thing to do.
Oh, you called us terrorists? Oh, my pearls. Right, that's what okay.
And when we defeat the Epstein regime and the Epstein class,
why'd you call it that?
Forced to back them.
Why'd you call it that?
Oh, well,
No. Is she gonna do the anti-Semitism thing? She's like, why do you call it that? What do you mean? What do you mean the Epstein class? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Are you an anti-Semite? I bet it's coming. Come on. We're gonna see. She's gonna say it. I bet she's gonna say it.
Of course, because that's the class that controls your societies. That's the class that engages in war after war after war.
Okay, this is a power elite theory, which we've covered before.
Endless wars which are making your own people poor and which force people out of desperation to leave their countries and to come to yours.
Well, can I
and
just,
then you have,
all right, let me.
It's your own doing. It's the doing of your own regimes.
All right. Your characterization of our government. Let's focus on the UK, if I may, because I'm a UK presenter. Your characterization is so far.
This has nothing to do with Jewish folks, by the way. Like, she was implying it was anti-Semitic, I think, but this is like a ton of people had connections to Epstein.
From what is the truth here? I am currently in a country whose prime minister used to be the director of public prosecutions, came from an ordinary working class home.
Don't start with me. Oh my God, can we not fellate Keir Starmer right now? Oh my God, can we not do that? Can they get a room? I really don't want to see that. I really don't want to see them filleting Keir Starmer. I've had enough of them doing it with Biden. I've had enough of seeing our own politicians do this with Harris. Can we not? Oh my God. Oh, geez.
And is now the prime minister. We, the voters, put him there. We, the voters, may or may not remove him from there in the next few years. And that process will be repeated. No, let me finish.
No, that's not how it works.
No, it isn't. There's a lot more to it than that, okay?
Let me finish.
Your country
please allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish, if I may. And
yes! What? Honestly, guys, I got to tell you. Bye-bye, Atomic. See you later, okay? Oh, you got a baseball game. Have fun. Thank you, okay? So, what was I about to say? Like, obviously, guys, I am not a fan of any really, of a lot of regimes in the world. I'm not a big fan of a theocratic Iranian regime. I'm not talking like I want to bomb it. You know what I mean? But, like, this guy is spewing facts beyond, like, God, maybe I should live in Iran, okay? I'm just going to go migrate to Iran. Anyway, okay, I know I'm joking, but dear God.
I will let you come back, of course. Allow me to finish. Well, they certainly don't own this bit of the media that I'm speaking to you on, so can you and I just keep it civil and speak to each other directly?
Oh, come on. You are trying to excuse the mass murder of civilians and people in his country, and you want him to be civil? I love that so much. I love that. Like, that whole civility politics shit. Oh, how dare you need to be civil. We should be allowed to bomb your country into infinity. Okay? How dare you not be civil? You want to bomb our country? Oh, how uncivil. Oh, my God. Yeah, Oxpecker, right?
I'm not bombing you.
You talk about the moral character of our country and the West. Iran massacred thousands of its own.
Oh my God. I don't want to hear this. I don't even know if I want to hear this. Jesus Christ. This is so stupid. This is what it looks like when you have zero moral ground to stand on. Like, zero. None. Like, why, while this country is being bombed and terrorized, you want to comment on what they did to protesters? Yeah, they did. They killed a lot of protesters. I know. But, like, this is your great comeback while your country is aiding in the murder of schools full of children and shit. All right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Lacroix, that's a good point. It's kind of like saying, well, Iran killed their civilians, so obviously we have a right to do it too. Like, what is this argument that she is making? It's just a evil argument.
Population in January. We don't know the exact figure, but the reports suggest tens of thousands. You laugh, but you know that happened. No, I'm not lying.
Because you're lying. No, you're lying. Yes, you're lying. You're
not
lying.
A single protester was killed.
No, actually, your government helped kill them because your government is a part of a coalition that brings weapons into our countries, brings weapons into Iran. Go and look at the report by the Israeli regime's own Channel 14 News. They said that foreign intelligence agencies brought in the weapons that caused the armed insurrection. I'm not saying it.
That's interesting. I haven't heard about that. I'm going to look into that.
They're saying it.
Do you know what you've done?
I'm not saying your own Israeli allies are saying it.
Okay.
So
Can I say?
Don't.
In the
so 3,117 people were killed. They all have their data. Their IDs have all been declared.
Well,
if you have any extra names to add, give them to me, and we'll see if they exist or not.
That's actually interesting. I thought he would deny it, okay? I'm not a fan, guys, of any government spokesperson or whatever, and it sounds like he kind of is for the regime, but He is admitting that there were 3,000. I'm actually, okay, anyway, I'm impressed.
And then these people died as a result of an armed insurrection. In the United States, a woman was moving her car to the right.
I saw it.
And
oh, here we go. Yes, bring up Minneapolis.
They shot her in the face in the United States and said it was justified because she wasn't turning to the right.
She wasn't sitting. Oh, listen,
You're not very good at
listening, are you? We had this problem last time.
Yeah, you're
she is so, I can't stand her. Yeah, he's being very honest. I appreciate it. I really do.
You said you
a
made
conversation
a huge
involves two people. It really
well,
does. And
it's an interview.
Sometimes it's a conversation.
Sometimes
people yield to allow the other person to come in on a point.
Oh my God, she's doing it again. She's doing it again. So condescending. I hate this. I hate this civility politics when talking about a war. Oh my God.
Point they've made. It's like a dance, if you will.
This is your show. You can say it all day. You can badmouth Iran day and night.
I'm not badmouthing Iran. I'm talking to you.
You invited me
I'm talking to
so
you.
that I can give an alternative perspective.
And you are doing that. And I'm coming in to respond to it. That's fine.
you keep interrupting.
I don't keep interrupting you. I fear when you hear my voice,
hundreds of police officers and officers of the law were murdered. And then you say these are peaceful protesters, and then you just make up numbers, tens of thousands.
Hundreds of police officers. Oh, you're talking about in Iran.
Yes,
I thought you were talking about America.
Yeah. If 10 police officers were murdered by rioters in your country.
You know what? That's a really good point. Imagine if 10 police officers had been killed by rioters in the United States. Ooh. I wonder what would happen then, right? I wonder how the Trump administration would respond then, folks. Would
you call them peaceful protesters?
You say all of the protesters who were killed in January and February in Iran were armed. And nobody was taken and arrested and raped, and nobody was killed in their hospital bed.
No one was raped.
Total invention.
That's nonsense.
Total invention.
Yeah, that's totally. Without a doubt, yeah.
Who's inventing it?
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, he might be lying, or he might not know. It doesn't matter. The whole point is that she's doing this as a distraction. Okay? This is all a distraction. Like, even if, it's possible that happened, right? I'm not going to be honest with you. But this is irrelevant. There's a war happening. His country is being bombed into oblivion, and she's trying to refocus the conversation on nonsense. All a distraction. It doesn't matter. Okay?
Because the journalists here are responding to reports from Iranians themselves before you had no internet.
Come on.
No.
If there was no internet, then how did you know that they were raping prisoners? That is the sort of narrative that you produce to justify war. And
he's right. This is what I'm saying, guys. I don't know. When I'm saying this might have happened, I should phrase it as I don't know. There's a lot of propaganda. There's a lot of shit. But my point here is that it doesn't matter. Why is she even talking about it? Like, this is not what matters at this moment. It doesn't matter. What we should be talking about Iran and Israel's war of aggression. Okay. Oh, agreed, Sir Bart. Agreed. Right. But like, my point though is that it doesn't really matter, right? Even if I just don't know. So anyway. But it doesn't matter. Like, why are they talking about
Incubators in Kuwait, when Saddam invaded, and that your media would say, oh, they threw out the babies from the incubators to justify war. Yeah. Just like Gaddafi and was it, Viagra. You always do that. That's how it works. In reality, do you know who does the raping? It is the Israelis. And do you know that when they rape people, they don't go to prison? And do you know that in Gaza, they go to hospitals and pull the plugs on incubators? And then you have the audacity to say that Iran does that sort of thing?
Correct,
it's your allies that do that.
Are you?
Yeah, we don't. That's what I'm saying, Fox. I'm like, when people say that they know the numbers of what happened in Iran with the killing of the protesters and the so-called rapes and stuff, no one knows because there was an internet blackout. I have no doubt that some people were killed. There may have been rape. The point is that no one knows, right? So for her to say for certain that this happened is not true. And for him to say these things, we have no way to verify. And I am not going to, I'm definitely not trusting her. And I'm also not going to fully trust him. I don't, like, he might not even know the real number. Like, we don't know. That's my point here, right? It's kind of a dumb debate because she's trying to make a point, right?
Allies that you protect.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask you, are you familiar?
This is all projection.
Are you familiar Well, I was going to come to a similar, make a similar claim to you, actually. Are you familiar with the term DAVO? Deny, attack. DAVO.
Correct,
It stands for deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. And almost everything.
Oh, that's exactly what you do.
Well, no,
that's exactly.
Yeah, that's absolutely what they do.
Say that on the 2 occasions.
What America and Israel say.
Of late, in the last few months.
Exactly, Gwen. She's trying to make it seem like, well, you deserve it. No, they don't. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. By the way, it still is an illegal war. Okay, yeah.
To you. That's precisely what you do in your conversation.
No.
Anything
That's
that
what
happens,
you do while you're carpet
anything
bombing
that
us.
happens in Iran, I haven't carpet bombed anybody,
No.
neither has the UK. I'm asking,
your regime
I'm saying to
does.
you
Your
that
regime-
whenever
your
I ask
regime-
you, when,
I
let
hate
me
her
speak,
so much.
please. Whenever I ask you a question,
just one moment.
Whenever
Your
I ask you a
regime
question about what your regime has done,
protected.
you accuse others
You
of
are
being
part
behind
of
that,
bombing.
let alone what happens in our own countries.
Look, there's no way you can hide this. Your regime, which has nothing to do with the people, your regime.
Guys, do you see how kind he's being, by the way? Like, I'm honestly, though, I would not blame him if he hated every single Brit or every single American. Like, that would be it would be understandable psychologically. If he was like, well, all you Brits or all you Americans are trash. You don't give a shit about the death of children. Do you see how careful he's being, though? He's not saying that. He's saying, like, well, this has nothing to do with the people over there. We know that this isn't like the average person's fault. It's the problem. It's a problem with your government. The amount of restraint that takes is like insane. I really appreciate this guy. I would not be upset at all. Like, I would totally understand if he didn't like Americans or Brits. Would it be accurate fully? Not really, but you get why he might feel that way. Yeah, she's the only one getting angry. You're right, Dolly Boy. I've noticed that a lot of Iranians or speak with Western media speak that way. That's super and weirdly respectful. Okay.
Is aiding the United States in carpet bombing our country.
Yes.
And as you do that, you try to say that Iran kills tens of thousands of people and rapes people. Why? Because you want to legitimize the rape of a nation.
Well, of
you
course,
want to legitimize aggression.
That's what she's doing.
And that makes you complicit in war crimes.
Okay. Me personally?
Yes.
Okay.
You're propagandist.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed Marandi, professor at the University of Tehran.
Oh my God, I loved it. I loved it. Oh my God, he did tear her a new one. I love that. Thank you, Malzord. That was a really good one to watch. Jesus Christ. I can't. Yeah, that was fire. Another Malzord sending us another great one. Oh my God. All right, let me let's see what we got here. Let's try to find maybe one more here thing to watch before go here. What you wear doesn't define your character. So let's see. But up to Democrat flips. Democrat, excuse me. Okay, so there's one more thing I wanted to show all you guys that I saved here. Let me see if I can find it. Where did I save this? Oh, change that over. How's everyone doing out there, by the way? How's everyone doing out there?
Why is Blackstone targeting New Mexico?
All right. Oh, yeah. Real fast here. Forgive me for doing this to all of you, right? Forgive me for doing this to all of you. Yeah, you probably should, Sir Bart, with what we're about to watch. You're all going to love this. I'm gonna force you all to watch Fox News. Now, before you freak out, I just wanted to show you what kind of shit. I know. Well, I was okay. Not sure now. There you go. Just to show you the kind of bullshit. This is our favorite senator. If Jonas is here, this is Jonas's favorite senator. 100% Jonas loves Lindsey Graham. And I hope that triggers Jonas so that he comes on here and yells at me. But anyway, we're going to watch Lindsey Graham briefly on Fox News. And I don't know if you guys have seen this. This is, let's just watch a bit. I know, Oxpecker. I know, Oxpecker. I'm just joking because I know you will. Yeah, there you go, Jonas. Exactly. Jonas says he's my fave. Okay, so let's watch Lindsey Graham on Fox News. I just want you to listen to some of the things he says, because you also have to understand, guys. Yeah, you also have to understand that a lot of these folks, a lot of right-wingers in the United States are stuck in this media silo where this is the only shit they're hearing. Okay, and I really want to highlight to all of you that if there's anything you should feel good about when you wake up in the morning, it's that you're not Lindsey Graham. You're not one of these monsters who are speaking in the way that these people are speaking, okay? You all at least have some sense of morality, so you should all pat yourselves on the back for that. Some people in the world, though, don't have that, all right? So let's listen to the disgusting warmonger who has blood on his hands that I'm actually surprised he's been able to wash off since his hands look very clean. Who absolutely never saw a war he didn't love. Let's see what he has to say, not only about ICE funding, a DHS funding, which he talks about, but he also talks about Iran. Okay, let's watch. No, Druzilli, he's not married, and he's never had a kid. At least I don't think he's married. I suspect he's a gay man. I think he's in the closet. I think we all know. Yeah, so this is Bothroy, who is, a Republican piece of shit. Okay, let's watch.
Up next from the other side of the aisle, Senator Lindsey Graham, chairman of the Budget Committee. All right, we have a lot to talk about, but let's start there on the SAVE Act.
Okay.
You heard Senator Van Hollen. He says it's going to disenfranchise millions of people. Why would you do that?
Oh, they said that in Georgia when Georgia tightened up their voter law.
By the way, they're talking about the attempt to, yeah, some people are very clearly gay. Yeah, I know. Don't you love your politicians that were lacking any humanity or redeeming qualities? So this is they're talking about the SAVE Act, which is that act that the Republicans are trying to pass to limit voting.
Okay. And you had the largest turnout of African Americans in the history of Georgia voting. They say that all the time, Jim Crow 2.0. I don't know why we're having such a hard time finding common ground when 84% of the country believes you should have ID. So this is a game they play.
Because he's gay, Bruce.
The people who let 15 million people in are not going to do anything to kick them out.
I don't know.
They're not going to do anything to make sure they can't vote or register to vote. That's meaningful. I hate to say that, but if you're willing to open your border up, obliterate all your laws, and let 15 million people come to this country, 2 million, we don't even know who they are and where they're at, you're the last people on the planet that is really going to tighten this up. So they're open borders people. They're not in.
He really emphasized that word, right? He's like, oh, tighten it up, you know, in a very gay voice. Oh my God, I'd love to tighten that up. Yeah, we all know what he does in his bedroom. Okay.
To controlling.
Yeah, Sir Bart, he's defending this law that would prevent, that is going to make it a lot harder for people to vote.
Honest
yeah,
elections.
You're right, Gwen. It is a lie.
Okay, but
most of that was a lie, by the way, folks.
Biden administration, when Democrats offered up their national agenda, a piece of federal legislation that they said would tighten up elections, Republicans decried the idea.
Exactly, LaQuad. Tight like my twinks. Yeah, that's kind of seems like what he wants to say.
Of federalizing anything that's supposed to be left to the states.
I think we're at the point now with 15 million people invading the country, you got to have some control.
50 million people invading the country? What the fuck is he talking about? That is insane.
I think what happened during Biden is that they obliterated the concept of sovereignty. You know, I've been working with Democrats for decades to try to find a middle ground. During Biden's
oh, yeah, me neither, Marzipan. That's the joke here, right?
4 years, everything was wiped out. Our border was no longer under control. People were sent all over the country.
Oh, he said 15? I thought he said 50. Okay, forgive me, Sylvie. Sorry, his lie was only partially bad. Okay.
Tom Holman said 2 million people are gotaways.
Right,
we never
Sir
know.
Bart, please.
We never find out who
Please liberate me, Sir Bart.
they were and where they're at, and Iran's threatening our homeland.
Send the sexiest Canadian soldiers to my house.
Our friends on the other side are playing Russian roulette with our national security. I've never been more worried about a large-scale attack on our country than I am right now. You got Iran threatening everything in the world, including parks.
Yeah,
so now's not the time to shut down DHS. I want all of it funded, and I want all of it funded now so we can protect the American people from a threat that's real. Iran was this close to having a nuclear weapon. During negotiations, they told Kushner and Witkoff, our negotiators, they bragged about having 460 kilograms of uranium enriched.
Okay, here we go. So this is all the lying about Iran.
60%. Well, if you go to 90%, you got a weapon. 60 to 90 is 2 weeks. So 460.
They've been, guys, to be clear, the U.S. and Israeli government have been saying since the 1980s that Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. I'm not joking, by the way. I'm not joking. It's been like, what is it, the 1990s, 1980s? That it's been since then that they have done that. So this is just one of many lies over many years claiming that Iran is 2 weeks away from getting a nuke. It's just lies and lies. And didn't we, according to Trump, didn't we obliterate their nuclear sites? Like, I don't. Okay.
60 kilograms at 90%, which would have taken 2 weeks, is 10 bombs. Under the regimes Democrats have been supporting and Republicans, they're not supposed to have any 60% enriched uranium. There's no commercial purpose for uranium enriched at that level. They just fired missiles that could get the Diego Garcia 4,000 kilometers. Everything.
No, it didn't even hit Diego Garcia. He's going to be like, look, they can hit the continental United States. Okay, no, they can't. No, they can't. The missile that they fired at Diego Garcia didn't even reach Diego Garcia, and it missed. And it was a space missile. They were just displaying that they had some sort of ability to launch longer range missiles, and it didn't even hit its target, and it wasn't really even prepped. So anyway, okay. They're going to hit our homeland. Sorry, I'm not very good at doing that accent. Whatever.
To control this regime in terms of their missile program, their nuclear program has failed. So what has Trump done? He's obliterated their ability to make more missiles. He's obliterated their nuclear program, and he's going to take them out of the terrorist business. In about 3 or 4 weeks, maybe less, we'll be in a situation.
What if it goes beyond that? I mean, the American people are nervous, and even supporters of President Trump have said this does not need to continue.
Well, I'm telling you, what needs to continue is to make sure that the largest state sponsor of terrorism can't get.
Again, the biggest sponsor of terrorism is the United States and Israel. Again, I'm going to just to clarify.
A nuclear weapon to blow us all up and hold us hostage to the American people. They were 2 weeks away from having 90% enriched uranium to make 10 bombs. They've got missiles that go 4,000 kilometers. We're not going to live that way anymore. Since 1979, these people have been terrorizing the world. They've got American blood on their hands, and here's what we accomplished in 20 days. Their missile program has been obliterated.
But
their
we saw
nuclear
the missile
program
that went
has been
towards
obliterated, and they're running out of money.
God, he's even interrupting the Fox News host. He's so bloodthirsty.
So here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil, control that island.
He's literally openly saying, just take their resources. We got to take their resources and add it to the plantation, and I'll hire some more workers to remove the oil for the sake of these United States. Yay-ho! Long live the Confederacy! That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants to do deep down. Okay, we all know it.
Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Carg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground? Let me just read you something from The Atlantic. Does an assessment on that. They say U.S. troops may well take Carg Island. We believe their ability to do so, but only to endure ballistic missile strikes, drone attacks, petrochemical smoke, all without a reliable means of obtaining logistical support. The result could be a grinding war of attrition. They talk about how far away they would be from resupply.
I'm sort of tired of all this armchair quarterbacking. This has been amazing.
What? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so tired of all this armchair quarterbacking. I'd much rather be doing some barebacking. You know what I mean? Okay, no, I'm sorry. But what is he doing right now? He's literally, guys, it's beyond. He's literally sitting in an armchair, like doing armchair quarterbacking. Okay. I just don't. Okay.
Military operation. God bless the fallen.
But it's a difference when we talk about troops on the ground.
I trust the Marines, not that guy. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. The Marines.
Oh my God! I didn't know he. This is where he compared it to Iwo Jima. Okay, someone tell me, Dolly Boy, you probably know this. Okay, I'm sure someone here knows this. How many American troops died during the Battle of Iwo Jima? The fact that he's like, we did Iwo Jima, we can do this. Do you know anything about the Battle of Iwo Jima? Thousands of American troops died on the Battle of Iwo Jima, okay, against the Japanese. It was around 3,000. What a moronic like, why do you want another Iwo Jima? That is stupid. Like, and he's like, do it, let's go get let's go get 3,000 more deaths. And like, okay. Oh my God. He is such an idiot. I mean, he's not an idiot. He's just evil. I should stop doing that. Yeah, imagine being a Marine hearing that and hearing, yeah, we want to do another Iwo Jima. Yeah, let's just throw bodies at it. Right, Sir Bert? I don't know. Well, probably Sir Bert because Trump removed all the generals that might be disloyal. Yeah, Iwo Jima had some tactical advantage. It did. You're right. That's a good point, Dolly Boy. In this case, you nerd, Dolly Boy. In this case, there isn't even a strategic point to taking the island. Oh my God. Okay.
My money is always on the Marines. I don't know if you take the island or you blockade the island, but I know this. The day we control that island, this regime, this terrorist regime, has been weakened. It will die on a vine. And here's what I want to do. I want to get with Chris. I want to sprint to peace. As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp up.
You know what, Nightfall? I agree. You know, they can invade the island, but Lindsey Graham better be first. That woman that we just saw interviewing that Iranian guy, she should be wearing a Union Jack, and she should be first. Barron Trump should be first. John Fetterman should be first. We should say, okay, let's do this. We can invade this island, but I highly recommend all these politicians are on the front lines. They also have to operate all the planes, machine guns, and all this. They should do the whole thing. More power to you. Good luck. Have fun invading Karg Island, okay? Let's do it. And guys, what we should do, we should make it like a Hunger Games type thing. First of all, we should tell the Iranians in advance so that they don't lose anyone. But we should also get big widescreen televisions so that the rest of the world can watch them doing this. That would be fun. I wouldn't mind at all.
And we don't have Saudi Arabia and Israel making peace is October the 7th, 2023. Iran, through Hamas, attacked Israel, stopping normalization. I want to take up and complete what Biden started. As soon as we get Iran defanged so they can never do another October 7th,
right,
I want to start up peace talks between Saudi and Israel this year. I want to.
And guys, again, this is why Fox News is evil. Like, I've shown you this before. Look at the stock footage they're showing on the screen here. They're just casually showing American bombs killing people. Like, there is no journalistic value to just having a B-roll footage of American smart bombs hitting targets. Like, what? It's just weird and dark that you would show that. And you can imagine, guys, Fox News, a lot of people who watch Fox News are older boomers and stuff who are very conservative. They love this shit. They are bloodthirsty lunatics who cheer on this shit. They're like, yeah, drop those bombs. You know, it's just, okay. Yeah, guys, and also all those words he used, awful, awful, awful. I'm letting you guys deal with that. Yeah, Iran attacked Hamas, attacked Israel. What? He's a lunatic, defanged, blah, 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 blah. But, like, that is just, okay.
Peace deal between Saudi and Israel normalizing, ending the Arab-Israeli conflict.
You're right, Mithril. You're right, okay?
Been going on for 2,000 years this year, and you can't do it with a lethal Iran. So we're weeks away from this Iranian regime not having the capability to stop peace.
Okay, very quickly, though, because we got to go. Who is going to be negotiating for Iran? What's the new leadership going to be?
I don't know. We don't need to really worry about negotiating with Iran. We need to keep them in a box. What are you going to negotiate Iran?
Wait. That sounds like we don't have any plan in place for the end. We're just going to do this indefinitely. We're going to constantly keep them in a quote-unquote box. So, is there any end game? Or, I mean, we know that there isn't. Yeah, exactly. What is the point of the war, Bruce? We don't know. It's okay.
What I want to do is contain them, take their missile program and keep it blown up. Make sure they can never sprint out to a nuke.
Yeah,
make sure they have no money to support terrorism. Control the island and let them die on a vine, and hopefully the people will rise up. What I'm looking for.
Oh my God, they're still going with that.
Is defanging Iran so we can move to peace.
Meowsword, you're going to make me laugh my ass off. I'm going to try not to. Meowsword says, when he's with his partner, I bet he role plays as Porky Pig. That's all, folks. I can't do it very well. Okay, I can't do the Porky Pig thing. Well, I can't do it. Whatever. I probably just sound like a lunatic. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I don't even know anymore. Yeah, he's in the cuck chair. Probably Nightfall. Absolutely, right? He's probably watching Porky Pig with his male partner. Yeah, right. Wait, you're right, Fetty. Wait. How are we going to run them out of money if we're buying their oil now? Don't ask questions, Fetty Spaghetti. This isn't, oh, thank you. I can't do it, Oxbacker. Forgive me. How is this man still in government? Guys, I don't know. Come on. Like, I don't know. Like, we all know that this is just like the standard American politician. No one knows how they got there. They're just kind of there at this point. We are a failed country. I mean, come on. I mean, obviously, the decline is obvious, right? The decline is markedly obvious. Can we see it? Okay. This is why it's kind of a circus at this point. All right.
Iranian people one day will have ability to take their country back. But we have the best chance in 2,000 years when Iran is neutralized for Saudi and Israel to recognize each other in the Arab-Israeli conflict. That is my goal. That is President Trump's goal. 2026 could be the biggest year since 1945 if we neutralize Iran. Don't let them do it again.
Well, okay, that's something that then you...
Okay. All right. There's Lindsey Graham for all of you ranting about we need to neutralize Iran and that it's all about helping Israel get an alliance with Saudi Arabia. So he's even saying it's not about America. Okay, anyway, guys, to be clear, there is no real reason for the war. Yeah, Mithril, there is no real reason for the war. All right, it's just kind of it's based off vibes. They're doing it for Israel. It's not. We don't have any idea for end. We don't have any idea for the end of the war. We don't know how to end the war. We have no plan for the end of the war. We're just kind of going off the seat of our pants. Fuck it, right? YOLO. Once in a while, you start a war. Oops. And you have no way to finish it, and you have no way to win it. And you're going to bomb girls' school. It's just, I don't know what else to add to it, right? Don't you love this country? Everyone, sing with me. God bless I'm going to eat a cookie. God bless America. Oh. Land that come on. Land that I love. Okay. We're cooked, chat. We're cooked, chat. The whole world is cooked because of us, by the way. So, guys, I will say I am an American exceptionalist. I'm an American exceptionalist is that America is exceptionally evil. I support that. God bless America. It is exceptionally evil. All right. That is the best part of America, okay? All the evil people out there love it, okay? All right. Thank you. Stand beside her and guide her. Good luck, though. She seems to be blind, okay? Brucey, what do you mean half of my songs sound like suicide songs? What does that mean, okay? Nightfall, Afro Man for president. Totally Nightfall, I agree. Okay. All right, you guys. So, I love all right there. Thank you, Oxpecker. Thank you. I love it. Okay. So, guys, I'm gonna go eat. But oh, things are great. Yeah, hail Satan. Things are great, right, guys? I say, hey, the Satanists are at least good people compared to. I mean, some of the Satanists, not all of them, but some of them are good people compared to what America does. Okay. I love being the baddies. I'll tell you what, it's always fun. You grow up loving Star Wars and then you realize when you get older that you're the Empire. It's one of those classic American experiences. It's a coming of age thing in the United States where you get to that age where you realize that you're the baddies, right? Any of the Americans in here have that experience? I know I did. Like it's like a ritual we now go through, right? Not all of us, by the way. Some of us never get out of it. But anyway. So anyway, great classic American experience when you realize you're the baddies. Okay, so everyone, I'm gonna go eat some food because I am dying here. Okay, I am dying of hunger. Right. So Renson released it an hour ago. Oh my God, Sylvie, really? You should tell Doug. Doug will be very excited. So if you like, guys, please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. Please follow me over on Twitch. I'm trying to get to 300 followers. And contribute if you can. You can also send a contribution using this little thing next to my face, this little QR code. You can send me buy me a coffee. You all know what I'm about to say. By the way, who should I go to? Who should I send you all to? Let me take a look here. I'm going to go look over on Twitch to see if I can find someone to send you to. Twitchy woo. Twitch. Anyone alive? Online now? Anyone online? All right. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send you to Parkours. I'm going to send you to Parkours, who's a member of our community, okay? And has their own stream. So we'll do that. I'm going to send you out to Parkours. Parkours language. Now, Parkours, guys, doesn't actually, I don't think they do political streaming. I think they just do like chill streaming. But I'm going to send stuff to them just because they're a member of the community. Okay, so let me do this first, and then I'm going to say goodbye. So give me a second. Raid. Parkours language. Okay, so I'm going to raid, guys. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to question authority figures, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information. Body swap. I hope it went well for you. Tell us about a body swap over on Discord. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms in this country. We need major reforms. We need them. We need them. Okay, we need major reforms. And don't stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Don't be a slug. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. You're human beings. You deserve better. Fight back. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed in my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Do not let their sacrifice go to waste. Do not forget the women of the Shirtwaist Factory fire, okay? The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, who died, and the people who advocated after that to get some good things passed for workers, okay? Do not forget the sacrifices of our ancestors or Captain Jack. Okay, don't be a slut. You can be a slut as much as you want, Dolly Boy. Okay, guys, I love you all very much. For those that are over on Twitch, I'm going to send you now to do a raid. Okay, everyone prepare to raid. I'm sure Parkours is going to love this because Parkours is, cool. We like Parkours. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Everyone ready to go over to Parkours? Parkours, I don't think is political, but does have a stream just to support Parkours. I will do that right now. All right, guys. Love you all very much. I will see you tomorrow. Remember, don't forget, we're doing our Kahoot tomorrow. We have our Kahoot quiz tomorrow, our bi-weekly Kahoot quiz, so study. Bye-bye, guys. Love you very much. Okay. I think we got there. All right, just making sure it worked, guys. All right, guys, for everyone else watching me, bye-bye, okay? Freaking hurt myself. Okay. Let me turn this off. Okay, guys, I will see you all later. You all have a good rest of your day.